single. They've done enough. It's the Eagles. Vitality Blast 2019 Champions.
There's been a lot of talk about Gooch's era, Fletcher's era. Now we've won Division 1, we can say that, you know, we're actually starting to build our own era.
And that is the moment. They have decided to shake hands. And the county championship is on its way back to Chelmsford.
Well, Dan, great to see you. This time last season, you would have been described on your CV, Dan Lawrence, Essex cricketer. This time around, it's Dan Lawrence, England Test player and Essex cricketer. How good does that feel?
It really does feel particularly special. It is something that I've always wanted to achieve, and it's actually a little bit of a monkey off the back that I've actually achieved it now, and I've had a little taste of it, and hopefully I get many more experiences.
You made your mark so well during that winter series with Sri Lanka and India, emerged with plenty of honours, whilst a few others, more experienced ones, struggled. But your own performance, how satisfied were you with that? Were you a little bit frustrated early on?
Well, I was obviously chuffed with how I batted on my debut. But again, it's a funny game. You're never really happy with what you got. If you offered me what I had in the morning, I would have taken it, but I was obviously very angry to get out on the day. It was such a challenge. I think it was really hard to stamp your authority on the series in India. I think the wickets were so challenging that it was hard to make big scores. But it was really fun, and it was just really good to be a part of.
You had a difficult experience during last summer, didn't you? You were part of the England bio bubble until sadly had to leave for family and personal reasons. So you were, if you like, cocooned with a lot of those players. So they were familiar faces when you went back on tour with them, weren't they?
Yeah.
Did that help?
Yeah, it definitely did. England are led really well by Silvers and Ruti, and it's a really welcoming group. So yeah, there was no issues fitting in, or there was no teething issues actually fitting into the group. So yeah, that was fine. And then it was just all about focusing on the cricket really, which is really nice, and all the normal sort of hard stuff about fitting into a change room was out of the way.
A couple of those matches you were virtually opening the innings, weren't you? So I guess in one respect that helps calm the nerves a bit, doesn't it? Because you didn't have to wait long before you were out in the middle.
Yeah, it's actually quite handy, because sometimes we play on quite challenging wickets here, and you're actually in really fast, and I think playing on challenging surfaces actually has been good preparation for me going into. It was good preparation for me going into that winter, because things were happening really quickly, and it was about trying to stay as calm as possible under pressure, and yeah, I think I came out of it okay.
As you were walking out for that first test innings, what goes through your mind? Something like, heck, what am I doing here? Or just get that first run and it's in the book?
No, that's right, yeah. All I wanted to do was get off the mark. Just to say that I've got a test run, that was all I was really looking for. And then I've really actually relaxed after that. I got a big juicy full toss second ball, and that helped. And then sort of the rest is history really from that day. Yeah,
and I suppose at the end of the series, all really, all you want is a taste of more to come, isn't it? But the difficulty is you've got to keep putting in the performances, haven't you? There's so much competition for places in that England squad.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's brilliant with everyone being able to play a really good block of Championship cricket at the start of the year. 9 games in a row is a really good opportunity for everyone in this squad to really put some runs on the board, or take some wickets and put their hand up to help Essex win some games of cricket. So yeah, just trying to take it each day as it comes, and try and help Essex win as many games as possible, and see where it takes me really.
It was tours with a difference though, because I mean, apart from playing the cricket, it was virtually, just in the 4 walls of the hotel, wasn't it? That must have been difficult, because you need to sometimes put the pressures of the day behind you and go off and do something else, don't you?
Definitely, yeah. I think that's a really challenging part of it, is the repetitiveness of going to the cricket ground and rather training or playing, and then straight back, same food, even the same people all the time. It can be really hard, and especially if you're not doing so well and you have no outlet, it's hard not to think about it all the time. So I can totally understand where players come from when they struggle mentally in the bubble life, because it is really hard. But unfortunately, it's sort of part and parcel. If you want to play for England, I think that's quite a small sacrifice to make.
And I bet when you came off after that first innings, your mobile was full of messages, wasn't it? It must have exploded. But I guess the best one was from your dad, wasn't it? That would have meant so much, wouldn't it? Yeah,
no, it was brilliant. It was a hard one, because I didn't really know what to do with replying to everyone, because there were so many. It was brilliant. I had a phone call with my old man that evening. That was really nice, and he was explaining how he couldn't watch and things like that. So it was, it was lovely It was lovely.
You're a young man now, but going back to a younger Dan Lawrence, when did you think that first of all you were going to make it as a professional cricketer, and then when did the thought, the penny drop that the test career beckons here?
I've always really wanted to play cricket since I was really young, so I sort of always firmly believed that I was going to be a cricketer. And then with I don't know really. I think I've always known that I've had the ability to do it. It's just trying to string a lot of consistent performances together over and over is something that I really want to do and something that I really want to achieve. And if I do that, I will not only help Essex win games of cricket, but it will allow me to play as many games at the highest level as possible.
Yeah. Dad taking quite a lot of credit for those pitches that he prepared for you at Chingford to put you in good stead?
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, he definitely spent a couple of extra hours on the roller whenever I used to play. Everyone at the club's really happy, and he always did prepare good wickets and help me out when I was younger with my cricket. So, yeah, everyone's chuffed.
The tours that you've been on, and we've said about the environment you were in, did you find out a lot about Dan Lawrence as a character, as a personality, the inner you, time to collect all your thoughts, because it's been quite a whirlwind rise to reach this level, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think character and dealing with pressure, I think that's one thing I pride myself on, is being able to stay calm in tricky situations. And I think there was really some tough scenarios of games of cricket there that obviously I still found really challenging, and so did everyone else, but I was really happy with how I managed to stay calm and stick to my process and my method throughout it. I think that's the main thing I learned, is that I think when things do get tough, I feel like I've actually got the character to really grind it out or come out the other side.
There's a lot of talk in the media during the winter about the trigger movements, etc., etc. But did that come about from your own initiative, Dan? That you just, if you like, spotted not a flaw in your technique, but an improvement that could be made in your technique? Definitely,
yeah. It was on me. I just tried to simplify things a little bit. There were a lot of moving parts before, and it was still relatively successful. But I wanted to be scoring big runs really consistently, and I felt like changing did help me. And then ever since I've done it, I've been more successful, and I've played international cricket since. So
yeah, you have.
So I think it was a good thing.
Yeah. Next on the immediate agenda is, of course, helping Essex to hopefully get off to a great start in this championship and win yet another trophy. You've been an integral part of their success, both white and red ball cricket recently, and that is motivation in itself for you as well, isn't it? I mean, to be playing cricket, playing well and contributing towards the success, all goes together very comfortably, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I personally haven't really experienced a dressing room like we have. The camaraderie and how close everyone is in this team is something really special, and I think that really contributes to how successful we are. But from what I've seen in pre-season so far, from not only the batters but the bowlers as well coming through, that everyone's in brilliant shape coming into that first game, and I'm sure if we play to our potential, we'll be right out there again.
You mentioned your age, a young guy. Do you actually feel a senior player in one respect in that dressing room now? You England, I'm sure there's been plenty of leg pulling, hasn't there?
Yeah, there certainly has. I think I'm edging that way now. I've played enough cricket now to know how to go about sort of the early season and how to start the year and things like that. I'm just still trying to hold on to my nickname of the kid for as long as possible, but before I get too old.
Which is, I suppose you're happy to see Cookie and Tendo carry on for another year.
Yeah,
okay.
No, I certainly am. Yeah, let the old boys carry on, and I still look young. So yeah, it's brilliant.
Well, Dan, it's great to talk to you. See a young player whose career is emerging. Great that you got those first England caps, and I'm sure they're just the first of plenty. And perhaps a message for Cookie, look out, I'm after your stats.
I've got a long way to go, I think, to catch up with him.
It's day 3, and the situation is, well, Worcestershire trail Essex by 447 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Just a quick recap. Essex declared on 490 for 9, and in Tom Wesley, the captain, made 215. Adam Wheater, 87. For 3. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and also we're going to be joined by 5 Live Sports Extra just after the game recommences this morning. In the studio we have David Brett from BBC Essex, Nick Gledhill, and we also have Kevin Howells from BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, and myself, Don Topley. So a very good morning to you all, wherever you are listening to us, abroad, in the UK, Worcestershire, Herefordshire, or on East Anglia, and in particular Essex, supporting Essex. Good morning to you, and a good morning to David Brett.
Morning, Don. How you doing?
Yeah, very well indeed. Lovely to see you. First and most importantly, have you stayed safe and have you wintered well?
Yeah, as well as can be, right? We've all been locked down, so not really been up to too much, I'm afraid, but it's great to be back out. I think I only did 2 days worth of cricket last season, so very much looking forward to this one.
Well, last time I saw you was in Newlands, Cape Town.
Yes, yeah, that's correct, yeah. God, I've forgotten about that. Seems like a lifetime ago.
It does indeed. Sam Cook is going to open up this morning. He took his 3 wickets from the Hayes close end, and he's moved now to replace Simon Harmer.
Oh, lights are on.
Yes, the lights are on in Chelmsford. Brand new lights, really. They haven't been used properly.
Yeah, they used to have to be booted up for about 15 minutes, but those just flicked on straight away.
And it's quite a transformation. Sam Cook, 3 for 14 last night, all from the Hayes close end. Now from the river end, bowling to Jake Libby. D'Oliveira, who plays it out into the inner ring for no run. So a good morning to everybody and a warm welcome to our BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. Welcome to Chelmsford. The lights are on, as David Brett has just explained, but it's a bit cloudy. There is a chance of a little bit of mizzle, darker clouds later in the day, but we might be on the border of where it doesn't quite reach us. Cook away from us, right arm over as an LBW appeal, and he's been given second ball of the morning. Cook strikes, he's got his 4th wicket. Brett D'Oliveira will have to return to the pavilion without adding to his overnight total of 6 not out. Essex have got another wicket, 43 for 4.
Yeah, we're down towards the fine leg angle here, but even from here that looks absolutely plumb. He didn't get forward, stuck on the crease, hit plumb on the pad right in front of middle and off, and the umpire, no hesitation to give him out. Essex rolling through the Worcestershire side here. It's going to be a tough old day for them, especially under cloud cover, which will suit Sam Cook's bowling. Bit of movement off the pitch as well.
Yeah, brilliant bit of bowling. He last night Porter bowled well. Harmer got into his rhythm eventually. Look, it's a goodish wicket. There's no gremlins in it. It was a good wicket for 2 days. I still think it's a good wicket, but there is the mental pressure that Essex have put runs on the board. Worcester are going to have to negotiate and cope with what I call an old-fashioned, runs on the board. That's the old-fashioned way of winning games from yesteryear. So, well done. It's going to be a hard day. D'Oliveira, who bowled the most amount of overs he's ever bowled in a match, and he picked up 3 wickets, good wickets. He bowled quite well for an alleged part-time leg spinner, but his job in the team as a batsman, and I'm afraid he hasn't added to his overnight total of 6. So to the wicket is a very dangerous batsman. It's Ricky Vessels, who is the son of Kepler Vessels, who played Test cricket for 2 international countries, South Africa and also Australia. He was a wonderful player, left-handed, an opening bat, but Ricky Vessels, formerly of Northamptonshire, Nottinghamshire and now Worcestershire, is perhaps a more dangerous player. He's a modern day player who likes to strike the ball. He had a century, I think he made 2 centuries in pre-season for Worcestershire, and I think there was one particular knock down at Taunton against Somerset in pre-season where he scored 100, of which 96 were in boundaries. Cook on his way in, first ball driven down the ground, played with a full face of the bat. That looked a super shot, and he's called back by his mate Jake Libby for the second run. Tenderscarter runs to the river end boundary to prevent the ball going for a boundary. 2 runs to Vessels, off and running in his first ball. 2 runs against Cook, 2 runs for Worcestershire, 45 for 4. That was a super shot, David.
It was, and a lovely straight back drive down the ground.
Full face of the bat. In the coaching annual, just played the ball, used the pace of the delivery from Cook. He's in again. This time it's driven to mid-off, where I think it's Paul Walter, is it, who fields at a rather straight mid-off. and there is no run.
Got to say, I felt sorry for the players in the warm-up catching those high balls.
Not
freezing cold out there.
Well, the top temperature, David, in fact that was Dan Lawrence, the top temperature today is meant to be 7.
Oh, balmy.
There's a northerly wind. We don't often get many northerly winds in East Anglia. As Cook's in again, outside off stump, well left alone by Ricky Vessels.
It's Kevin Howe's climate, that. Winds drifting down from the north. Oh, he's got his earphones on, pretend he can't hear us.
Yeah. It's been great to have Kevin here and to enjoy him as an additional voice, and he will be joining us, I think, at about 11:30 as Cook moves away from us up the hill from the river end. Good delivery, which Vessels comes out, smothers with the ball, and there is no run. Super over. Well, look at these figures. Sam Cook, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 16. Tremendous. He bowled with a bit of pace and bounce last night. I always feel that he bowls a slightly heavier ball compared to Jamie Porter. Jamie Porter is very direct. These Essex bowlers do bowl wicket to wicket. They, there are some bowlers that are happy to keep it outside off stump. The disadvantage of that is that you can't always get bowled or LBW, which are 2 of the high percentage of dismissals that bowlers can get. So the key is to bowl at the stumps, certainly with the new ball. 4 slips, and it's over to you for the commentary from the bowler, Jamie Porter.
Porter just standing at the top of his market, a bit of shift in the field. I think that's Walter just being shifted around from mid-wicket to the right-handed Libby. Waiting on strike now, 4 slips in, Cook at first, Harmer second, Wesley at third, as Porter comes in bowls. That's driven back to mid-off on the bounce, and there is no run. There's Brown at 4, slip backward points there as well. Mid-off, mid-on, just in front of mid-wicket, and I presume there's a fine leg just out of our view away to our left.
Right in front of the huge scoreboard here at Chelmsford. Libby batted well last night as wickets were falling around him. And just to repeat, he was the 2nd highest aggregate run scorer in the Bob Willis Trophy last year, and he was behind Sir Alistair Cook.
Porter in again, bowls to Libby, who hops on his toes and just pushes that into the offside. It's thrown back from Lawrence to the wicketkeeper Wheater, and it's a dot ball. The wind picking up again. There's a heavy grey cloud just coming over from the pavilion end. As Don was saying, chance of showers, but you're right, these lights make a huge difference. With the old lights, there was like a hazy orange glow over the pitch, but these are bright and these are effective.
There used to be 8 here, and now there's only 4. They're very large, and they're
very good. Here comes Porter, bowls full of length, clipped off the toes into the leg side. There's going to be a single here. They won't come back for 2, I don't think, because it's picked up and thrown in from Tender Scarter. And there's 1 to the total, 45 for 4.
They're LED, and they've been ICC approved, most notably. And actually, some of the angles of the lights, Kevin worked out how many lights were on each pylon, but when they were shining down on the ground, they actually come to the commentary box. And actually, when you try and look up at the lights, it actually irritates your eyes a bit. So I wonder, in the fullness of time in the summer, when the T20's on here, how fielders will cope with it.
Porter and again bowls. That's clipped off the outside edge of the battle. Straight drive from Vessels, misguided down towards deep backward point. It's going to be a couple of runs to the total, 48 for 4, I think that is. Just not too sure if that scoreboard's correct. Yeah, it's 48 for 4.
We found that the large electronic scoreboard over to our left, next to the pylon in the corner of the ground, is a bit quicker than the one that is adjacent to the committee room and beside the executive boxes, which is a much smaller one. That's a much slower scoreboard.
It's just updated now as Porter comes again. Right arm over to the right-handed Vessels, who drives, or thick inside edge down towards mid-on. Full stride there from Vessels. Got an open stance at his crease, almost inviting the bowler to bowl at the stumps. And he gets away with a dot ball.
His father, Kepler Vessels, formerly of Australia and South Africa, and I think he played a fair bit of not youth cricket but second 11 cricket in Sussex back in the sort of 70s and around that time. He was a great thinker of the game, and I would imagine Ricky Vessel thinks a lot about the game.
Porter again, full this time, driven down the ground, but Tenduskarta's there, and it's another dot ball. I think that's the end of the over. It is 48 for 4.
And you may recall when he came out at the fall of D'Oliveira's wicket, I mentioned that he's a dangerous player. Most notably at the moment, what I've noticed is that he's not necessarily playing a particularly defensive innings so far. He's scored 4 in 7 balls, and all of them are quite forcing shots. He hasn't played what I call a dead bat, or allows the ball to hit the bat as opposed to the bat hitting the ball. He's playing quite an attacking, more positive, with, well, perhaps with positive intent so far in the 7 balls that he's faced. He's a very dangerous cricketer, known predominantly for his white ball play. Sam Cook, turning, 30-metre run-up, something like that, as he comes past David Milnes, the umpire. He bowls. That was a dead-batted forward defensive by Libby, who's been there from the word go in this Worcestershire innings. Plays it out to Porter at mid-off. There is no run.
I haven't seen Sam Cook bowl for a while now. Has he put a bit of bulk?
Well, yes, I agree with you. It probably has. It naturally happens when you're 21, 22, 23, 24, doesn't it? It's, you know, and you get to 27. These bowlers start to reach their potential from 27 to 30. He has, of which he's increased his pace as he bowls. This time, another good delivery, zeroing in on a length with a little bit of shape, with a little bit of bounce. Well played by Jake Libby, who's not the tallest batsman, so he probably is hitting the splice of the bat with a degree of regularity, which is good bowling. You know, different type of bowlers. A lot of these tall bowlers extract bounce. Someone like Darren Cough is a bit more of a skiddy bowler, really. Maybe Dominic Cork. Bowlers come in all shapes and sizes, but bounce is a key asset to any bowler. Cook is in, bowls. This is an inside edge. He doesn't come quite forward. It goes down to fine leg. He takes the single. Porter's actually fielding at fine leg, and that is 1 run to Libby. Libby moves to 23. Vessel's on strike on 4. Score Worcester 49 for 4.
But the umpires are glad for those thick coats out there today. Keep themselves warm. It's a tough job standing at stumps or at square leg.
Have you seen Neil Mallender? He's at square leg. He's wearing, and I was educated on day 1, it's a snood.
A snood, yeah.
A white snood to match his white cap. Cook in, bowls. Good delivery, which Vessels takes a quick one. That's aggressive cricket. Good batting by the Worcester pair here, because he's played it into the offside, and neither backward point or mid-off could stop the single. Good calling. I presume it was a sort of a nod and a wink, and they took the single to make Worcestershire's 50th run. So if there would have been a crowd here, there would have been a gentle applause for 50 for 4. Libby now facing. Cook on his way in, past umpire Milnes, bowls. Again, another dead bat, lets the ball hit the bat, comes forward, plays with the full face of the bat, and is just prepared to play it back to the bowler. Well batted, well bowled, good, intense cricket, lots of questions being asked, 4 slips waiting for a Cook delivery.
Tenduskarta going through some warm-ups there. Again, I haven't seen him bowl for a while. It doesn't tend to get used so much these days. He's almost 40 now, isn't he? I think he's 39, isn't he?
And he has some twins. Cook in, bowls, played into the leg side. Libby takes the single. He calls his partner through. Vessels oblige, and that is the end of the over. 51 for 4. Vessels with 5. He will continue to take the strike. Libby on 24.
Good start from Essex, nice and tight from the bowlers. Asking some questions of the batsman. Hit the splice of the bat a few times in that over. Did Sam Cook. Has Harmer had a bowl yet?
Yes, he bowled He bowled quite nicely. He was just finding out the right pace. That's one of his great assets. He picks up the pace of every wicket he plays on. There weren't really many chances. Maybe there was a bit of a squeeze at bat pad. He eventually had a leg slip, which I liked last night, but he will have a decent bowl this morning.
4-6 swimmers, Porter bowls, and off the back foot Libby drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run on his tippy toes.
Harmer didn't really make an impact with the bat, but what he did do was take a cracking catch off Cook. That second slip, he's got big hands. I saw him this morning actually in the car park, and we had a natter, and he is a charming South African. He's an overseas player this year, and he was talking about the Masters, and he says it would be nice to celebrate a win tomorrow and also with the Masters golf.
Porter bowls, oh that's a beauty, lifted off a length. Libby had no chance with that one, just dropped his hands, rode the bounce, and the ball flies through to the wicketkeeper Wheater, and there's no run. Yeah, the Masters has been fascinating this year. Rose started off both his rounds very badly and fought back towards the end. So.
And you saw the title of a lot of the press reports, didn't you?
I haven't.
No, it was always saying Rose blooms or Rose blooms early.
Ooh, missed.
So I thought that was quite appropriate, quite nice.
Can you pick that up for us, Kevin? Here comes Porter bowls, and on the front foot defends into the offside, and it's another dot ball, bowling really accurately here. Jamie Porter, right on the stumps.
He has a wonderful reputation, actually. I'm not talking about Rose, I'm talking about Kevin Howells.
Oh.
Because you just said, and we said on air, and you, listen, to your detriment, David Brett, BBC Essex, you threw a piece of rubbish to the bin.
I tried.
And sadly you missed.
I did.
And Kevin Howells kindly picked it up.
Porter bowls again, and off the back foot defends into the offside, and there's no run. What the listeners can't see is a tight angle round the corner.
Oh no! I'm sorry, no. Kevin, look, I'm looking at Kevin. No, he's not having it. That was terrible. I mean, it was like on the hockey, on the, what do they say? Why are you on the hockey? And it was that kind of a distance, and you missed.
Who says that?
What was the old darts commentator?
Oh, Sid Waddell.
On Biker Grove, Kevin Howells tells me.
Porter, arms pumping as he comes up to the crease, bowls full, and again the same shot, defensive into the offside, and it's again fielded by Lawrence, who I thought had a pretty decent winter out in Sri Lanka and India. Tough conditions. I thought he asserted himself quite well when he played. I thought it was a bit harsh. He got pushed up to number 3, to be honest.
Look, we had this chat yesterday. No, it's absolutely right. I think as a youngster, he fits in where accordingly for Team England. You can't have that luxury as a youngster, but he showed wonderful temperament.
Porter and again bowls, and another carbon copy shot, defends into the offside, and that's another dot ball. It's a maiden over, 51 for 4.
And I thought he showed great temperament against the spin bowling, because it was tricky, it was challenging. Did you, David Brett, seriously think England could go to India and win?
No. Sorry.
No, I didn't. I thought after England won the first test, I thought that was fantastic. But India started to dominate. And in a way, the T20s were interesting. We lost the series 3-2, but India got better and better in that T20 series, and we could have won the series 2-1 in the ODIs, but we lost it 2-1. But again, England competed, and do you know England have not won a white ball series in India since 1984?
Well, I was unaware of that. I know that India in red ball cricket had only lost one series in the last, 30 years, and that was to England back in 2012.
Cook's in, driven down the ground, well fielded on his follow through, good looking positive shot from Ricky Vessels, and I must say that was a good shot, but well fielded, well bowled. This is good intense cricket. Worcestershire are under a little bit of pressure, and you're listening to David Brett, Don Topley. Nick Gledhill will join us later, and BBC Radio 5 Live's Kevin Howells. Always lovely to see him in county cricket. And you're listening to BBC Essex and BBC Hereford and Worcester as Sam Cook comes in.
Oof.
This is a genuine cut shot which has just bounced. He's played under the ball as it goes through to Adam Wheater, the wicket keeper.
Threw the kitchen sink at that, didn't he?
Yeah, very different to his father, Kepler Wessels, who I knew for many a year. He was an attritional, dogged. He actually used to practice his batting, and he found boxing, shadow boxing, any form of boxing, he found that quite important to his batting. Ricky Wessels, a bit more positive, is driven into the offside, but it's stopped by Dan Lawrence, who certainly looks to have, he's bulked out at the moment because he's wearing so many additional sweaters.
Conditions slightly different from what he's been used to over the last 2 or 3 months out in the subcontinent.
If you look around Tenderscarter, hands in pockets, all 4 slips have got their hands in the pockets. I reckon they've got those hand warmers. They're they look and resemble like a tea bag. You have to rub them, put them in your pocket, they heat up. This is Cook in, bowls to Wessels. Wessels gets high, goes back and plays it into the offside. That's very well controlled for a quick single, calling his partner through. Wessels has 5, Libby on strike on 24, Worcester 51 for 4.
Assume the cricketers choose their own squad number, do they? Or they just...
Only if it's available.
Okay.
All right, so you turn up to a new county, you can't say, I've always had number 6 or 24. No, you have to be offered what's available, then choose. Cook in, good looking shot from Libby, plays it into the gap. There's only 2 in the ring on the offside, looks for 2. His mate turns him down, and I'm afraid that is only the 1 run for that shot. That was a good looking shot from Libby. 24 to Libby, Wessels on 5, Worcester 51 for 4.
But anything that's double digit and available, they can have, yeah.
Or single digit.
Or single digit, obviously, yeah.
Well, somebody chose 100, didn't they? In international cricket. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Bortz's run up there. Just a quick reminder, you're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and also 5 Live Sports Extra, and you're most welcome to contribute to us by emailing and tweeting to us, please. This is an LBW shout. He may have squeezed it on between pad and bat. It was a missed drive. It was the last ball of a very impressive over. It was a dot ball, 53 for 4. So we welcome at BBC Essex and BBC Essex Sport, and at Toppers Senior SNR.
I don't do social media. We've got an email account these days, haven't we?
We have. I will come on to that. But also Kevin Howells, who has 1 or 2 podcasts around, but on this new Twitter handle, which is at 9 wickets down. He did a wonderful interview which went out on day 1 at lunchtime with 3 successful coaches. It was interesting, genuinely. It was Anthony McGrath, the county champions coach. It was Jason Kerr, the Royal London One Day Cup winning coach, and also Peter Moores, whose Nottinghamshire side won the T20.
Porter coming in from the Hayes close end, and he bowls, and Libby covers up, defending into the offside, and there's no run.
And Kevin will be joining us, taking over from me just about past.
Oh, is it you? I think he's taken over from me.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Fine, sorry.
That's okay, not a problem.
And you've got the updates today, haven't you?
I do not either. That's
you
Nick.
do not either. Right, okay. We are organised, honestly.
Yeah. Lovely to have a production meeting on air. Here comes Porter, bowls, and that's off the toes, down into the offside. All fielded nicely at backward point, diving to his left. That Cook?
No, that is Ben Allinson.
Ben Allinson.
Yes, formerly of the Shire. I think he's from Colchester, Wivenhoe, that kind of area. Played a lot of schoolboy cricket. Played also at Colchester and East Essex. Played on loan at Gloucestershire last season, just for the single game. Great experience to play first team cricket. He's playing really in place of Aaron Beard, who's injured.
Porter bowls again, full. Libby forward, defends up to mid-off, and again there's no run.
And not just playing instead of Aaron Beard, who's injured, not forgetting Peter Siddle has got to come back into this Essex side. Now, I don't know if he's here. I think he was playing for Hobart, Tasmania during the winter. He swapped states this winter. But I also believe that Worcestershire's single solitary overseas player for the county championship.
Porter bowls again full this time as Libby drives, but again can only pick out the man off the toe end of the bat up at mid-off, and again there's
Alziri Joseph, West Indian, Antiguan, fast bowler, can bat a bit as well. He's in isolation, he's here, and he hopes to be available and playing next week in their fixture. So that's good news for Worcestershire. It means one of the seamers might have to make way. There are other two overseas players in T20 cricket, which I will reveal in a minute.
Porter bowls again, squares the batsman up, thick outside edge, runs off towards cover. Alison fields, and there's a single to the total. So Libby, who had been locked down in those last over and a bit, has finally got a single. 54 for 4, he moves to 26.
Well, Libby's certainly an accumulator. He's looking to drop anchor, he's looking to take the sting out of this new ball from Essex. The ball is, well, it's 20, this is the 27th over. But the two overseas players for T20, quite exciting. Lamashani, the Nepalese leg spinner, and also Ben Dwarhouse from Australia.
Porter bowls, driven down the ground nicely by Vessels. That goes all the way up to mid-off for 4 runs. Lovely drive. And Porter won't be happy with that, shrugs his shoulders, skulks off back to his fielding mark, and 4 to finish the over. 58 for 4, 27 overs gone. One thing I wanted to clear up, the makeup of the 3 groups, was that drawn out of a hat, or was there any seeding going on?
There was a degree of seeding, I believe, because they actually changed them. They had one set, and then about 2-3 weeks later, I remember commentating in the Bob Willis Trophy final at Lords against Somerset, where we advertised the suggested groups, what they would be, and it was sort of agreed, and then in about 3 weeks' time they issued them again, and so we had Group A, B and C. Shall I go through those for listeners?
So they didn't like what they got out of the hat the first time and thought, better draw it again.
I do believe Lancashire and Yorkshire were paired in the second selection of the 3 groups.
I only ask just because on current or very recent form, Essex seem to have a very favourable group.
I think we travel a little bit further.
We travel a little bit further, but the teams we're playing,
yes.
You could say we could have had better teams on form in a group. Obviously things could change as the season goes on, but on recent form they've had the luck of the draw with that one.
Change of bowling, first outing for this season for Ben Allison, who bowls outside off stump. It's a no ball signal, just about carried to keeper Adam Wheater. Interestingly, he has a slightly more square on action, has suffered many back injuries over his, a brief career, but also as a young cricketer with the Essex setup, comes through the pathway. Ben Allison has a slightly square on action, so he might just try and angle the ball in, or just in shape a little bit. If he can swing it away as well, that will become menacing. Cook is at mid-on to him, offering advice. So Allison bowls. This is angled in, and the Jake Libby, who will have never faced him before, I'm sure, has gone on the back foot, played into the offside, no run. It's a tall boy, strong boy. Father played club cricket at Wivenhoe. He also was a decent rugby player.
Can I also say, I'm delighted to see sporting some lockdown locks, because I'm getting rather suspicious of all these sportsmen that seem to have very close haircuts. Well, are they all married to hairdressers or something?
Bearing in mind, I got snood wrong, the word. I don't know, and I might be wrong if it's a Alice band.
It's an Alice band.
Is that the correct term? He bowls. This is an inside edge, well bowled, goes down to fine leg, and it's gone for 4. It beats Porter by the very large floodlight and the executive boxes here at the Cloudfm County Ground. Alison will be pleased with that delivery, but unfortunately it's gone for 4 off and inside of the edge from Libby. Libby's made 30, Vessels with 10, and the score 64 for 4. Right, Essex, Worcestershire, Warwickshire. So Worcester and Warwick have got a local derby. Notts as well, that could be viewed as a local derby for Warwickshire and Worcester. Derby certainly would be, and then the most northernest county, Durham. So Essex, Warwickshire, Notts, Derby, Worcester, Durham.
I'll be going to Durham.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh. Ben Allison on his way in to Jake Libby. Libby forces in the offside. That's a super shot. That's the shot of the morning as it spears the two on the inner circle. Tenderscarter runs after it together with Lawrence, but Tenderscarter doesn't use Lawrence because he's realised they've taken 2-3 runs. That is a super shot. That's going to be shot of the morning. He just allows for the bounce, gets back and across and punches it into the offside of the full face bat. Shot of the morning, well batted, Mr. Libby. Group 2 or Group B. For me, this is the group of death. We like that phrase, don't we, in sport?
Love it.
So he's gone for 6 runs in the last 2 balls, but he hasn't bowled a bad ball. That must be noted. They were a decent shot off the inside edge and also through the covers. Allison bowls to Ricky Vessels, and I actually think that that's probably one of the first defensive shots that Ricky Vessels has played this morning. So Group 2, Somerset. They've normally annually been quite competitive, still yet to win the county championship. Somerset, Hampshire, who's amassed a big total at Leicester. Leicester, and then Middlesex and Surrey, and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire are ahead of Surrey in their game at Bristol. Right arm over. Allison in bowled. This is cut by Vessels. He breaks it through the inner ring, through cover. It's going to be all the way to the boundary, which Tom Wesley brings in just a few metres in on the longest side of the boundary, on the offside towards the more modern flats that used to be the hospital here at the county ground, Chelmsford. Good looking shot there for 269 for 4. Vessels 12, Libby 33. And the final group, and going back to that second group, Group 2, group of death. You know, Hampshire are going to start well. Hampshire have also got a very good bowling attack now with Abbas and Abbott. Not forgetting a lot of these cold packs and overseas didn't play last summer. Allison, pass umpire Milnes, bowls. This is just angling in, played with a closed face into the leg side, sensibly by Vessels. That brings Allison's first over. He's gone for 11, didn't bowl badly at all. Vessels has 12, Libby has 33, Worcester 69 for 4. And the final group, Group C or Group 3, which has Yorkshire and Lancashire. It has Sussex, Glamorgan, Northamptonshire and Kent. But I do think the most fiercely contested group probably will be the Group 2, Somerset, Hampshire, Surrey, Gloucester, Middlesex and Leicester. Thank you, David Brett, BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. And that means, having mentioned BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, I'll be able to welcome and introduce none other than Mr. Kevin Howes. It's great to see him here. The lights are quite bright here at Chelmsford. There's a lot of cloud. There's definition in the cloud. No blue sky. As Porter is on his way in, he bowls outside off stump, just about reaches. There's a little bobble just in front actually of Adam Wheater, who parries it to Wesley at third slip. So Wesley at third, Harmer at second, Cook at first and Nick Brown at fourth slip. He's at full slip, not gully. So Porter's continuing. And a very, very good morning, Mr. Howells.
Hey, except for the fact you told me I definitely wasn't on with you this morning. So how's this has come about?
Porter's in, bowls, and well played, dead bat. Libby comes forward, plays it from where it's come, and he allows the ball to hit the bat. So from a coaching angle, from a cricketing angle, the ball is allowed to hit the bat rather than the bat goes at the ball. Good defensive play. Well played, Mr. Libby. He batted well last night and this morning. Kevin?
Yeah, I don't want to...
Commentator's curse?
Yeah, but you know, if there's a story I'm looking forward to follow this year, it's the Jake Libby one.
Because he did so well last year.
Yeah. That's
Porter, right arm over, short, forced in the offside, like in the last over. That is a super shot. Libby's waited and waited and waited, and he's now going to get 3. He waited for that ball to get on top of the bounce, trying to play it as late as you can, not going searching for the ball, which was so impressive then. He waited and allowed it to go across the square out to the executive boxes for 3 runs. Cracking shot. He moves to 36, the score 72 for 4.
I like the stories that it's not a clear pathway as to how people get to the point they want to get, and it's not been with Jake. It's not been straightforward.
I think you're right.
And I like those stories. That's why I really wanted to see him do well.
Yeah, absolutely. Porter, driven into the leg side, was a little too straight. Good shot by Vessels. Vessels takes 2 as it pierces mid-on and mid-wicket. Jamie Porter was exactly the same, you know. He was on the ground staff, came off the ground staff, had trials with Surrey. They were taking an interest with him, and then he had trials somewhere else. A lot of people at the time thought he wasn't quite quick enough, and eventually Essex, by persevering, he ended up having pre-season, and they kept looking at him, and then eventually signed him. Porter on his way in to Vessels, who just took a 2. He's looking for a similar shot, but he's hit it too straight, and he's hit it straight to Tenduscarter at mid-on. There is no run. 74 for 4. I think most people's trials and tribulations are like that. There's not too many young cricketers that have a natural pathway, or...
I've got why I tell you, got a fella down in front of me. This wasn't Cook.
Who's that?
Cook here, 26, yes. Number 6, Alistair Cook.
Yeah.
Obviously he worked hard at his game, but his pathway was pretty set, wasn't it?
But that's not the norm.
It isn't, no.
Played into the offside by Ricky Vessels, plays into a gap, he takes the single, sensible shot, no real bad deliveries. Maybe Porter will kick himself for bowling one a little too straight, which only went for 2, but Libby's forcing shot off the back foot was a tremendous bit of timing, great execution, and most importantly, fine technique. Well batted Libby. Libby's going to face, he's got 36. Vessels is going to face. The scoreboard hasn't turned over from the over. Vessels has 36. Vessels has 15. Libby 36. The score is 75 for 4, and we've had 29 overs with this ball.
How many times did you think before you made it, and you could consider yourself to have arrived, did you think it wasn't going to happen for you? As we see the first ball of this next over being bowled, the lights are on here at Chelmsford. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. This one is driven for no run to Tenduscarter, who's fielding at mid-off, score of 75 for 4. It's your pathway.
Mine was the Jake Libby and the Jamie Porter. I was on the ground staff at Lords under Don Wilson with Dermot Reeve, Philip de Freitas, Phil Tufnell, all those kind of players. I was an MCC because no county was taking a serious interest in me at the time, so the ground staff or the MCC young cricketers was a shop window.
Allison in bowls and prodded defensively really into the offside by Vessels, who remains on 15.
I had trials with Kent. I played with Graham Cowdery, as we mentioned, on day 1. So I had trials with Kent, Surrey. Alex Stewart was my wicket keeper for the best part of a season and a half. Jack Russell also. I trialled at Gloucester for 3/4 of a season. Northampton, Sussex, Derby, Glamorgan. like Jamie Porter, there was a suggestion that I probably wasn't quite quick enough at the time.
Allison in again from the river end and pushed into the offside, no run.
You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't know it was as many.
I had more clubs than Jack Nicklaus.
So who was it, apart from yourself, or maybe it was entirely yourself, that was convinced to keep going, and at those low moments, those low times, you thought, no, I'm not giving up, I'm going to keep going? Who was that?
Right. Can I explain perhaps after this ball, because it's quite an important one actually, from the MCC Young Cricketers.
Allison. He's very distinctive in his approach, Allison. He gets this ball, he pushes it in front of him, and then he's off, and now he's in and bowls, and that one is driven square, but not past the fielder, no run. You'll see that if you're watching on the stream. If you're watching on the stream this morning, very good morning to you as well. If you're listening in a car, driving around the country, well, hi to you, and wherever you may have us on your various devices, perhaps. Saturday morning for me, Don, when I was a lot younger, it was the hoovering morning. It was the one where, as a kid, I was told I had to help out with the housework and get the house.
Really?
Oh yeah, but I'd always have the radio on. Oh yeah, so I just wonder if anybody's going through those chores.
They won't be in the garden today.
It probably sounds a bit old-fashioned, that, I guess. Allison in and bowls and pushed just behind. Well, actually finds a gap there through the gully area, really, just enough for a single. So Vessels will move his score on to 16 and take Worcestershire to 76 for 4. A reminder, if you are just able to join us for the first time, you may have been working perhaps over the last couple of days, but Essex reached 490 for 9 declared.
Going back to that question about the MCC Young Cricketers.
Yeah, I've not forgotten. We'll come back at the end of the over.
Okay, fine. Yeah,
I want to hear it. I just
really,
you said,
really important.
No,
actually.
it is. And the other thing that just before you retell that story, I just want to make sure that we've got it out there of that Tom Wesley double hundred of yesterday as well, because that really struck home last night for me. That double hundred is. Allison is in the bowls, lifts a little past the off stump of Libby and through to the keeper. Just briefly on that double hundred, at the end of that over, 76 for 4. It wasn't that it was ugly, it wasn't, because it wasn't ugly, but it needed work, it needed patience, it needed every now and then just a bit of a stop and look where we are, a bit of reasoning, you could call it measurement if you want. And for me, the analogy, and it probably doesn't make sense to anybody but me, but in my mind, I couldn't think of anything other than you're in the garden, perhaps you're just doing a small job in the garden, maybe just a bit of a wall, there's a bit of a wall, and you're looking, and it never feels right until it's completed, and you look at it and you think, that warm and good was that. It was brilliant, but it required every bit of concentration.
Great word, definitely. Respect of the bowler when he bowled well.
Yeah.
Patience, determination.
This is bizarre, but
Am I going to say something stupid if I said boycott-esque?
Well, and that's fine. No, but I so much enjoyed that double hundred last night as I was having my tea.
Good.
Thinking about it.
And I know someone else who would have enjoyed that. Tom Wesley.
Yeah.
It's going to be Cook in to replace Porter as Cook bowls and plays it into the leg side by Ricky Vessels. There is no run. Kevin, I'm going to cough. Would you?
What cough for you? Nobody noticed, Don. You're fine. Nobody noticed.
Oh.
And the other thing is, when this finally gets broadcast, we'll edit that out, so nobody will know. We'll be fine. Anyway, keep in this over. Tell us about who it was that convinced you were right to stick at it and keep going during the lower moments of trying to break into the game.
Cook from the Hayes close end. He's on his way in. He bowls. This is driven back by Vessels to Cook. On his follow through, there is no run. The MCC Young Cricketers was a shop window for many young cricketers that didn't quite get a contract. Asif Din went there. Mark Scott. I could give you so many cricketers that went on to first class career, but the shop window that was the MCC Young Cricketers, because they played so many county second 11s that you were perpetually on trial. Cook on his way in, 4 slips waiting. This time the ball nips back from Cook. Vessels plays with a slightly closed face or an inside edge up to Jamie Porter at fielding at mid-on. The important thing about that, Kevin, was that you would also bowl in the nets to all the first team players that arrive at Lord's, and indeed England and whoever was touring. So you were not the guinea pigs, but you were invited to bowl because they needed net bowlers. And I used to get wickets. So I always had the belief that I could get Gooch out in an England net, or as this time Cook bowls, and this is forced again with not a great shape actually from Ricky Vessels, who just mistimes it into the leg side, but he's showing intent of forcing the ball here at the moment. So I would bowl all Gatting, Brearley, whoever, Jeff Howarth, all these great players would come on the county scene or the internationals, and I would bowl at them. I think, I've just got Mike Gatting to play a miss. I've just knocked over David Gower. And Don Wilson was an ebullient, was a wonderful coach and man, and he would make you feel brilliant that you just got Gatting, Gooch, Gower out, or Alan Lamb, or Majid Khan, Javid Miandad. The short ball, which is dragged into the floor, Vessels goes for the pull, but it wasn't quite short enough for Vessels, and Vessels doesn't generously go and pick the ball up or knock it away. He looks at it and makes Brown come and pick the ball up. I like that. They're out there to do the fielding. Don't, as a batsman, pick the ball up kindly. That used to upset Jeff Arnold, that did. So I would bowl and get wickets or look good or feel confident, and Don Wilson would suggest that. So you always had the confidence you could get and bowl well at some of these good players. Cook in. Beautiful shot there, slightly ball of width, it was quite full, and it was murdered through the offside like it was a beautiful shot for 4 from Ricky Vessels. He moves to 20, score 80 for 4.
So you say an individual then, is that an individual that gave you that belief? You needed that, yeah?
Yes, individually, because I kept getting the odd wicket in nets. Okay, they might not have been trying as hard as they would in the middle. I didn't know that, but I used to get good shape, and they've perpetually, and I'll tell you another story, they perpetually would say, well bowled, young man, well bowled. I bowled at Geoffrey Boycott. He rang Wills up, who was a former colleague, Don Wilson. And he said, could I come and have a bat, please? Can you find me some ball? Toppers, come and have a bowl. So I'd go and bowl at Geoffrey Boycott. And I do remember, and when he asked me, he said to me, where are you born? And I said, Canterbury. He went, oh. He said, if you were born up north, I'd recommend you to come over to Yorkshire.
Can you remember how nervous you were bowling the first ball in the nets to Geoffrey Boycott?
No. We used to bowl so many that you became quite content about bowling at decent players. And it was a challenge.
Alison, meantime here at Chelmsford this morning, and Libby will just manage to keep that down with soft hands, and will go through for a single down sort of, halfway towards third man, picking up that single to move his score to 37, and the score is to 80 for 4. We're just going to, not a drinks break, but something with the gloves here. I'll tell you what I didn't know. I didn't know that you were Thomas Donald Topley. What's wrong with the old Tom, or Thomas?
Well, actually, my older brother who played cricket, he proposed the name Donald. He's a bit older than me. And that actually, Peter liked that because of Don Bradman. He liked Don Bradman.
Makes so much sense.
But Thomas was my dad's name. All the boys took a father's name. But they didn't want they didn't want DTT because it sounded like a pesticide. So
who worried about that?
Mum and Dad said, we don't want DTT, so we'll have TDT. So I'm actually nobody. Do you know what? Nobody calls me Don or Donald. The only one who called me Donald was Mum when she was angry.
Yeah, which is obviously quite often.
And basically, in the cricket world and friends world and anywhere in the world, I'm just known as Toppers.
Do you know what I wanted to do as my homework last night? Because I've been quite excited myself. I've interested myself. Nobody else. with my debut quizzes over the last 2 days. Okay, so we've had a Sir Alistair Cook one, Will Jefferson,
Yes.
and then yesterday's was Daryl Mitchell, who was the captain of his team,
Yes.
because he had an Essex connection, because I was Stephen Peters.
Yes.
And do you know what I wanted to do as Allison comes in now past umpire Mills, in bowls and full and driven, but straight to the field, the tender scarter for no run. So I know what I'm going to do today. I'm going to go on with Toppers, and I'm going to say to him, okay, Toppers, name the 11 in your team when you made your debut, your first class debut. Now, can I find anywhere details of your first class debut?
Gloucestershire, 1980. Well, for Essex, because did you know I played one game for Surrey?
I didn't.
Didn't you? I played one game for Surrey when I was trialling for them.
It's your first class debut I want to talk about. Allison bowls, and looks fit on the onside straight this time, but again there's a fielder there, very quickly to it, Porter, no run.
Gosh, well, I made my first class debut for Surrey against Cambridge. So do you want to use that, or do you want to use my
so I'm going to look
first
it up. This is my homework for the rest of the morning.
Essex game?
No. Your first class debut.
Surrey at Cambridge.
At Cambridge. In
I
which
opened
year?
the bowling. I played for 2 first class counties in 1985.
85.
Surrey and Essex.
Thank you.
That used to be a quiz question.
Well, we'll leave that, and I'll see if I can come back to it, because I need to find the scorecard for it. Allison in bowls and comes back in, gets bat on it though. His Vessels pushes again up to Porter at mid-on for no run. I don't think I'm going to keep that going during the summer, even if I'm the only one that's enjoying it. Trying to find debut
teams.
Debut doesn't have to be a team. It's somebody's debut and something associated with that debut. So I thought the Will Jefferson one was quite interesting, because Will, an immensely talented cricketer who many probably, or some would have forgotten and shouldn't have done, because he was a really good cricketer, was Jefferson. Didn't quite work for him in the end. But then yesterday Stephen Peters threw itself at me because of his Essex connection, of course, but of course he was at Worcester for a time. Worcestershire, beg your pardon. Next to, a lovely delivery there from Allison, pitched lovely and full and lifts through to the keeper and giving Vessels something to think about. These two.
That was a great delivery, that.
It was. 2 former Notts players, of course, out there in the middle as well now with Worcestershire. Wasn't that a terrific ball? So this Allison, for those who perhaps don't know too much about him, what can you tell us about?
Went to school around here, come through the pathway, came through originally as a youngster when Silverwood was here. Chris Silverwood initiated a pathway for bowlers in the winters, so both physically, bowling wise, and also the mental side of the game, learning tactically. He would bring bowlers together in the winter.
In again, and has to be very thoughtful and defensive about it, does Vessels. And we're liking what we're seeing so far, aren't we?
We are. He's slightly squarer on as a bowler, and so he'll have the ability to angle the ball in, but if he can get the ball to swing away or seam away, he's going to cause issues. We've seen a couple of times where he's bowled where the ball's just angled into the batsman. No, he's a tall man. His father played club cricket at Wivenhoe, but also was a decent rugby player, local rugby player. And Allison went to various schools on scholarships and has done particularly well. Went to Newhall School in Chelmsford for a majority of his adolescence. So that's Chelmsford.
Like what we see, and we think he's playing here because Siddle wasn't quite ready COVID-wise.
Possibly, and Beard had an injury. I'm not going to say, Beard would have definitely played, but Beard's got an injury. As Sam Cook, 4 slips waiting, bowls, well played by Libby, forces it off his hips into the leg side. There's a chase across the square. There is one, but Libby wants to come back for the second. Tender Scarter slides across the dry square here. He's probably got a little burn on his knee now, and they take 2. That's a good looking shot. For me, Libby has looked a cultured player. He's played the ball high on the bounce. He's played with finesse. Really has looked well. 39 not out. Okay, off 92 balls, but he's keeping Essex at bay. Cook in. This is driven into the offside off the front foot. There is no run. Gosh, when do I have to come back with that team?
Well, go wait and see if I can find the scorecard first. And I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to do it a bit later on.
So I've got time to research.
You're here tomorrow as well, aren't you? Oh no!
I won't research. I promise you.
And to be honest with you, it's not just a question for you; it's for the listener as well and the viewer.
Right. So you don't. Am I allowed to mention anyone?
Not yet. No.
Right, okay.
Let's see if I
And
find
it
the
is
card.
definitely
'Cause we might
my
have to change the
Surrey game.
Yeah, because I might have to change the game though.
Okay, as Cook in, driven into the offside. That's a lovely shot. Just a bit more width on it. Off the front foot. Libby's taken 1, 2. He's looking for the third, and he gets in easily. That's well fielded as well as I think it was Lawrence who's just run to the little scoreboard at the executive boxes where he's just dragged it back, picked it up, thrown it in. But once again, Libby 42 not out. A tremendous shot that was by Jake Lee. Aggregate scorer in the Bob Willis Trophy last year behind Sir Alistair Cook. He's playing very, very nicely. If you're a Worcestershire fan and you're listening, very, very impressive this morning. He was impressive last night as he lost 3 wickets overnight.
How tough was that for Worcestershire coming out to bat last night? They were shattered.
Cook in, Vessels plays down the ground, and is it Tenderscarter? No, it's not. It's Jamie Porter, I think, who dives and stops it at a very straight mid-on. That was a very good shot from Ricky Vessels, who's been quite positive most of the morning.
But he's that sort of a player, of course. He's a positive player.
Unlike his dad?
Just needs to, and he has been, I think he's shown signs of it, of just a little like we talk of Wesley, of being measured. I say Wesley in terms of what we saw from him, being measured, being, for the situation, and the situation they're in now.
Cook in, bowls. More of a defensive shot there, forcibly played back to the bowler, no run. Interestingly for Vessels, what have Essex done? They've taken the 4th slip out, just left the 3 and put him in the ring on the offside. So where there was 2 for Vessels, they've now put 3 because they don't want him to be, he's showing intent as being positive, but they don't want him to get easy runs.
No, that's Nick Brown. They've taken out a 4th slip, put out there in the covers, extra cover. Breezy day, cool breeze as well. It's a chill day here in Chelmsford.
Cook in, running down the slope, played into the offside in and pierces the infield there where they take a quick single. Brown couldn't stop the single. Vessel gets another run, 21 for him. Libby 42, score 87 for 4. Just incidentally, my first I think it was my first class victim.
Okay.
He was quite famous.
Go on.
C.R. Andrew.
Really?
I often remind him.
Wow.
At Cambridge.
Right, yes.
He was my first, and I can't remember. I think that was with Surrey, or he was my first victim at Essex. But he was my proper first class victim, I think.
Good stuff. Ben Allinson, 21 years of age. He's coming in now past umpire David Milnes and bowling from the river end. There'll be runs here though, a little bit of width offered to Vessels, who will just steer it towards backward point for 1. Vessels will move on to 22 and Worcestershire up to 88 for 4. They lost the 3 wickets last night very quickly. There's some excellent bowling from Sam Cook. I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't terrific bowling, but it was against a set of players who've been out in the field for an awful long time, which wouldn't have helped. But then this morning, just the second ball, getting the wicket as well of D'Oliveira. So tremendous start, and now they're just trying, if they can, to reshape here Worcestershire, and that's in the shape of Libby and Vessels, and it's Libby who's currently facing, with Allison now bowling to him and just defensively pushed to backward point for no run. This is Allison's 4th over, 3.2 overs, 14 runs conceded so far. And the context of that Wesley double 100 was for the fact that it led Essex obviously to the Bob Willis Trophy last year, but would have been deeply frustrated with his own form, wasn't really able to find any decent form last year. So to make a start like that, Don, this year,
huge relief, isn't it?
Allison again running away from us in bowls, and Libby, who's small in stature, pushes the ball into the offside for no run. Oh look, the hairband's coming off. I think
you didn't have to worry about that in our day.
And then I say, oh, that's fine. And I had noticed. I actually thought it's that good. I just wondered if you'd been breaking the rules there, Toppers. But no, well done to Mrs. T for that one. Next delivery, full. Oh, shapes back into Libby, but he manages to steer it away safely onto the onside. No run. What a wonderful contest we've had between bat and ball here, because obviously so much talk of some quite amazing, thrilling, wonderful white ball cricket, some amazing scores, of which, for me, I'll sit there, I'll listen, I'll watch, and I'll be blown away by it, really, and thinking this is just amazing. But then sometimes just be left with that little sneaking feeling of, well, was that not just a glorified net? And you get games like this, and it's a real contest between the bowler and the batsman. Next delivery, and that's wide of the off stump and taken low down by the keeper, and there will be no run.
Yes. It's cold, isn't it?
It is.
You notice
it is,
what you. I don't want no disrespect to you at all, but you're dressed as if you're on the fells.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it is, but it just shows you. Yeah. I've got a ski top on this morning.
Are you saying that you're more fashionable than I am?
No, never.
I wouldn't mind.
No, fashion and me don't go together.
Oh, and that was a lovely delivery, because it was non-committed there. It was Libby, and 88 for 4 is the score. Libby on 42, 22 to Vessels. All of this in reply to the Essex score of 490 for 9, which they declared. That was my over before I move out.
No, it's me.
Oh, it's you going?
Yeah, I will be going, yes. It's time. Can I just say one thing before I go? One thing. Lots of club cricket happening today, friendlies around the country. Certainly Woolpit are playing up on the A14 in Suffolk. You've got the likes of Sale cricket going over to Neston in the Wirral, and they've had a bit of snow in Manchester as well. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. It doesn't surprise me. Next ball, Cook in bowls, and played defensively by Vessels, oohs and ahs. I'll take this over then at this end, and then we'll get it all sorted out. The lights are on, these brand new lights, which, if you weren't listening earlier in the week, Toppers tells me, and I'm going to believe him, because why would he lie about this, that this is apparently the very highest end of tech for these lights that come, hopefully, spectators in the ground, T20, all the excitement, high octane excitement, they will flash like disco lights, and they will flash numbers 4, they will flash number 6. He can't promise me that they've got the shape of a duck, which is a bit of a shame. Next delivery, bowls, and Vessels tries to work it away, use the wrist to get it away into a space on the leg side, but he can't do so. But they're not doing that for us right now, they're just lighting up proceedings so we can carry on just for a little bit longer. It's been too long. How are you, Nick?
Not too bad. Nice to see you, Kevin. And well, I tell you what, it's as cold as it was when we last met, which was actually the last couple of days of that final at Lord's. And it's 7 degrees, and it's probably going to rain this afternoon. And this is interesting, actually. This pair keeping Worcestershire in the game, and it really could go a long way into tomorrow. I think there's a lot left in this game, particularly if the rain intervenes this afternoon.
But they've got to very much have a very similar approach, albeit a different circumstance, than we saw from Wesley and others, particularly Wesley during the Essex knockers. Again, Cook in and bowls and driven. That's a lovely, elegant drive, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. For Vessels, who remains on 22 from his 43 deliveries. This is Cook's 13th over. He bowled from the Hayes close end yesterday, started at this end today, and has swapped to the other now.
4 for 31, 3 wickets and 5 balls yesterday evening. A wicket with his second delivery this morning.
There's a long run up, makes his way back to his mark. Got a few gulls, in fact more than a few, flying around the ground at the moment. And the ball is bowled, and there's a gap down here. In fact, there's nobody down here, so it's going to have to be a chase for Walter to try and get to that, and he does so. The left arm throw. More runs on the board, and the score now moves to 90 for 4. A couple there for Vessels, who moves his tally to 24 not out. 3 dot balls to start the over, then 2 there. Got a couple more to come of this over. And David Brett will come in and replace me in the seat here. Who's doing the winding up of the arms there at third slip?
Well,
just
the
to
man,
keep warm.
yes,
just to keep warm.
Yes, Tom Wesley
has put plenty into it.
He's been out on that field for the whole of the cold days of his match.
And Cook will bowl again. Comes back into Ricky Vessels. Real puff of us you saw come up there as well.
I tell you what, I mean, that Tom Wesley is a great start to the season for him, because he didn't have a good campaign last year, and it's also going to sort of consolidate any sort of concerns about his form as captain, which is always useful, isn't it? You don't want a captain who's out of form, because it can be not the best thing. So he'll be delighted with this start. And he and Cook tend to bat very well together in partnership, so as soon as Cook can get himself in next time, we might well see that.
3 slips alongside Wheater at the moment, because they put Nick Brown out there at extra cover, taking out a 4th slip, and it's Brown that's called upon now, but defensively. Vessels played that to complete the over, so Essex made 490 for 9 declared, Worcestershire now 90 for 4, having lost 1 wicket so far this morning, and Vessels on 24, Libby on 42. And Nick Leadhill will be joined by David Brett.
Thanks very much, Kevin. We're on 5 Live Sports Extra, and of course online for you with coverage throughout the season, of course, of everything that's happening in this revamped county championship as we get used to this conference system. With Essex now, or Chelmsford is officially in the South East Midlands if you look at the group structure for this year, because it's a lot of games within one geographical area for Essex coming up, and of course Durham also on a bit of a limb at the northern end of this Midland-centric group. But it's just going to be interesting to see how the teams with different strengths from Division 1 and Division 2 backgrounds match up. And 2 umpires very much keeping as warm as they possibly can at the moment. They've got them masked up. You can just see their hats and not much of their faces at the moment, and it really is very chilly indeed. The coldest day probably so far of the 3. Top temperature forecast around about 7 degrees, and I can't remember too many higher or lower temperatures being forecast in recent times. A little bit of a coffee break. It's not going to be anything cold, I'm sure, what they're drinking, but that's all been removed. And we're going to see Simon Harmer, incredible 250 wicket haul over the last 4 seasons, and you think that if Essex are going to be prominent again, he's going to get another haul of wickets. He's looking to get off the mark. He hasn't struck yet. 0 for 5 in 5 overs. Cook's figures 4 for 33 in 13. And David Brett just joining me. We'll bring David in just a moment. 90 for 4 Worcestershire. A bit of a recovery, because they lost a wicket to the second delivery of the morning, and Jake Libby, who's batted very well, plays the first ball from Harmer, just riding a little bit of bounce and gliding it down towards third man, and it's gathered in by Cook running back. We've got really aggressive looking skyline. It's very, very gloomy, lots of heavy cloud, and the lights are on, and you just feel that we are going to have some rain this afternoon. 92 for 4. It has of course been a pretty dry period, which has helped the groundsmen around the country prepare some decent pitches for this opening round, as the next delivery played by Libby just into the offside, and there is no run. You can contact us on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. A couple of you have done so already. We'll just go through some of those emails in the next half hour. We've got 2 short legs and a slip, as this one is just floated up by Harmer and played comfortably away into the offside by Libby, who has made such a great impression for Worcestershire since he joined from Notts, average over 50 last year, and looking the part again on 44 from 102 balls as he stretches forward and plays this just in front of square on the offside. And Cook, with the 4 wickets, all 4 to full so far, comes in and completes the fielding. So these two have taken it on after the wicket fell to a second delivery, and getting established as this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And Essex will want to keep taking wickets here, because they'll know with potential rain around that time may become an issue on what looks a pretty decent batting surface, as this is played off the back foot and steered out towards Allison at mid-wicket, and there's no run. The end of Harmer's over He has 6 overs, none for 7. And welcome back, David Brett. You were with us earlier, David. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Yourself?
Yes, it's great to be back. Now, we're not going to get the weather of April and May 2020, are we? I mean, that's 2 months we're never going to get back, but I do hope it warms up a little bit. The forecast for next weekend, actually, I think when we're on together, is a little bit better.
Thank God.
It has been pretty chilly. Good partnership this, actually, isn't it? Because Worcestershire's strength last year was their batting. We'll talk more about that in the next hour. But they needed sort of one of their potentially, a pair that could potentially make a big partnership to get together. Various permutations came and went very quickly. Libby has been the constant. But Vessels, who had a poor season last year, is looking in pretty good touch. And this is now quite an important stand.
It is, yes. Vessels on 24, Libby on 44, and Worcestershire are 92 for 4. Essex just need to keep ploughing away, and these two batsmen need to hold firm. Here comes Alison Bowles from the Hayes close end, and that's driven down the ground to Tenderscarter at mid-off, and it's a dot ball. The umpires well wrapped up against this rather nippy breeze. Looks like they've both got snoods, actually, from what I can see from up here. Gloves as well. Players have got the gels in their pockets. Not too many people on the balconies of the retirement flats on the far side of the ground, and certainly the substitutes for Essex away to the far side, all with bobble hats on, as this one keeps low from Allison, full of length, driven back down the ground. Toe end of the bat, actually. It looks like it was through the shot a little bit early there. Vessels, in fact, he inspects the toe end of the bat, and it's a dot ball back to the bowler.
Yeah, the spectators would love to be back, probably with the one caveat about the fact it's 7 degrees. But I think it might be around about 14 or 15 next Saturday and Sunday, and then they will miss being here, because they love being here, the Essex members.
When are they due back, if it's allowed?
Well, depends on what date you believe, doesn't it, with this, and also what can be described as a trial event.
Allison in bowls, thick outside edges, loop away. There was a 4 slip that would have gone straight to him, but Brown has been repositioned at backward point, and instead it flies away to third man for 4 runs. That would have been a simple catch for Nick Brown had it still been at 4 slip. 4 runs, it's 96 for 4, and Vessels goes to 28.
I mean, talk about potential of getting one of the New Zealand tests as a trial event. That would be good to see. I think in essence we're looking at this date of June the 21st, and then from then on...
So nothing before...
Well, it's not necessarily nothing. We have to wait and see what happens in terms of negotiations. But I think June the 21st at the moment is the green light date where potentially there'll be a full crowd at the Oval for Surrey Essex at the T20.
Allison in again, bowls down the leg side this time, taken nicely by Wheater, and it's a dot ball. Because you would have thought county cricket would have been perfect test event.
Well, yes, except also be at danger of hypothermia here, of course, at the moment. But no, you're quite right. Over 2 months, we wait and see it. It's something that might happen. We have to wait and see. Obviously, it's other people's decisions, but you would have thought it's a fairly safe potential test event.
Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket in front of the square on the offside. That one's defended into the leg side, and that's no run to mid-on.
It's pretty threatening, this cloud, David, isn't it? There's a bit of rain in the forecast this afternoon. It feels like a sort of January Saturday in the football season. It's amazing.
I'd be
had
surprised.
That beautiful weather 1 week in March, didn't we?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if the weather stays like this if we don't have today curtailed by bad light.
And that's why this partnership's so important for Worcestershire. The longer they can keep going, the more difficult they make it for Essex to force victory in the game.
Cloud cover is very low as well, as Allison bowls full outside the off-stump, driven away. Nice shot through extra cover by Ricky Vessels up to the executive suites away to our right hand side, and 4 runs to the total. 100 up for Worcestershire, 100 for 4, and that's the end of the 37th over.
And Dean, thanks for your email. Do you think with the weather forecast Essex will be looking to force Worcestershire to follow on, as normally teams don't tend to force it these days? I reckon, given the fact we've got probability of rain this afternoon, looking at the time left, if Worcestershire make 341, match drawn. So they're going to have to bowl them out, and I think with the forecast this afternoon, that going back out there for a session probably isn't going to be an option. I think they'll probably want to carry on, given of course that half banker to bowl from one end so they can rotate the seamers. Forced here if Worcestershire are bowled out. Depends, of course, on how many they get, I guess. It's Harmer bowls, and that one just bounces a little bit, negotiated nicely by Libby, who has looked really good for his 44. He was looking on at the other end as 3 wickets fell in 5 balls yesterday evening, with another one to the second delivery of the morning, but looks a really useful acquisition for Worcestershire, as he showed last year. We've got basically a leg slip and a short leg and a slip, as this next delivery just played off the back foot into the offside, and there's no run. But Simon Harmer, can he continue? I'm sure he'd like to be bowling spin in warmer conditions than this, but can he continue in the vein of the last few seasons, as this one just played off the back foot and nicely as well, up towards Walter at mid-wicket. Paul Walter, who got in, played nicely. But it was a typical Essex first innings, not too worried about batting bonus points. It's all about how many runs you get and then forcing a victory from there. 3 round the bat and off the back foot. Lovely use of the feet here. That's a beautiful shot. It's going away through extra cover. It will be stopped by Porter, but that was a classy stroke. He just went onto the back foot, Libby, found the gap, and has put that away for a couple of runs. He's gone to 46, and it'll be a well-deserved 50 if he were to get this. Here's Harmer again, with 5 saving 1 and a good drive. That's a lovely shot for 4. Beautiful stroke. He got to the pitch of it, and I tell you what, I haven't seen too many batsmen play Harmer with greater authority than Libby in this over in recent seasons at Chelmsford. Well done, Jake Libby, for his 50 there for 110 balls. And this is good for Worcestershire. They were rocking early this morning and late yesterday evening, but this is good. 102 for 4. We know their strength really is their batting. They showed that last season, and they're getting a pair established here. Here is Harmer. Bowls. That one just turns. Natural turn, just past the leg stump. It pitched on middle and just left alone, ignored by Libby. But he really has shown a lot of class, because it wasn't easy. Obviously going out there, having been in the field for 5+ sessions, stuck at it last night and just starting to prosper, and he played Harmer really well in that over, albeit of course this is still just a day 3 and it's a pretty good pitch as well. There's not a lot in it for Harmer at this stage, but playing really well. Libby 50, Vessels 32, and actually Harper's figures have been damaged in that over. It's 106 for 4, 341 is the follow-on target. Essex made 490 for 9.
Yeah, runs starting to come at a decent rate for Worcestershire. These 2 batsmen really knuckled down. It's taking the attack back to Essex.
Thanks, Mark, for your email about Chris Gale.
As Allison prepares to come in from the Hayes close end. Breeze just picking up again. Many of the outfielders just keeping their hands warm as Allison bowls. Big LBW plus, either going down the leg side or too high. The bowler wasn't interested at all. The appeal was mainly coming from behind the stumps, but even from up here it looked at least too high and possibly missing leg.
Yep, good shout. He's looking to get in the wickets column and been impressive so far. Let's have a look at the other games in this group. Nottinghamshire fought back. They were in a lot of trouble actually yesterday at one point, but they fought back. Then that's 99 behind Durham with 2 wickets left on 231 for 8. It's Tom Moores who's done well for them there, 64 not out.
Here comes Allison with that armband on his left wrist. He's up to the stumps now and he bowls. That's cut into the offside. There's a chase on here for 2 fielders. It's Dan Lawrence doing most of the legwork. He gets to it just before it comes in. No, he's slipped, made an absolute hash of it. He slaps the floor in frustration, but the ball has gone for 4 runs. The bowler won't be happy, but he made a right old pig's ear of that.
Well, I'll tell you what, you'd rather do that now than off the last ball of a one-day final when a side needs 4 to win. then you probably never want to go out there again. No, that's just one of those things that can happen on a very cold morning. Just had it, lost control, and almost just sort of parried it over the line.
Yeah, 110 for 4. Vessels goes to 36. Thought you'd be used to this weather, Kevin.
What comes from the north?
Yeah. Sorry, am I being stereotypical? Here comes Allison bowls, and that's into the body of Wrestles. Rides the bounce and just taps it into the leg side. It's fielded by Porter, and it's a dot ball.
Nick Leto and David Brett with Don Topley and Kevin Howes on 5 Live Sports Extra. And we are here on day 3. Very cold here at Chelmsford. The lights are on. It's very threatening looking skyline. Rain is forecast, and Worcestershire are staying in this game against Essex, who of course won the Bob Willis Trophy and are the reigning county champions from 2019.
Vessel's facing with that wide open stance. He bowls. Oh, that's flicked away into the leg side. It's off the pads down towards backward square leg. It will be a single leg buys. 111.44.
9 down now, Worcestershire, still Nottinghamshire rather, still 99 behind. 4 wickets there for the former Essex baseman Matt Salisbury. So it's going to be a decent lead there for Durham. I wonder if they might be one of the dark horses in the group, just showing some signs of recovery, which is great to see. Looking forward to, we're both doing the game at the Riverside, and I think they could be contenders in this group. They're not fancied by the bookmakers, but it's always good to see things just starting to look up a little bit for Durham after a few lean years for various reasons.
No doubt it'll be a Baltic up there at the end of May as well. Here comes Allison in again, bowls. Full of length outside the off stump. We played at that, did Libby. Drags his bat away in frustration, but he certainly had a nibble outside the off stump. Goes through to Wheater, gets no edge. Just has a word with himself as he steps away to short leg. And it's still 111 for 4. Allison's bowled really well actually, but he has gone for some runs as well.
And the other game pretty tight. Derbyshire 189 and Warwickshire 221. So Warwickshire lead by 32 there. And so that certainly looks like it's going to be a result. It could go either way.
Allison coming in again, past the umpire, down the hill, right arm over, bowls to the right-handed Libby, who just turns it away into the leg side. Fielded by Porter. That's the end of the other. Another productive one for Worcestershire, and it's 111 for 4.
They actually had contrasting fortunes, these two sides, actually, in the competition last year, the Bob Willis Trophy. Of course, Derbyshire really showed some very promising signs and were in contention, of course, at one point to get to the final. Warwickshire a little bit disappointing after their very good certainly end 2019, where I remember them playing Essex and Somerset and scoring 400 against both. They lost the Somerset game, and I think it was a draw against Essex, but it's about their young batsmen coming through, with the likes of Ian Bell, of course, having retired, and it's a question of whether they can continue to develop. So Matt Lamb got 54 there in that Warwickshire 221, but they could be one of the contenders as well, along with Worcestershire. So here is Simon Harbour coming in to bowl, and that's just played defensively from the crease by Vessels on 36, with a leg gully, short leg and a slip. There's a backward point, wide mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a square leg, and Simon Harbour comes in to bowl. That's just slightly flatter one, and just played again off the back foot by Vessels pretty comfortably. Harbour not causing any problems at the moment.
Still wearing those sunglasses.
Yes, it's almost out of habit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the floodlights that's making him do that. Harbour again bowls, and it's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire 326 all out, took a first innings lead of 106. Useful against Surrey. Tom Lace made 65, Chris Dent 78. That one flicked away round the corner, good looking shot, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Yeah, nicely played that, just waited for it, almost played it with the turn, Vessels, and takes 4 down to the fine leg boundary. And a man in that Gloucestershire side who's being much talked about, James Bracey, so he got runs as well, 54. They just fell away a little bit, Gloucestershire. It looked like getting a significant, even bigger lead at one point. And Surrey 41 for 1. With Rory Burns 22 not out, so they're 65 behind there in that one at Bristol. That one's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. In the same group, Leicestershire have been bowled out for 202 by Hampshire. So Hampshire got this strong bowling attack this year with Kyle Abbott back and Mohammed Abbas joining him. 3 wickets for Abbott. That one played defensively into the offside, and there's no run, the end of the over. Interestingly, 3 wickets for Mason Crane, and if he gets some confidence and regular first team red ball cricket, a man who played 1 test match of course against Australia at Sydney, you know, I fancy Hampshire this year, you know, with Vince having got that double 100, they really could be a dark horse contender for the championship, and they've made a pretty good start with a first innings lead of 410. Any outside contenders for you, David, this season? It's 115 for 4 here, Vessels 40 and Libby 50.
You know, I was surprised. I completely passed me by, but Notts have not won a county championship
since
game.
they're here in 2018.
It's
and Essex, I think, have basically won the whole lot since.
Okay, so Allison, top of his mark, and he's going to come in again, but these two proving difficult barriers to break down for Essex. Or a big swipe outside the off stump. That's the second delivery in a couple of overs, which Libby has had a nibble at, and he's a bit frustrated with himself there, but there's no run. 115 for 4.
The key breakthrough for Hampshire this morning was getting rid of Ackerman. Colin Ackerman, he was run out for 37 by Vince, who's having a pretty good game. And Harry Swindles, the keeper, made 59, but they're in a really tough group, Leicestershire. I think it's going to be hard going for them.
Allison in again with his long hair bobbing up behind him with the Alice band. That's defended away into the offside. Bit of a thick outside edge, fielded at cover by Lawrence.
Now,
another dot ball.
You know, but Somerset have got this habit of always finding a way of winning, except, of course, for the Bob Willis Trophy last year, where, of course, it ended up as a draw with Essex won on first innings lead. Well, they're doing their best at Lords. They were 89 for 9 at one point, got up to 172 with DeLange and Leach, the last wicket stand. Middlesex now 131 for 5, lead by 272. So it's a typical Lords pitch.
Sounds like that's enough for me.
Yeah, it's probably.
As Allison bowls, full of length, brings Libby forward, defends down towards backward point, and the ball was picked up by...
well, it's
Walter on the bounce, no run.
It's now 131 for 6, just as we're speaking, so they're 272 on, and Somerset do have this habit of finding ways of winning games from very unpromising positions. Craig Everton's got 3 wickets, Josh Davey 2, and they're still in that with Middlesex 131 for 6. Very, very interesting game, that one, isn't it? And you certainly think it's going to be a result. And Middlesex favourites, but Somerset still in contention.
Allison bowls again to Libby, who defends into the leg side this time, mid-on fields, and there's no run.
Ricardo Vasconcelos, 76 not out for Northants, 149 for 4. They're 306 behind Kent, who made 455. The Kent batting, firing early on, and potentially early season. You like the look of the players that Kent can get out on the field in terms of their batting. Cox, Crawley, Denley, Bell, Drummond. You know, they could have a good couple of months with the bat, Kent, and be in contention in that group.
Allison's shuffling again up to the stumps, bowls right arm over to Libby, who just plays off his pads into the leg side. Again, lots of oohs and ahs, just trying to keep the energy going out. And the field is Adam Wheater at wicket keeper, but that's no run again, fielded by Tender Scarter at mid wicket. 115 for 4 in the 41st over here. Time coming up to 12:30.
And a bit like the Lords game, this is also quite intriguing because the underdog is on top, but you still think the favourite's got a chance. Glamorgan are 269 ahead of Yorkshire, 132 for 4, and Billy Root is 56 not out.
Allison bowls again, that one's wide of off some, left alone, always a bit of a fumble by Wheater. It's going to be Byers, one of them, 116 for 4, and that's the end of the 41st over.
There's a bit of a partnership there with Chris Cooks, because what's happened is that those two have put on 103 after Glamorgan were 29 for 4 early on in their second innings. So that partnership, which is still going for the 5th wicket, could take the game out of Yorkshire's reach. If Glamorgan can find a way of winning that, what a start that would be to Glamorgan's campaign, which is still going for the 5th wicket, could take the game out of Yorkshire's reach. If Glamorgan can find a way of winning that, what a start that would be to Glamorgan's campaign. Same time, we've got 3 groups of basically 6 teams, so 3 matches in each group, and some fascinating scorelines in this opening round of games. Got another little bit of a break now, 116 for 4. How do you see things? On the whole, a pretty good morning for Worcestershire after that early setback.
Very good morning for Worcestershire. Yeah, these 2 batsmen haven't looked in too much trouble. Faced some decent deliveries as well, but they've been pretty good at picking the ones to play. I think Vessels coming into bats helped to Libby, because he's progressed the scoring on. He's on 40 already, is Vessels.
Interesting email from Stephen Tockley in grey and chilly Hockley about does the ball swing in cold conditions. Here is Harmer, and that's played off the back foot by Libby, and there's no run. Well, I guess one bit of evidence that it can was at Lord's, where Somerset were swept aside by the Middlesex Seamers and the ball swung there, so evidence that perhaps it can. You're saying the ball seemed to be doing a bit more yesterday than on day one. That's played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And you remember some discussion about bowling in cold conditions, and the ball might not swing if it was too cold. So something we'll talk to Don about, whether air temperature plays a part. This is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Harmer still sort of not being able to quite be his normal enforcing role, because these two, particularly Libby, looking quite comfortable against him. 116 for 4 of his partnership, and a very good one indeed for Worcestershire. As this is just played on the bounce, just down to short leg, and no run. And you say, Stephen, you remember a game that Don played at home in 1992 when a flurry of wickets fell before lunch, and Essex had a real struggle to winkle out the last 5, and it was about whether the ball swings when the tide's in or out there at Hove. This one played off the back foot and goes up to the double centurion Wesley at mid-on, shines the ball, and there's no run. 116 for 4, so we'll get Don to comment a little bit more about that one. And thank you also, Stephen, for a follow-up email on my point about spectators. This is played defensively again, nice and comfortably up towards short mid-wicket, and has to be said that Jake Libby is playing Simon Harmer as comfortably as anyone I've seen in the last 2 seasons. A maiden over for Harmer, none for 17 from 9, but Worcestershire's 5th wicket pair that came together with the 3rd delivery of the morning are still there. At last wicket was at 43, so this has been a very useful stand indeed. Taken it up by 73 runs, and 50 to Libby and 40 to Vessels, and it's 116 for 4.
A welcome maiden, that one for Essex, though. We're just starting to lose the grip of the run rate there.
Thanks to Stephen for mentioning that Essex have invited members to apply for admittance on a socially distanced basis from the 20th of May onwards. So we're trying to work out which, I think that's the 4th championship game here, I think. Just trying to get my bearings on the season, looking at the fixtures, but yeah, so that's good news. Email came out to members last night.
Allison in bowls, and that's defended into the offside by the right-handed Vessels, and there's no run. 116 for 4, start the 43rd over.
Well, I tell you what, it'll be warmer then than it is now, because it can't be colder. that's the one thing we can say. We're on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Essex and BBC Hereford and Worcester online. Nick Leadhill and David Brett at Chelmsford, where it's cold and grey, but we're playing, and it's great to be back for the 2021 season.
Allison's shining the ball at the top of his mark. Brown just blowing some warm air into his hands. 2 slips in for Vessels, who faces this one on his toes, just defends down into the offside, and there is a dot ball.
Now Don will... I don't know, he might not mention it himself, but I was talking about the Gloucestershire game against Surrey, where Gloucestershire were 326 all out and looking like they might get a bigger lead. Well, one reason that they didn't was because Rees got 5 for 66, and I'm sure Don will be coming on to say that himself in a few minutes' time, but well done to Rees. Not just a white ball bowler, but they're giving his chance in the championship, and he's got a 5-wicket haul. Well done to him.
Allison moving in again, up to the stumps, and he bowls. That's off the pads into the leg side, and it's fielded by Tender Scarter. And another dot ball.
We'll talk more during the next couple of days about the winter, David, but did you enjoy the winter cricket?
Did, yeah. It was a welcome break from everything else that was going on.
Yes, I'd like to see a little bit more of it, particularly in the 3rd test. If that's an average pitch, then you can finish the sentence as you want. But yes, you wouldn't want to play on a below average pitch if that's an average one.
Allison again, coming in from the Hayes close end. Moves in now up to the stumps, and he bowls all inside edge onto pads out into the leg side. There was a half an appeal, but immediately withdrawn from both the bowler and the slips behind the stumps, and there's no run. So a bit of pressure building again now on Worcestershire. No runs in the last over and a half.
Yeah, just talking about Middlesex's ability to, well, Somerset's ability to suddenly crank up the pressure on the opposition. Middlesex now 131 for 8. losing wickets steadily. There's one for Josh Davey there, 272 ahead. Interesting game, that one. Wouldn't rule out Somerset from here.
Allison bowls again, cut away through the offside, but fielded at backward point by, who's that backward point? Is that Paul Walter?
Yeah, it's all Paul Walter. But we haven't mentioned Sussex and Lancashire because we've had some rain up there at Old Trafford this morning, but typical Dane Villas innings to take the game away from the opposition yesterday, when Sussex were probably quite happy with their 300 odd and Lancashire swept past it, thanks mainly to him. When he gets going, he's a very difficult man to rein in.
Vessels might consider he missed out on that last delivery, just slightly wide of off stump, made room for it as Allison comes in again, bowls, and that's just defended into the leg side. Another dot ball, 2 maidens in a row, 116 for 4.
Well, your replacement is still tapping away on his computer next door, so he'll look at his clock in a moment. But maiden over from Allison, number 26 in 8 overs, and so we're looking forward to getting spectators back in the grounds, and it's going to be a process, obviously, during the course of the season, from having no one at the moment, unless you have a connection with the club, to hopefully, when we're watching championship matches here in September, a very good attendances indeed. And of course, Essex supporters and Worcestershire supporters will be hoping that these two sides are both involved in the top division, which is one to look forward to. That's played off the back foot up towards mid-wicket, mainly because if you're not in the top division, I'm still not quite convinced what you're playing for.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that over the next couple of days. If you're in Division 3, you're playing for the all-important 13th seeding spot in the following year's competition. Is that a big enough incentive? 116 for 4. This is pushed away nicely, just wide of Wesley at mid-on. They scamper through for a single. But as I say, he's looked very comfortable as Vessels. $117 for 4. Don Topley coming back in. And here's Harmer again, bowls and just played off the back foot up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Now, Don early noticed that it's 10 past 1 today, so I'll have to leave you briefly at around about 1 o'clock just to do an update, because it's one of those where we've got these staggered timings because of play lost on previous days. Harmer bowls, and here's one that in the end Vessels makes a decision to leave alone. There's a bit of bounce there for Harmer, but there's nothing unexpected for these two batsmen, and they're looking fairly comfortable at the moment. So here's Harmer bowls. It's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So Kevin, thanks for your email, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Essex members getting sent their information for the ticket ballot for fixtures between the 17th of May and the 21st of June. And this is played off the back foot, and there's a run there as it's hit between mid-off and backward point. Nice gap to find there for Vessels. Tell you what, Don, I was just thinking, I've watched a lot of Harmer bowl here in the last couple of seasons, and I don't think I've looked a pair, particularly Libby, look more comfortable against him for a long time. It's 118 for 4.
I think it's great credit to the groundsman, Stuart Kerrison here, but just saying, in the last couple of days, and sorry to repeat this, we've had a dry late March, we've had a dry April. Normally these wickets throughout the country will be under covers. The groundsmen can't get on them because of the rain, because they're the annual rainfall throughout the country. The groundsmen, despite the cold, have had a very good pre-season. Club wickets will probably be... Some club cricket was played last weekend. If you look across to the netting wickets and the wickets that have been used, look at the wickets to the right here towards the pavilion. It's beginning to look a little like a beach. It's quite a brown square at the moment, apart from the obvious wickets which are going to be used later in the summer. So I think it's a great credit. The lowest total this in the first innings was 180 by Derbyshire on day one.
Yes.
So great credit to the county groundsman, but it just shows you we've had a distinct lack of rainfall, an opportunity to prepare wickets, and we're seeing good wickets throughout the country.
So, start at the new over, a nice forcing shot off the back foot to the first ball from the returning Porter, but it goes straight up to cover and there's no run. So 118 for 4. There's 2 slips and a gully, a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. And these two came together at 43. So it's a very, very good partnership. We've mentioned Reece's 5-wicket haul, Don.
Yes.
Excellent news there for Don, for Reece in the Red Bull game.
Thank you.
But Surrey with work to do in that game, but I think they're slowly getting their way back into it. 118 for 4. Nice delivery, and it's had a catch behind as an appeal, but the batsman has not moved, and Porter was sort of circling around as if he was waiting for the inevitable finger to be raised, and it never happened. And when the bowler suddenly senses that's not happening, they just pull out of their celebration because they see nobody else reacting.
Porter was adamant, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I just went behind the bat. Yeah, David Brett has suggested there was a sound. It could have been bat on pad or something. The umpire, Neil Mallender, wasn't interested. Porter looked as if he was very confident, but I just sense the guys behind the bat, wicketkeeper Wheater, Cook and Harmer, only went up because Porter went up.
Yes, as Porter bowls, and nicely played. The back foot by Vessels. It stays on 41, but it's a good partnership this, keeping Worcestershire in the game, and came together at 43. Wickets of a second delivery of the morning. So now 118 for 4. The follow-on target is 341. Basically, the way I see it, Don, with the weather this afternoon, if Worcestershire were to get that, game's over as a draw.
Yeah.
But they could get quite close to it, and that would give Essex some problems. I don't think Essex would want to bat again, ideally, particularly with the forecast this afternoon, as it is. This is a lovely drive down the ground for 4. Beautiful stroke. It was slightly over-pitched, and Ricky Vessels, who, as I mentioned, didn't have a great campaign last year when others in the top order did, has played a beautiful stroke here through straight mid-off for 4. It's 122 for 4, and Vessels 45 with Libby 51, and Worcestershire going along pretty well here.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. I mean, he showed intent all morning. Libby's got 51 out of from 127 balls. Vessels, who's showed positive intent right from the word go, he's made 45 in 76.
Porter bowls, and a bit of a thick inside edge there. To be honest, this time it goes up toward mid-wicket. He was trying to hit it straight down the ground again, but Vessels is happy to stay on 45 and not looking in all that much trouble, with the one exception of that delivery from Porter, and we think might have just brushed the edge earlier in the over.
Ricky Vessels' reputation in the game has certainly been borne out with his performances in white ball cricket. He's a particularly dangerous player.
122 for 4. Oh, that's another beautiful delivery from Porter, who's bowled pretty well in this over. That one just held its line. It sort of drew Vessels into a shot, and he just managed to keep the bat out of the way and avoid getting the outside edge. But he's still there on 45, and Libby is 51. 122 for 4. And Simon on our email says, disappointing to hear, but no spectators can attend until June. Simon, just as we've just said, Essex have informed their members that they will be able to attend the last 2 championship matches and the 3 T20 games here at Chelmsford before the 21st of June. So there is better news there. County cricket desperate for support. Spectators hardly need to worry about social distancing, brackets members accepted. Yes, because of course they're quite closely packed in here at Chelmsford, aren't they? And like golf, it would be good for people to watch. Certainly good for pensioners as well. So ask listeners to make their feelings known as Harmer bowls.
Harmer comes in, bowls outside off stump. Libby comes forward, plays with the is happy to play with an open face bat against Harmer, the off spinner. Harmer goes and fields at short extra cover. No run. Harmer again from the river end bowls. This turns just a little bit more from straight down the leg side, which Wheater takes well as he moves to his left down the leg side. Libby tries to just turn it round the corner but misses it. Not a play and a miss though, as Harmer comes in again. Bit more a little bit of bounce and turn there. Harmer gave it. Harmer gets not drift but an up and a down very quickly as an off spinner. Very talented man, the best spinner in the world, finger spinner in the world cricket. He would compete as an all-round spinner, probably with Rashid Khan. This time Libby sees the ball, sees it's a little short, gives himself a bit of room, plays sensibly into the offside and takes the single. Sam Cook can't prevent the single. Libby, for me, has looked so secure, so sensible, so disciplined.
Averaged over 50 last year and a terrific acquisition for Worcestershire.
And looked good, looked cultured here today. Harmer in down the leg side. Was there a shot played? I think it may be a leg by. Looking at the umpire, was there a shot played? No, he's actually signalled to the scorers who are on the opposite side of the ground per normal. He signalled no shot played. So, quite rightly, as the batsman, Libby, has to come back to the non-striker's end, and Ricky Vessels will face Harmer again. Harmer bowls a little bit quicker. This falls into the leg side where they will take a single. The man under the lid, is that Tender Scarter at 40 years old under the lid?
Yes. Well, I suppose...
he has responsibilities these days. He's got twins. So they take a one. Vessels keep strike.
He trusts Harmer enough to not bowl the ball was going to threaten him. I think that's
40
probably
years old and you're under the lid.
Tell you what,
in my day, it was all about being the youngest in the team. Vessels has 46, will retain the strike. 124 for 4.
There's a couple of really interesting games going on, and the one at Lord's more than any other, because Somerset, who always find a way to win, now got Middlesex 9 down, 278 ahead. Been a flurry of wickets. That could go either way.
Just tell me again, that is
Middlesex
in their second innings.
Yeah, 137 for 9, 278 ahead.
Who's got the wickets there? Overton?
Well, I think it's a mix of Overton and Josh Davey.
Right.
So Vessel's 46, and here comes Porter to bowl to him, and that's to steer down off the open face down towards backward point. And there is Allison running round and prevents any chance of a single.
Those two bowlers you just mentioned, Craig Overton, is it Josh Davey?
Yeah.
Right, both those herald from minor counties.
Yes.
We were talking about that with Kevin yesterday. Craig Overton comes from Devon. Josh Davey used to play at Middlesex, went down to Somerset, but he heralds from Suffolk.
2 slips and a gully, as here is a drive between cover and mid-off, which bisects the two and goes away to the executive boxes for 4. Lovely piece of placement, and Ricky Vessels joins Libby as a half-centurion. He's got there from 82 balls with 8 fours. That was another lovely shot again, just slightly over pitching there, Porter. And these two looking really comfortable, and it is the strength. Worcestershire showed that last year. There were occasions last year where Worcestershire would have got even more runs than they did, but the 120 overs in forced closure came in. They got 428 for 5 against Gloucestershire at Bristol, 455 for 8 against Glamorgan in that game that they should have won but drew, and also 410 for 7 against Warwickshire. They do get big runs, and this is played off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no run. They weren't looking like that, Don, until this partnership came together, but that has been the feature of Worcestershire last year. And they actually pushed Somerset all the way in that group because they had so many points. But there was that game there they should have won, but they had a delayed declaration against Glamorgan. But there was an impressive campaign, and we can talk about who we think might get out of this group. It's probably going to be Essex and one other. But, I fancy Worcestershire as much as anyone. This is a good delivery. It's a no ball apart from that, but just cutting back into the right-hander slightly, but negotiated well by Vessels.
I don't think it was a no ball, actually.
I think he raised his hand out.
He does. Neil Mallender often, when there's 4 balls completed, he often throws out his hand. We can't quite see it, but when you're 20, 30 yards away at square leg, the other umpire can see 2 fingers pointed out, which suggests there's 2 balls to go.
So here is Porter. Cancel a no ball then. That's played defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run, 128
You're
for 4.
giving Worcestershire charity. You're giving them runs, aren't you? Well done.
They're looking like getting runs at the moment, and Essex have got a little bit of a problem here. It's coming up to lunch on day 3.
It's been
They've got to take another 16 wickets. They've got to factor in how many runs Worcestershire might get in terms of... I think almost certainly that Essex would enforce a follow-on probably now, whatever the lead is.
They were committed to that yesterday.
I think so.
Yeah.
Here is an inside edge drive up towards mid-wicket. But looking at the group, Don,
Yes.
I do think Worcestershire have got as good a chance as anybody else in the group to go through with Essex. The bookies would tell you that Notts are second favourites. I'm not sure about that.
I had them down initially.
Yeah. Durham, of course, going well in this current game.
Yeah.
Derbyshire, who had that terrific campaign last year. It's actually a trickier group, I think, for Essex than probably people first thought it was.
Yes, I mean Essex are going to have to do a bit of, probably more travelling than most. Regarding the groups, for me, there are some weaker teams in each group.
Yes.
That's how the seeding process worked. You've got some of the stronger, the form teams, and some of the lesser teams.
Worcestershire would have been bottom seeds, wouldn't they? Because it was based on the 2019 rankings.
It was.
Well, then there's no way this side are bottom seeds.
You have to defeat, as a team, if you're ambitious, you have to defeat the lesser teams,
yes,
the weaker teams. And I know people will give a stick for suggesting weaker or lesser teams, but you have to take those maximum points. What you can't afford to do is keep drawing against the lesser teams. As Harmer comes in, bowls, and it's a good delivery which creates a oohs and ahs around as Libby is facing what I call the world's best finger spinner. Libby, the form man, has 52 to his name. 3 men round the bat, 2 on the leg side. This time it's forced with the spin out to Tom Wesley, Essex captain, by Libby. Good looking, powerful shot, but alas, it's hit the fielder. There is no run.
Thanks, Lorna, for also sending us details of the offer to Essex members for
Harmer in, driven down the ground into the offside, not necessarily against the spin, he just gets to the pitch of the ball and forces it to Jamie Porter at mid-off, no run.
So 17th of May to 21st of June, offer to Essex members to come and watch the cricket, 2 championship games and 3 T20s.
Libby waits for this is pitched, straight turns, goes down the leg side, no shot is offered, he just allows it to hit his pads. Wheater is excited, but clearly it was not going to be anywhere near out.
We would be interested in hearing any offer to Worcestershire members as well, if anybody knows what that is, if there is any yet.
Harmer in, bowls, played off the pitch into the leg side, off the back foot, very safe, hits the man under the lid. That is Ryan Tenderscarter. There is no run.
I imagine it's going to be the same, for most of the counties from that date, from that stage 3 easing date of the 17th of May.
Harmer in, played into the offside, off the back foot, very sensibly played for the end of the over. Nick, I've got a tweet here, which is a really charming tweet actually. It's from a Worcestershire fan. I've just got to get it up if I may.
Please do get in touch with us, Worcestershire fans. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
It's a family of Worcestershire fans, but they don't live in Worcestershire, they happen to live in Cumbria. And they're outside listening to us, and I'm just trying to find the tweets. Don, my son and I are in the garden listening to the cricket. We live in sunny Cumbria, supporting Worcestershire. Well, can I say many, many thanks for getting in touch. Wish you well. And he goes on to say, he comes back at me and says,
here's Porter bowling, played off the back foot. That's gone between backward point and cover. It probably won't be cut off. He's giving it a good effort there, Allison, but it's 4 more, and they're looking very comfortable, this pair. It's a pretty good pitch, and there's not quite as much in it for the Essex bowlers perhaps as some of those that we've seen in the last couple of years, or maybe they're just batting very well here. 132 for 4.
Well, I asked him about his son, and I said, you're listening to the cricket, great. Is he listening to this cricket? He said, yes, he is. He is 13 years old, and he is Matthew, and he played at the County Cricket Club festivals at the MCCF in Suffolk.
Porter, number 42, close to a wicket in his last over, bowls to the right-handed Vessels, who plays bat and pad together to mid-off, and there's no run.
So Matthew Bailey and his dad Stuart Bailey are listening in the garden, and he's got a younger son called Jim, and Jim is 11 years old, so both boys represent Cumbria schools, which is great to hear, and they're listening to this commentary, and Jim is hoping to come to Suffolk to the Minor Counties Cricket Festivals in August, which are still on at this moment. Sadly, we heard that the Taunton annual festivals are off for this year.
2 slips in the gully and 5 saving 1, and here Vessels plays to mid-wicket and there's no run.
That's one type of the Minor Counties Cricket Festivals that happen annually in Suffolk. We've talked about the Taunton, there's festivals at Eastbourne, there's festivals in Malvern in Worcestershire annually, and the Malvern festivals are still on, as are the ones at Barnard Castle. Very important that these youth festivals go on every year, and I'm pleased to say the ones in Suffolk are due to happen as well.
Here's Porter again, bowled, and it's driven away and almost gets past mid-on. Nice piece of timing.
So
and there's no run, but these two looking very confident at the moment. And the crucial thing for Worcestershire now, we've got about 16 minutes before we delayed lunches for these two to get through. And then it'll have been their morning, no doubt about it. 132 for 4. 341 is the follow-on target, which effectively saves the game for Worcestershire, we think, given the fact we're now lunch on day 3.
Thank you to Stuart, Matthew and Jim Bailey from Cumbria. Go well.
And here's Porter bowls and just play down off the open face down towards the gully. There's no run. Yeah, and it's nice to actually ask for information and get it straight away. So thank you very much, Carl Ferguson, for getting back to us. No news yet about Worcestershire members, but we've been told that we'll be in a ballot and when they can let us back in. And you really can't wait to get to live cricket again. So thanks very much, Carl in Wolverhampton, for getting in contact. And I suspect it'll be a similar arrangement around the country, with this 17th of May date being quite significant.
I think the issues for some of the county cricket grounds are the ablution areas and the entrances exits.
132 for 4, and that's the field. It's already gone! He's out! Porter has struck. It's leg before wicket. That's a big one for Essex. It had been Worcestershire's morning, but that one cut in prodigiously. It's a typical Porter wicket. He's been a bit frustrated. 14 overs without a wicket. He's got a really big one now to break the partnership. Those two had done so well. But on the stroke of lunch, Essex have found a way of making a very important intervention to break that partnership. So Vessels goes for 54, and a very good knock it was from 91 balls. Libby is 52, and it's 132 for 5.
If you're of Worcestershire bias, you will be so sad to see the demise of that wicket. Vessels 54, LBW Porter. The Essex bowlers traditionally have bowled quite straight. Porter does. You know, if you're facing Porter at any time in the year, generally speaking, he's going to bowl at your timbers. He's looking for bold and LBW. Bit like Joe Leach, he attacks the stumps, and I must say that was a super bit of bowling by Porter. Libby is still there on 52, but Ricky Vessels will be absolutely gutted. His team will be gutted because they've lost the wicket just before lunch. That opens a door for the Essex bowlers, most importantly.
It would be really useful for Worcestershire in the context of the competition. We've talked about their batting strength, if they could find a way of saving this game and get those 8 draw points, because that will then give them a launch pad for the rest of the competition. Important. I think it really is wide open. I mean, I think you have to fancy Essex to be one of the qualifiers for the top division, but it really is wide open for that second spot.
Yeah, very much. And look, a little bit of mizzle might help, and I'm sure there is a chance of that today, but not tomorrow.
No.
But if they, 8 points is very important. The reason Essex probably would have to enforce the follow-on, because they would, if they were to bat in the 3rd innings, they're going to take time out of the game. And because Worcestershire bowled well, Harmer in, 3 men round the bat, he bowls. This is played into the offside sensibly. There is no run. Essex can't bat again because it takes quite a lot of time out of the game. But should Worcestershire bat sensibly, they've got Leach at about number 9, and he has a century to his name. Harmer in, driven out to mid-on. They look for a single, but turn it down quite quickly.
Essex will be relieved. The follow-on is 150 this year.
That would have been in their thoughts.
Well, it's important they change that, because the 8 points for a draw, you have to make the follow-on 150. We'll explain why after
that would have been in their thoughts when they were batting on yesterday. As Harmer comes in again down the leg side, slight bit of turn there. Wheater has to take it down the leg side. There is no run, but from the confidence aspect and in anticipation, Worcestershire will feel there's no gremlins really in the wickets, in the batting surface at the moment. Harmer bowls a little bit quicker, bat and pad close together, where Libby drives back to the bowler, no run.
Because you could have a situation, if it rains today, Worcester, let's think of a potential score. Come back
Harmer in, bowls down the leg side, it hits the thigh pad, he really removes the bat. Is there going to be no shot for this, or a leg bye? It's given a leg bye. Therefore, umpire Milnes suggests to Libby that he did play a shot at that delivery.
Let's say Essex bowl Worcester out for 300, brain this morning, bowl them out for 300 sort of lunchtime tomorrow, game over. Because under the old system of a 200 follow-on, it would have been a draw. But of course with 150, they had to go back in and play out the game.
Harmer in, just 2 men on the offside now. This is lap swept, and it's swept straight to Nick Brown at square leg just behind. He's not at 45, he's at square leg just behind, and there is no run. End of an over from Harmer. It was a maiden, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 21. Tight as ever, but he hasn't made an impression in the wickets column, but he has made an impression last evening at slip, where he took a fine, quick catch. So 133 for 5.
And Somerset will need 285 at Lords, and they took the last 6 Middlesex wickets. They were 127 for 4, bowled them out for 143, 3 wickets apiece for Overton, Davey and Leach. So that really is that a big momentum shift there, or is it really favouring the bowlers as it did yesterday? We'll wait and see when Somerset bats. As this is all a nice delivery here from Porter, which Libby, who's looked pretty comfortable all morning, just plays over the top off and goes for a walk in his crease. So interesting to see Hannon Dalby in the wickets. Oliver Hannon Dalby has taken 3 quick ones in that Derbyshire second innings, 21 for 3. They're still 11 behind. So that is one game that hasn't had a lot of runs, that particular one at Edgbaston.
Interestingly, Oliver Stone, heralded from minor counties cricket up in Norfolk via Northampton, he's not playing.
Porter bowls, and Libby just covers up and plays defensively into the onside. But in fact, it's just a little push into an open space, and they get a single as Walter runs round. 133 for 5. Wickets at either end of the session. Lunch will be in 10 minutes' time. I'm going to have to go do my report.
You are. I was just about to mention that.
Yeah, it's just on 1 o'clock, isn't it? So we'll do one more ball. And then
Who's
I'll hand
coming
over
in?
to you. Well, it might be you to hold the fort for 10
hold
minutes.
The fort?
You know? So there we go. Interesting morning. Worcestershire have enjoyed most of it, but Essex have taken important wickets at either end. And it's been perhaps the most evenly contested session of the game, really. So still got time, I think, for one more wicket, although he's one more ball, but who knows, it might be one more wicket as Porter bowls, and it's just played defensively by the new man, Cox, up into the onside, and it's 134 for 5.
Yes, well bowled Porter, got a wicket last over. It's going to be a bit of pressure here for Worcestershire for the last sort of 10 minutes. Ben Cox, who recently signed again and continued his career with Worcestershire. I think it's a new 2-year deal, which was tremendous. Great excitement and enthusiasm to see him sign up again as Porter aborts. 3 slips and a gully for Cox. Cox, who is an improving batsman, a wonderful glove man. Going to welcome back David Brett in a moment. 3 slips and a gully. Porter, having just aborted at the Hayes close end, he's with his gait, he's on his way coming to the crease. He bowls and drags Cox forward into the offside for no run. And as Neil Mallender does, he catches the eye because he sort of walks away and he sort of signals almost a no ball, but he's actually singing to the square leg umpire, and he sticks his 2 fingers out to suggest there's 2 to come. Wearing a snood with his white cap, just about see his cheeks and his eyes. I think his nose is covered up as well. Cold. Porter's in, driven in off his hips into the leg side. There'll be one. Cox will come back for the second. Now he's off the mark. Good looking shot using the pace. Welcome back, David Brett.
Hi Don, you alright?
Good, you?
Yes, yeah, it's a much needed breakthrough from Essex just before lunch.
Superb partnership here this morning by Libby and Ricky Vessels. Libby's still there, 53. Vessels played well, showed a little more intent as Libby has dropped anchor. Porter's in, this is forced off the back foot by Cox, out to backward point where there is no run, and it's at the end of the over. And if you're listening on 5 Live Sports Extra, please stay with us, because as soon as the players depart for lunch, we will hand back rather quickly to Mr. Kevin Howes, who will probably entertain us with a podcast or an interview. Neil Snowball, formerly, well, he knows his county cricket really, because he was the chief executive at Warwickshire for a number of years before he moved on to look after and oversee county cricket.
Harmer bowls, that's defended back by Libby, and there's no run. So that'll be around about, well, just after 10 past.
That'll be a really intriguing interview, only recorded the other evening. So it'll be hot off the press.
Harmer in again bowls, that's a drive through the offside. It's fielded mid-off, but they will get through for a single. It's just to the left-hand side. The fielder had to run round. It's Porter doing the fielding. Throw comes in, but they comfortably get through for a single. Brings Cox on strike. He's on 2. Harmer, number 11 on his back, winds up again, right arm over, flatter delivery this time, and it's defended by Cox into the leg side. Get through one of these 2 batsmen, they start to get towards that tail for Worcestershire. 137 for 5, 52nd over of the innings. As Nick was saying earlier though, the weather doesn't look great, so Essex need to make hay as this one's defended into the offside. Otherwise, they could be staring a draw in the face.
And Worcestershire, if they can show a decent rear guard action, which they have today, and keep going and defy Essex, defy the county champions, they know they're in for a battle here at Chelmsford.
Harmer with his sunglasses on. Oh, that swept up in the edit. What did it come off of? Hands on head suggests there was a bit of baton. It's running down towards the boundary behind the wicket keeper. Let's see what the umpire signals. It's going to be runs. So top edge, it looped up over the keeper. The 2 slips chased after it. Hard to tell. It went high up in the air, so you would suggest probably glove. And it's 138 for 5.
Essex try and get an over or 2 in the last few minutes.
Libby back on strike, who steps back and defends down to the pitch, and that is the end of the over. 52 gone, 138 for 5, but a hearts in mouths times for Worcestershire at the end of the over.
13 overs Harmer's bowled. He's gone for a 20 odd, and what's pleasing from Worcestershire's angle is a very fine spinner isn't making inroads into this lineup yet. Yes, he's keeping it tight, but listen, there's no gremlins in this wicket. If you bat properly, as Wesley saw, we saw with Wesley yesterday, look, it's a good April wicket. It's an impressive April wicket, and we're seeing that throughout the country at the moment. Nobody has been bowled out for 60, 70, 80 or 110. It's good to see. It's I think I read on social media that Jake Ball's injured, so they're playing Durham and Nottinghamshire, and if Nottinghamshire are a bowler down, that's a bit of a worry for them. Porter in. This time it's a bottom edge into the floor by Cox. Cox forces it into the offside. There is no run. Lawrence does the fielding. So 3 slips and a gully, no bat pad. Most of the Essex fielders have got their hands in their pocket. All 4 slips, or 3 slips and a gully have. Paul Water at mid-wicket, Brian Tender-Scarter at mid-off, and also Sam Cook at mid-on. Everyone's got their hands in their pockets. Perhaps Parr, the keeper, and the bowler. Porter is on his way in bowls from the Hayes close end. Cox comes forward, an immaculate forward defence played out to the bowler, who passes the ball to Lawrence, who's rubbing the shine on the ball, trying to find a little bit of swing here at Chelmsford with the lights on, and it's overcast.
So hard work out there for the fielding side. When that breeze picks up, you can see Lawrence standing at mid-off with his trousers getting whipped around by the wind that's gusting through Chelmsford.
Porter in, outside off stump, Cox. Shoulders, arms, not interested in playing that. Well batted.
I can tell you something, having walked round the ground this morning, the wind once you get down there's a lot more abrasive than it feels like it's when it's up here.
It's a northerly.
Yeah.
Northerly coming down from above Scotland, and we're in for a couple of cold days. Cold tomorrow, but sunny tomorrow. Sunny all day, bit of cloud, but sun hopefully keeping us warm. As this is driven into the leg side, good looking shot from Cox, and Tender-Scarter at the age of 40 dives to his right, stops the ball on the edge of the square, has a shy. Cox is back, good bit of fielding, good shot from Ben Cox. Cox is on 3.
It's a great stop that from Tender-Scarter, because that was racing away to his right hand side. He's got pads on as well, so he had to get down sharpish.
Any normal 40-year-old would have gone down in stages, wouldn't he? Porter bowls and a play and a miss from Cox. Cox plays down bank or circle line, and it's down Bakerloo. So play and a miss.
The odd one's getting to move away, isn't it?
Where we're playing at Chelmsford, there is just a slight slope, an accent towards the pavilion, where the square on the pavilion side at Chelmsford falls away. The middle of the square here is quite straight level, but where we're playing on this particular wicket, it just goes down towards the pavilion. Not as a large steep slope as Lord's, but this time Porter bowls, moral victory. Cox plays with soft hands. It does go to the ground, but it goes between third slip and gully. So 4 runs to Cox, 4 runs for him makes him go to 7. Libby 54, and Worcestershire will walk off to lunch at 142 for 5, and I shall hand over to Kevin Howells.
Listening to 5 Live Sports Extra on BBC Sounds.
Well, Dan, great to see you. This time last season, you would have been described on your CV, Dan Lawrence, Essex cricketer. This time around, it's Dan Lawrence, England Test player and Essex cricketer. How good does that feel?
It really does feel particularly special. It is something that I've always wanted to achieve, and it's actually a little bit of a monkey off the back that I've actually achieved it now, and I've had a little taste of it, and hopefully I'll get many more experiences.
You made your mark so well during that winter series with Sri Lanka and India. Emerged with plenty of honours, whilst a few others, more experienced ones, struggled. But your own performance, how satisfied were you with that? Were you a little bit frustrated early on?
Well, I was obviously chuffed with how I batted on my debut. But again, it's a funny game. You're never really happy with what you got. If you offered me what I had in the morning, I would have taken it, but I was obviously very angry to get out on the day. It was such a challenge. I think it was really hard to stamp your authority on the series in India. I think the wickets were so challenging that it was hard to make big scores. But it was really fun, and it was just really good to be a part of.
You had a difficult experience during last summer, didn't you? You were part of the England bio bubble until sadly had to leave for family and personal reasons. So you were, if you like, cocooned with a lot of those players. So they were familiar faces when you went back on tour with them, weren't they?
Yeah.
Did that help? Yeah,
it definitely did. England are led really well by Silvers and Ruti, and it's a really welcoming group. So yeah, there was no issues fitting in, or there was no teething issues actually fitting into the group. So yeah, that was fine. And then it was just all about focusing on the cricket really, which is really nice, and all the normal sort of hard stuff about fitting into a change room was out of the way.
A couple of those matches you were virtually opening the innings, weren't you? So I guess in one respect that helps calm the nerves a bit, doesn't it? Because you didn't have to wait long before you were out in the middle.
Yeah, it's actually quite handy, because sometimes we play on quite challenging wickets here, and you're actually in really fast, and I think playing on challenging surfaces actually has been good preparation for me going into. It was good preparation for me going into that winter, because things were happening really quickly, and it was about trying to stay as calm as possible under pressure, and yeah, I think I came out of it okay.
As you were walking out for that first test innings, what goes through your mind? Something like, heck, what am I doing here? Or just get that first run and it's in the book?
No, that's right, yeah. All I wanted to do was get off the mark. Just to say that I've got a test run, that was all I was really looking for. And then I really actually relaxed after that. I got a big juicy full toss second ball, and that helped. And then sort of the rest is history really from that day. Yeah,
and I suppose at the end of the series, all you want is a taste of more to come, isn't it? But the difficulty is you've got to keep putting in the performances, haven't you? There's so much competition for places in that England squad.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's brilliant with everyone being able to play a really good block of Championship cricket at the start of the year. 9 games in a row is a really good opportunity for everyone in this squad to really put some runs on the board, or take some wickets and put their hand up to help Essex win some games of cricket. So yeah, just trying to take it each day as it comes, and try and help Essex win as many games as possible, and see where it takes me really.
It was tours with a difference though, because I mean, apart from playing the cricket, it was virtually, just in the 4 walls of the hotel, wasn't it? That must have been difficult, because you need to sometimes put the pressures of the day behind you and go off and do something else, don't you?
Definitely, yeah. I think that's a really challenging part of it, is the repetitiveness of going to the cricket ground and rather training or playing, and then straight back, same food, even the same people all the time. It can be really hard, and especially if you're not doing so well and you have no outlet, it's hard not to think about it all the time. So I can totally understand where players come from when they struggle mentally in the bubble life, because it is really hard. But unfortunately, it's sort of part and parcel. If you want to play for England, I think that's quite a small sacrifice to make.
And I bet when you came off after that first innings, your mobile was full of messages, wasn't it? It must have exploded. But I guess the best one was from your dad, wasn't it? That would have meant so much, wouldn't it? Yeah, no, it was brilliant. It was a hard one, because I didn't really know what to do with replying to everyone, because there were so many. It was brilliant. I had a phone call with my old man that evening.
yeah, that was really nice, and he was explaining how he couldn't watch and things like that. So it was, yeah, it was lovely. It was lovely.
You're a young man now, but going back to a younger Dan Lawrence, when did you think that first of all you were going to make it as a professional cricketer, and then when did the thought, the penny drop that a test career beckons here?
I've always really wanted to play cricket since I was really young, so I sort of always firmly believed that I was going to be a cricketer. And then I don't know really. I think I've always known that I've had the ability to do it. It's just trying to string a lot of consistent performances together over and over is something that I really want to do and something that I really want to achieve. And if I do that, I will not only help Essex win games of cricket, but it will allow me to play as many games at the highest level as possible.
Yeah. Dad taking quite a lot of credit for those pitches that he prepared for you at Chingford to put you in good stead?
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, he definitely spent a couple of extra hours on the roller whenever I used to play. Everyone at the club's really happy, and he always did prepare good wickets and help me out when I was younger with my cricket. So, yeah, everyone's chuffed.
The tours that you've been on, and we've said about the environment you were in, did you find out a lot about Dan Lawrence as a character, the personality, the inner you, a bit of time to collect all your thoughts, because it's been quite a whirlwind rise to reach this level, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think character and dealing with pressure, I think that's one thing I pride myself on, is being able to stay calm in tricky situations. And I think there was really some tough scenarios of games of cricket there that obviously I still found really challenging, and so did everyone else, but I was really happy with how I managed to stay calm and stick to my process and my method throughout it. Yeah, I think that's the main thing I learned, is that I think when things do get tough, I feel like I've actually got the character to really grind it out or come out the other side.
There's a lot of talk in the media during the winter about the trigger movements, etc., etc. But did that come about from your own initiative, Dan? That you just, if you like, spotted not a flaw in your technique, but an improvement that could be made in your technique? Definitely,
yeah. It was on me. I just tried to simplify things a little bit. There were a lot of moving parts before, and it was still relatively successful. But I wanted to be scoring big runs really consistently, and I felt like changing did help me. And then ever since I've done it, I've been more successful, and I've played international cricket since. So
yeah, you have.
So I think it was a good thing.
Yeah. Next on the immediate agenda is, of course, helping Essex to hopefully get off to a great start in this championship and win yet another trophy. You've been an integral part of their success, both white and red ball cricket recently, and that is motivation in itself for you as well, isn't it? I mean, to be playing cricket, playing well and contributing towards the success, all goes together very comfortably, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I personally haven't really experienced a dressing room like we have. The camaraderie and how close everyone is in this team is something really special, and I think that really contributes to how successful we are. But from what I've seen in pre-season so far, from not only the batters but the bowlers as well coming through, that everyone's in brilliant shape coming into that first game, and I'm sure if we play to our potential, we'll be right out there again.
You mentioned your age, a young guy. Do you actually feel a senior player in one respect in that dressing room now? You England, I'm sure there's been plenty of leg pulling, hasn't there?
Yeah, there certainly has. I think I'm edging that way now. I've played enough cricket now to know how to go about sort of the early season and how to start the year and things like that. I'm just still trying to hold on to my nickname of the kid for as long as possible, but before I get too old.
Which is, I suppose you're happy to see Cookie and Tendo carry on for another year.
Yeah, no, I certainly am. Yeah, let the old boys carry on, and I still look young. So yeah, it's brilliant.
Well, Dan, it's great to talk to you. See a young player whose career is emerging. Great that you got those first England caps, and I'm sure they're just the first of plenty. And perhaps a message for Cookie, look out, I'm after your stats.
I've got a long way to go, I think, to catch up with him.
Scores at the minute, Worcestershire 142 for 5, having just lost Ricky Vessels just before lunch on day 2. Libby though is still there on 54 and Cox is on 7, although he survived a mistimed sweep just before going into the lunch period, just looped up over the wicketkeeper. But a good solid partnership between Libby and Vessels rescued them from a position of 43 for 4 earlier on in the day when they lost a wicket to the second ball of the day. Just waiting for the batsman to come back out. I mean, I've got to tell you, it's not got any warmer out there. In fact, it feels like the temperature has dropped again. And there's a poor lady just down to our left-hand side who's been out there filming all morning, and she's got about 3 or 4 layers on, and during the break she also put on a pair of feet warmers.
Half of a satellite company with a huge camera recording the game, isn't she?
So she's doing a decent job, but it must be absolutely freezing out there. So good luck to her. So it's going to be Simon Harmer beginning from the river end. So right arm over to Libby, who's on strike. Oh, that's really full from Harmer. Tossed up, it's driven through the offside. There's a chase on here for Porter running around from mid-off. He's going to get there comfortably before it gets to the boundary, and it's going to be a couple of runs to the total. So runs starting to tick over again. 144 for 5. Essex briefly, well, for a period of about half an hour, just lost control of the run rate when the partnership between Wessels and Libby was going strong. Tossed up again as Libby pushes forward. He's going to take a quick single to mid-off. That's good running between the wickets from these two batsmen. Early call from Libby. Cox responded, and Porter couldn't stop the single.
I've lost my
143 for 5.
Look, there they are. Panic over. Good afternoon, David.
Still that low, heavy cloud cover. As I said, we are forecast a bit of rain this afternoon. So these batsmen want to hang around as I try to get my teeth back in as Harmer bowls, and that's defended back into the leg side, and it's fielded by Walter standing at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Essex will be happy to continue to bowl Harmer and rotate the bowlers at the Hayes close end. Harmer in again, flatter this time. Big sweep, big LBW appeal, he's gone! First over after lunch, sweeping across the line, and Libby looks on as Cox goes 4-7. Well, he was lucky just before lunch, wasn't he, when he had that big sweep and it came off his glove, looped over the wicketkeeper and safely behind. This time a big sweep, completely mistimed, and he was stuck plumb in front of the stumps, and the umpire had no hesitation but to raise his finger, and that's Harmer's first wicket of the season. And Worcestershire 145 for 6. Remember, to avoid the follow-on they need 341, so they're well short of that, and Essex will be striving for wickets with that bad weather on its way this afternoon. So another wicket goes down. Cox for 7, and Worcestershire are 145 for 6.
Well bowled, Simon Harmer. Will Cox regret playing the sweep shot almost straight after lunch? I don't know, but 6 down brings number 8 to the crease. Harmer's got his first wicket. He's into this game. He's bowled 14.4 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. His maiden impression now. All the Essex fielders, bowlers, and including the umpires, have got their hands in their pockets. It is cold, much colder than this morning. We obviously are socially distancing, so we also have to keep a window open. So let me tell you, we've got our Arctic coats on. We haven't got snoods on. It is freezing here at Chelmsford. Essex fielders are feeling it. The batsmen have their gloves, the benefits of the gloves to keep their hands warm. I mean, everyone probably would like to have Adam Wheater's wicket-keeping gloves and inners on. Harmer to bowl. He's going to be bowling to Ed Barnard, the all-rounder. Taken his guard, it's given a bit of air by Harmer. Harmer bowls, follow through, and Ed Barnard hits into out to Nick Brown at extra cover. 2 men on the offside here for the off spinner. Backward point and a rather squarish mid-off. Harmer comes in again, bowls dead back, plays a forward defensive. It goes into the offside, of which Walter and Wesley compete for the ball. There are 7 fielders on the leg side. Harmer finishes over. 12th man runs on the field. He's given Harmer his cap and a long sleeve sweater, and it is the end of the over. A wicket. Was it a wicket maiden? I'm looking. No, it wasn't, because earlier in the over there was a 2 and a 1 dot for wicket. Dot dot. Barnard not out. Libby 57. A gallant innings this is. Patience, dedication, concentration, and a desire to not give his wicket away. Well played, Jake Libby on 57 of the 145 for 6. It's going to be Sam Cook, I think, loosening up. He's got a sleeveless sweater on. He's got 2 slips and a gully. They're listening to BBC Essex and BBC Hereford and Worcester. As Cook comes in, short of a length, played into the offside, and there is no run. Dot ball negotiated by Jake Libby. God, it is a bit cold here, isn't it?
It's not pleasant, I'll say that. It's supposed to warm up next weekend, did I hear someone say?
And Essex are at home to Durham. And just have a look at the Worcestershire fixtures. As Cook bowls, just short of a length outside off stump. Libby not interested, through to the keeper. Dot ball.
Well, it better warm up because we're back here on Thursday for the start of the Durham game, and for the sake of the players more than anything else, it's not nice out there, is it?
Well, there was snow in the Durham pre-season games and nets this week up at Chester Street. Cook on his way in, 2 slips and a gully waiting, and this is well bowled, well played by Libby, out in the offside, no run. Derbyshire hosts Worcestershire next week, and what's interesting for the Worcestershire faithful is they will be hoping and expecting the Antiguan fast bowler Azira Joseph to come and roar in at the old racecourse ground at Derbyshire.
Jake Libby with 57, he's still there. Ricky Bessels, and he put on a decent
In comes
but a lot of work to do.
Sam Cook. Sam bowls a good line and length. Libby, as we've seen so often, plays an immaculate forward defensive. Well played.
143 all out. Jack Leach 3 for 18. Somerset need 285 to win that game.
145 for 6.
Has taken them off at lead. You were right to mention that a little earlier.
54 overs. Essex have got a new ball available in about 26, 25 overs. In comes Sam Cook from the Hayes close end bowls. There's a bit of a shout for an LBW, but it was mooted really halfway through. Water runs in to pick up the ball. Libby just rubs his thigh, maybe just missed a little bit of the thigh pad, went beneath it or to the side of it, but it's a dot ball. 145 for 6.
I mean, there'll be no hesitation from Essex, will there? They'll enforce the follow-on if it's not saved.
Yeah, that's because of yesterday, because Worcestershire bowled well. They stayed to their task, and it was good to see. So they took time out of the game, really, in Essex, in amalgamating that large score of, was it 490?
It was.
As a dot ball is allowed to let go through to the keeper from Jake Libby, so there is no run. End of the over, 145 for 6.
I was there at 1 o'clock, but we didn't.
Yeah, snowstorm between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. It's,
what?
There's been a snowstorm.
Snowstorm? Oh my God.
The ground is covered in snow and the players are off.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember playing at Cambridge University. Do you remember Essex annually had the fixture at Fenners?
Yes.
It was always the first game. A lot of counties always thought Essex were lucky to have that game against the students in April because it gave them opportunity for batting practice. Over to you.
Harmer bowls, push through the offside with a chase on here. It might even get to the boundary. The ball's racing away. 2 players charge it. Porter's going to slide. Oh, just dragged it inside the rope. It's good effort from Porter, or they hesitate to come back for a second run. And a third run. That's 2 to the total, 147 for 6. Sorry, I think it's Glamorgan.
Yes, they're up there, aren't they?
Yeah, sorry, Glamorgan, Yorkshire.
Can you give me the scores on that at the end of the over, at the end? Because I think Glamorgan were slightly dominating the game.
I can give you it now. As Harmer bowls, really loops this one up, pushed out into the offside by Libby, and again takes a quick single. Barnard back on strike. So Libby goes to 58, 146 for 6. Yeah, Glamorgan lead by 298 with 6 wickets remaining.
That was a tremendous rearguard action by 2 bowlers, Michael Hogan, the Australian, and Van der Gooten, who scored about 80 in the first innings. They rescued their side.
Harmer bowls flatter this time, and defended by Barnard, away to the offside. There's no run.
So they rescued Glamorgan with the Glamorgan tail, and then if I remember rightly, I think Yorkshire were a little bit underwhelming in their first innings.
Yep, I'll get the score up as Harmer loops this one up and Barnard pushes forward. A loud note to Libby at the non-strikers end, and Barnard remains on strike. Yeah, Yorkshire 193 all out. Brooke top scoring with 40. Harmer waits at the top of his mark. There's a leg slip, a short leg, and there's a conventional slip in there. That's Alistair Cook, hands in pockets at the moment, as flatter delivery from Harmer this time, turned away on the bounce into the leg side. It's fielded at short leg, and there is no run. There's a backward square leg, a mid wicket, a deeper mid wicket, a mid on, a mid off, and a point fielder.
Not forgetting that particular fixture you were talking about.
Harmer bowls, really tosses one up, and it's defended forward by Barnard, and that is the end of the over. 149 for 6, 56 overs gone.
And the reason I mention that is that I wonder how their mum and dad are feeling it, because it's Root versus Root. Joe Root, I think he only got about 16, but Billy Root played quite a bit of cricket around Suffolk. He played for the minor county. I think he was on the Not staff. He was released from the Not staff, something like that, and he ended up playing minor counties cricket for Suffolk, and then has been picked up by Glamorgan. So up at Headingley, mum and dad will probably be watching the live streaming, because obviously no crowds are allowed, but it'll be really interesting to hear and probably see the emotions of mum and dad. Sam Cook about to start from the Hayes close end. 2 slips in the gully, he bowls, and as we've seen so often this game, and in particular today, Jake Libby has played an immaculate forward defensive. He rocks onto the front foot and just allows the ball to hit the bat. Well batted, well played. 149 for 6, Libby 58. Not as much definition in the cloud, David, now. It's sort of just filled in, really. Dark. Lights are on. He's in, he bowls, and a good delivery from Sam Cook as he encourages Libby to come on the front foot, plays into the leg side. There is no run. That was a great partnership this morning between, they lost Brett D'Oliveira, LBW to Cook for 6 at 43 for 4, but Ricky Vessels and Jake Libby put on 89 for the 5th wicket partnership. That was a tremendous bit of batting, as this was, where Libby looks for the single. It goes past Sam Cook on his follow through, but both tight, straight, mid on and mid off stop the single as Libby suggests to his partner, are you interested? Yes, good afternoon from a grey Chelmsford. I wish I could bring you some good news. Worcestershire are 149 for 6. There was a rescuing 5th wicket partnership of 89 by Ricky Vessels and Jake Libby, but unfortunately that was lost just before lunch, when Cox has also been LBW to Harmer for 7 after lunch. The most important thing about this is that Worcestershire need 341 to avoid the follow on, but just after lunch they are 149 for 6.
That's quite the scene in Yorkshire.
Is it?
Ground is covered in snow.
Cook in bowls, and this time Libby comes forward, and again he allows the ball to come to the bat. Plays it quite late, just plays it into the leg side, where 10 discarded as the fielding at mid-on. There is no run.
There's also a rain delay at Northants, play due to restart at 2:15. Northants 171 for 4 in reply to Kent's 455 all out.
Middlesex at Lords, what's going on there?
Somerset need 266 to win, they're 19 for 1.
Cook on his way in, Libby negotiates that, plays it sensibly, soft hands into the into the offside where there is no run. A bit of a wayward throw to the keeper, nearly considered an overthrow, but alas, it's the end of the over where Jake Libby has negotiated and fended off. He's got 4 of the wickets now of the 6. Harmer 1, Porter 1.
Durham are 5 for 2. They lead by 68 runs with 8 wickets remaining.
Quick question there. I think I mentioned Ball was injured yesterday. Has he taken the new ball in this innings?
Let's get the scorecard up.
He was off the park for some considerable time.
No, Fletcher and Hutton.
So it would suggest that Nottinghamshire, who have got a ball. What's the lead?
68.
So so they need. Right, that's going to be interesting when Jake Ball, the England international bowler, isn't on the park, may not be able to bowl. How limiting will that be for Nottinghamshire without one of their decent open bowlers?
Derbyshire lead Warwickshire by 16 runs, but they're 48 for 4, so just 6 wickets remaining. So Warwickshire, I'd say, slightly on top there, as Harmer begins again from the River End bowls, and Barnard forward, covers up, defends into the offside, pushes it away and gets a single to cover. Gloucestershire and Surrey. Surrey trail Gloucestershire by 28 runs with 7 wickets remaining, so they're 78 for 3 in their second innings. Surrey, as Harmer just pulls out of his run-up, just waiting for Libby to take his stand. Wheater dancing behind the stumps, just trying to get some warmth back in those legs, some movement, as that's clipped away into the leg side. Walter Fields at mid-wicket, and it's a dot ball. Leicestershire, Hampshire. Well, Hampshire racked up 612 for 5, and the Leicestershire trail Hampshire by 379 runs with 9 wickets remaining, as that one's turned into the leg side. It's fielded at a leg slip, and there's no run. Middlesex, Somerset. Somerset need 262 to win, and they are 23 for 1. Harmer comes round the wicket now to Libby, who clips that down towards mid-on. He's set back by Barnard as he tries to come through for a single. And as I said, there's rain delays at Northants and a snow delay at Yorkshire. Harmer, right arm round, tosses this one up, and then Libby pushes away again, or started to hesitate to come for a single, and eventually got called through. Gets through comfortably in the end as Porter fields its cover. 154.6, so they still require another 191 to avoid the avoid the follow-on.
Carry on?
Flatter from Harmer, trying to just surprise the batsman there, but he's defended it back, and that's the end of the over. 151 for 6.
Suddenly had visions of Bernard Breslaw then, or Hattie Jakes. I think Ollie Pope of England, Hashim Amla of South Africa, both in the middle order for Surrey, have both notched up noughts. So Surrey at Bristol are under a bit of pressure.
Ollie Pope's just struggled to find his groove since coming back from his injury, hasn't he?
Sam Cook charging down the Hayes Close end, and he bowls, and this is played into the leg side. Paul Walter, very tall figure, plays and picks it up and passes it back to his fellow fielders. Dot ball.
Now, is Amler still an overseas player?
He is now, yes, correct. He is. They've got Amler and Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach will be playing next week. I think they've got Leicester at the Oval. This is Cook. Cook in, played into the leg side by Libby. He was happy to negotiate by just playing it into the leg side. Didn't try to whip it. Didn't go aerial. Interestingly now, Essex, the captain Tom Wesley, has decided to drop the square leg. He's gone back square of the wicket, very square, and he's gone back, and he's about 30 metres in. He's out there for a reason. Will this be a double bluff? Will it be a short ball to Libby? Libby noted he's out there. Cook's in. No, it's not. It's pitched up. Played on the front foot out to Ryan Tendescada where there is no run. 151 for 6. Libby still there. Brilliant knock. Anchoring his side. He's the glue. 59 not out. Balls, he's faced 169. Witness 6 wickets fall. His teammates doing it for Worcestershire. This time played into the leg side, off a good length. There is no run. Good ball, well played, straight to the fielder. Dot ball, man on the leg side, square of the wicket. 30 metres in from the old, what was the hospital side, or the more recently the netting area. Walter, a tall figure, hands in pockets. Once again, he's been put out there. Is it a double bluff, or will this over? Will we see a bouncer? Will Libby take it on? I don't think he will. There's the bouncer, there's the duck. Through to the keeper. Essex asking the question, and certainly Jake Libby answering it. Don't need to play that. I'm not going to take you on. And do you think I'm a silly batsman by taking it on and there's a man out on the leg side waiting to take my catch? No, I'm not going to play that. Good disciplines from the opening batsman.
Definitely got darker out there. You can see the shadows starting to stretch out from the floodlights.
Somewhere around these wonderful area of Essex, there's going to be a bit of mizzle. Hopefully it's not here. Cook in, bowls, and this time it's pitched up, given a little bit of a forward movement from the front pad, plays it out on the offside, end of the over. Well batted, well bowled, score 151 for 6, and we have just completed 59, or was it 58? 58 overs.
Just rebuilding again here, Worcestershire, having lost a wicket either side of lunch.
Welcome to Contact Us. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and obviously for both clubs there's the live streaming service via the county clubs.
Harmer in, tosses one up all full stride, that one a thick inside edge, was in the air briefly, well short of the man at mid-wicket. Barnard trying to get after Harmer. What's our new email address again? I can't remember.
I have got it. I'll have to wait for it just for a second.
Harmer bowls, and that's defended back down the pitch. And that's another dot ball. 151 for 6. Is it bbcessexcricket@gmail.com?
Oh, what a wonderful memory. So you're welcome to contact us there.
Harmer in again, that's driven back down on the bounce. Good stop by Harmer, caught on the bounce, and there's another dot ball, 151 for 6.
At Toppers Senior, or on Twitter at BBC Essex Sport, or what's yours, Nick? At Nick Gledhill.
Harmer bowls again, flatter, and just turns the batsman around. He opens the face of the bat and runs it down towards backward point. A single, 152 for 6.
At 9 wickets down, courtesy of Kevin Howells. I'm sure you enjoyed that interview at lunchtime.
Harmer bowls again. Oh, he's played no shot right in front of his stumps. He's hit his pad. There's a big appeal, but he's possibly going down the leg side. The batsman caught between two minds there, didn't play a shot. He eventually just struck him what looked from up here straight in front of the stumps, but clearly must have been going down the leg side. Otherwise, it would have been a simple decision for the umpire. Didn't play a shot at all, did Barnard. Kept really low as well, about shin height. As Harmer bowls again, and that's beat him outside the off stump this time. So Harmer just starting to bowl with the ball on the string, and that's the end of the over. 152 for 6. In fact, sorry, my apologies, it was Libby on strike. And that big appeal. Libby on 59 and Barnard on 5.
So we welcome any interactions, if you'd like to get in touch about anything to do with this great game of cricket, be it school, club, county, professional, unprofessional, anything to do with this great game. We were talking only the other day about the sadness of the fact that some junior cricket is only just about to restart, but certainly wasn't played too much last year, and how many youngsters who have got ambitions to play the game, perhaps ambitions of being a professional, that careers or opportunities were put on hold from last year. 3 slips and a gully. Neil Mullen to the umpire, and it's Sam Cook, the bowler. He passes him, it's outside off stump, and Ed Barnard leaves it alone as it goes through to the keeper. No, it's a dot ball, no run.
Nick, am I right in saying we had a family get in touch with us, all scoring along today?
Yes, I'll show you the email.
What did you say? All
Had a whole family scoring along
from our
commentary,
really, because I'm wondering if they've perhaps got a streaming from it. Cook in, play is played into the offside by Ed Barnard very sensibly. Plays with a slightly open face bat only because the ball's just outside off stump, and it played it into backward point, who that is Ben Allison, who looks incredibly cold. 3 slips in a gully. Cook roaring in, bowls into the leg side. It goes for no run, 2 dot balls, which if you're a scorer makes it quite simple, because it just goes down as a dot ball. This over we've had 3 dot balls. Have you done much scoring in your life, David?
No.
I'm looking at Nick. No. Mr. Howells, have you scored? Cricket scored much?
No.
No. Right. We used to do, when I was a schoolmaster, I'll tell you, as Cook is in, bowls, good delivery, forces Ed Barnard back on the back foot, and there is no run. Dot ball again. For all the year 7s who used to join at the Royal Hospital School, Suffolk, where Graham Rapier is now, we used to invite any of the scorers, because obviously some kids are very talented and they want to play cricket. Some love the game of cricket, but perhaps are just not quite as able. So sometimes we used to find children that enjoyed scoring, learning about the game, and they would become a scorer. So we used to hold courses. This time Ed Barnard takes a quick single. Libby obliges and runs on his partner's call, and I must say that was a good, well taken single. Aggressive cricket, well batted Worcestershire, and 1 more run to Ed Barnard. The score is 153 for 6, just into the offside. Quick single. There was only 2 men in the ring.
Sharp bit of fielding there from Lawrence.
How close do you think that was?
I think it was pretty close.
Had to be a direct hit?
Yeah, definitely a direct hit, yeah. Batsman was scrambling, would have been a tight call.
I'm looking around. The ground short. Libby plays in to the offside. There is a dot ball. So the end of the over, 153 for 6. I'm looking around the ground. I can only see 2 spectators. There are none in the flat square of the wicket, none on the verandas. It's too cold. What I can see, if you look very carefully, see the old retirement flats opposite to us, and then if you look to the right, where the sight screens could be at their furthest to the left, over the hedge, over the fence, there are 2 people watching. They've just bobbed down. They've just this minute bobbed down. Perhaps they've gone in for some bovril or hot soup on a day such as this. So 2 spectators who are just appearing over the hedge at the Hayes Close end. Simon Harmer, here he comes, past the umpire. Umpire David Milnes. This is a slower, loopier off-spinning delivery, which is played on the back foot by Ed Barnard into the offside. There is now Nick Brown is on the offside at pad bat, so there are 4 around the bat. This time it's driven out into the offside. Good looking shot, because most importantly Ed Barnard gets to the pitch of the ball from the off spinner, just outside off stump, played against the spin but safely, which goes out for 1 run. Jamie Porter does the fielding. That's well played by the number 8, Ed Barnard. Libby to face. 3 men round the pack. The off side. Oh, it comes down the ground. Safe shot for 4 runs. He comes to meet the ball on the half volley. He lifts it. He doesn't lose his shape. He hits it with great control. It goes over the man at mid-on, who is up really in the imaginary ring, and he clips it for 4. That's a super shot from Jake Libby. 63. He's got 158 for 6 is the score. Harmer again. This is tickled round the corner, but Nick Brown is at square leg, behind square, where he prevents the single. And a good afternoon to Mr. Howells. Welcome back to the microphone.
And what a lovely warm welcome that was.
Simon Harmer, mid-on, is staying where he is on the inner ring. That is well played into the leg side. They look for a single, but there is no run. Played to short mid-wicket, no run. 158 for 6. We're in the 62nd over. 3 men round the bat. Ed Barnard has a 4th because he has 1 on the offside. Harmer in, bowls. This hits the pad, goes down to the leg slip. No chance of a catch, no chance of a leg bye. End of the over, and the score after 62 overs is 158 for 6.
Okay, so the debut quiz question, which today centres around you, Mr. Toppers.
Right.
Because we had Sir Alistair Cook's debut match we talked about on the first day. Yesterday we talked about Daryl Mitchell's debut match. Your debut match, for those that missed it earlier, we need to explain, was at Surrey.
I was
For
trialling.
Surrey. You were trialling at Surrey. It was June 1985. And you got a call saying, Toppers, get yourself to Fenners. You're part of our 11. You must have been quite excited.
Ah, very much so, yes. I'd been on trial, so Mickey Stewart was in charge. Jeff Howarth was the captain.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, hang on, I won't say
You've
anything
gone
more.
Well, you've said enough.
No,
You carry on commentating.
Nick-
Don't say any more. No, don't
Nick-
say any more.
Sam Cooke is roaring in. 2 slips in the gully. It's on a length, drags him forward. Played with the full face of the bat by Ed Barnard, and it is a dot ball.
Well, that's gone and
No.
scuppered that.
No,
You've
it
given the
hasn't.
answer. You've given the answer. The
Well,
question for the listener was going to be, whether they're watching on the stream or whether they're listening wherever they are online, was going to be which former New Zealand international was skippering you that day, and it was indeed Jeff Howard.
Well,
So
I'm not
you've
gonna
gone
forget.
you've gone and spoiled that
Oh,
one.
was it? As Cook comes in, bowls, driven out onto the offside to Dan Lawrence. There is no run. He's fielding extra cover on the inner ring.
And you almost then went to spoil, but I mean, we might as well carry on this. You were going to talk, I think, about Nick Taylor, who was
I
the son.
wasn't.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, I know his father.
Yeah, Ken Taylor.
Well, I've had to think. I promise you I haven't looked anything up. I promise you.
Okay. So Ken Taylor was part of that triumphant Yorkshire era of
He
winning
was.
championship after championship after championship.
Don Wilson, Truman,
Yep.
Binks. The bounce, short ball down the leg side. That may have just hit the glove. I think it did, down the leg side, and it is 4 runs. That was an attempted bouncer by Cook. Didn't necessarily get up. It was angling down the leg side, just touched the glove, but it was never going to be a catch for Wheater. It's gone off at more of an angle than Wheater would want. He dived, but there's no chance. And Cook, Sir Alistair Cook, has to walk the best part of 50 yards to go and retrieve the ball. 4 runs, 162 for 6.
I'm wondering if I can rescue a question here for the listener, just for 10 or 15
Sorry.
minutes, keep them occupied. It's not your fault.
There's some lovely bits and stories about that, you know.
Yeah, it's not your fault.
But-
I think I've got it. I think I've got one. You
Okay.
carry on. I think I've got a question. Yeah.
Cook in bowls, bouncer. That's a better bouncer, but it's quite high, and it's been signalled 1 for the over by the umpire wearing the snood, Neil Mallender.
So I think this may be the easiest of all the three questions we've asked now. I've had to rethink about this one. But name one of the Surrey openers in that game, who is the father of England international, another England international. That's not the most difficult, although I'm interested that both the openers actually played for Surrey and for Glamorgan.
Alan Butcher. As the ball is through to the... I thought you were asking me that question.
Oh my days.
Never work with animals and children. Listen, you are a wonderful quiz master. There's a dot ball as the ball carries through to the
prizes
keeper.
for this, Don. What are you doing?
Isn't there? I'm very competitive, you know that.
Oh, God.
Cook. 2 slips in the gully waiting. This is driven into the offside, had a bit of width. Cook is absolutely annoyed with himself. But what a great shot by Ed Barnard, who's, well, he smeared it into the offside and it's bounced off the boundary. But there's a little brick wall at the bottom of the advertising beneath the pavilion. And it's just ricocheted off that. And it is now not a drinks break, but is it a sanitising break?
Yeah,
yes.
You get your hand sanitised and you get yourself a bit of refreshment. Oh, I'm going to give up on these quiz questions.
Don't. I've got a question.
So Alan Butcher was the answer to that one. You're correct. Do you remember who opened that? The rest of it would be a little bit unfair on the listeners, I think, and the viewers, because some of them were not maybe household names.
However, that Surrey team.
However, there was one very big household name, but I think most people would. Okay, I'm just going to guess one. Don't answer this, all right?
Don't answer, right. Promise.
There's one former England international who batted at 3 in that game. So I'm just going to run that out for 5 minutes. 1985, Surrey. Who might have been batting at 3 that went on to earn, it has to be said, a notable number of caps for England as Harmer comes in here to bowl, and that one is punched away in the offside, and he's got a fair amount of timing on it, but I don't think he's going to get enough legs to beat Porter. No, not at all. So come back, and the score will move on to 169. So they ran 3 for that, 169 for 6. So Barnard here on 15 and Libya on 66. So yeah, an England international batting at 3 on that match against Cambridge University, Fenner's 1985. It was Topper's debut. And we ask, I've been doing over the last couple of days, debut questions, looking at the teams, because it often throws up 1 or 2 interesting quiz questions as Harmer is in and bowls, and this one's pushed onto the leg side, and I like to throw out a question for you. It's not always that we're able to give you the answers within 10 seconds of throwing out those questions, but they've got those. So just who was batting at 3? A very famous England cricketer and Surrey cricketer as well, playing back and turned away to square leg. And after that, no more quiz questions for the listeners. However, I do wonder if you could name the other 10. Don't do it just yet, but without looking it up.
I promise you I wouldn't look.
You've done quite well. As Harmer bowls, next delivery, driven, hard and firm, back to Harmer. I'm going to have to look up if you can have your debut for, well, maybe I'll look up your Essex debut. That might throw up some as well.
85. Against Gloucestershire.
Okay,
at
right.
Southend.
Harmer bowls defensively, push back up to Simon Harmer, no run, and we'll try that in rehearsal later on to see if I can find a decent quiz question from that one that you don't give the answer straight away. Harmer past Milnes, bowls now and pushed just in front of Brown, who's standing there at silly point, and that is the end of a quick over. There is some rain around. It is raining, but it's not heavy enough to take the players off at the moment. 169 for 6, 66 not out here to Libby, and Barnard on 15 again, trying to recover. Good recovery this morning after a loss of an early wicket, trying to get themselves back into it, and then lost the wicket of Ricky Vessels. He batted very nicely for his half century with Libby. But Libby is still there on 66 off 180 deliveries.
That 5th wicket was worth 89.
Yeah, terrific work. Keith Medlicott was in that team. David Ward
made his debut.
He was also on debut along with you, was he?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, right.
I opened you don't want me to answer any players, do you?
No. Don't go through too. I'll take control of which players we talk about.
Cook in. clipped off the legs. There you heard the voice of two, quick, and they're looking for two, and they got two. So good running between the wickets by Ed Barnyard, but a very good shot from Jake Libby. He moves to 68.
Fellow called Peter Waterman, Chris Bullen.
Chris Bullen off spinner. Peter Waterman was a quick bowler. Didn't have a very long career. Lovely man. Nickname Peter Waterman, Del Boy Waterman.
And not part of Stock Aitken either. Just make that clear.
Yeah, Cook in, bowls good length. Libby comes forward, seen it a lot today. Well batted, dot ball.
We mentioned Nick Taylor. That is an interesting story for Nick. I think he ended up going down to Somerset.
Correct.
Yeah.
Ken Taylor, his dad, did a lot of coaching at Lord's with Don Wilson because of the Yorkshire connection.
Yeah.
Did you know he was one of those chaps that used to play football like Chris Balderston?
Yes.
Ken Taylor used to play for, wait for it, can you tell me?
No.
It's up your way.
Really?
Huddersfield Town. An update? Yes, good afternoon. We've had a little bit of mizzle here. Wondering if this might help Worcestershire in time. They're 171 for 6, and since you came to join us earlier, they've lost the wicket of Cox LBW to Harmer for 7, which is unfortunate because he was playing quite nicely until he brought out a sweep shot. Barnard's there on 15, but the man of the moment for Worcestershire is Libby. He's undefeated on 68 not out, and a lot of the hopes and aspirations of Worcestershire will rest with him. Worcestershire 171 for 6.
So Huddersfield, Ken Taylor at Huddersfield.
Town.
Okay.
Huddersfield Town.
Yeah. Huddersfield Town, yeah.
Blue and white stripes.
And Ken, very
was also
famous artist.
Correct. I was wow. I
And
didn't know
on
you
the
knew
front,
that.
on the front cover of
Yes.
a really good book about Brian Close letters, which
Yeah.
if you haven't already got, you need to look that up. Written by David Warner, compiled by David Warner. Lovely picture of a painting of Closey that Ken Taylor has done.
Correct.
Yeah.
This time it's driven off the bowling of Cook, straight back to the bowler on his follow through with the stuck out his large right hand, like picking apples off an apple tree, and it goes for no run.
Adrian Needham, Surrey and Middlesex.
No, Andy. Andy Needham.
Oh, okay, sorry. Andrew, sorry.
Played for Middlesex and Surrey.
Right, got that big one.
Hertfordshire, off spinner, could bat a bit. Andy Needham. But the first two players that you mentioned in that list, Medlicott and Ward,
Yeah.
I'll come back. Cook, bowls. This time Libby plays up to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over, 171 for 6. Medlicott remains a very, very dear friend. We were on the ground staff together. One of both Don Wilson boys. Medlicott went on an England tour, if you remember. I think it was about 89. He went as a spin. Both Ward and Medlicott were wonderful characters of that Surrey era. Wonderful, good human beings. So lovely for you to mention them, and they were stalwarts of Surrey. David Ward is teaching at Whitcliffe School, and Keith Medlicott is involved in club cricket and coaching. I think he's coaching at the Reed School in Surrey.
Okay. Simon Harmer about to bowl here. We've been having a look at those bowling figures, and obviously Cook is very much leading them, 4 for 44. But Harmer now bowling his 21st over, and no one is pushed back up to Harmer, and there'll be no run. We've got viewers, we've got listeners, but those watching on the stream, and hopefully you're enjoying the afternoon's entertainment. You've just had a quick look, run down the scorecard, see what's going on, and see that Harmer's coming back into bowl now here. Turned away to the right hand side of Tendus Carter down there, fielding at short leg. So we've been through more or less this team. So I did ask the question of who was batting at 3 and Topper's debut for Surrey against Cambridge University. I'll give you the answer in a moment. That's Harmer here causing one or two Barnards having to be really careful here, just turning the ball and just trying to make sure he doesn't just get straight into the hands of one of the 4 fielders plus the keeper in close proximity to him. That big figure of Brown, who's standing right in his eye line on the offside, and he goes back and turns that onto the onside. Barnard there, you just saw his shoulders, his whole body frame. He's tense. This is a real challenge for him. He's up for it at the moment. Let's see how he gets on. the skills of Harmer versus Barnard, and that he feels a little bit more comfortable with, I reckon, because he's able to get a bit of a stride in. It's when you're playing back and you don't quite know where it's going, and it's all a bit tense, isn't it?
Harmer tries to do him in the air, which is the result of what you've just described. Yeah. He does it because he draws him.
Well, he's in again, balls now, and well, that's a very good ball, because he went forward for that and then had to just stop and check himself a little, and then of course, whilst you're thinking about all this, remember to relax the hand so it doesn't pop up and all that. So this is a wonderful contest.
Can't squeeze it between bat and pad, because if you squeeze it, it will go up in the air. That's why you have these guys around the bat. Essex have got 4 men around the back: a slip, a leg slip, a man on the offside right next to the batsman, and a man on the leg side. So they're looking for the pad bat and the bat pad, so it goes either side. It's a real bit of pressure batting when there's 4 men round the bat, let alone just against a spinner, but the world's best finger spinner.
Terrific stuff. So I'm going to give you the answer at the end of the next over to that question of 3, and then I'm going to have to look up your other debut, your Essex debut, which was against Gloucestershire, you say?
It was, yes.
I'll come back with that a little bit later on.
There's a lovely story.
We've been through them all, I think. So,
no, you've missed a couple, I think.
All right, well, tell me some more stories. Right. Alan Butcher and Duncan Pauline.
Duncan Pauline, yes. Yeah, yes, Duncan Pauline, yeah, played a little bit for Surrey. But Alan Butcher, you're right. I thought Pat Pocock, and I opened with Anthony Gray, the West Indian. I'm sure I did.
Well, it's not on the card.
I'm sure I did. As Ben Allison is taking over from Sam Cook. Allison bowls a ball that is got an inside edge, goes down to fine leg for a single. 1 more run, 172 for 6, with Libby on 69, and to face Ed Barnard on 15. And of course, probably coming in at number 9 will be the captain, Joe Leach, who has a century, who actually was a batsman in his early career. No mug. As Ben Allison bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. Bit of bounce from this tall young man. I thought I opened with Anthony Gray that day for Surrey, because I went for a curry.
You did what?
I went for a curry with Jeff Howarth, the captain, that night, and I was going to tell you what I was.
What you had to eat?
No, the conversation, Mr. Howes. The conversation, because I was a cricket badger even then.
Okay.
I really was. I just loved the game. Allison bowls. Angled into the batsman. Ed Barnard tries to play into the leg side, misses it. It hits his thigh pad, and the young seamer is very aware that he doesn't want him to get a leg by, so he runs after the ball. There is a dot ball, 172 for 6. I thought Percy Pocock played as well.
Don't say there were 2 matches against Cambridge University. That wouldn't have happened, would it?
No, you looking it up?
Well, I'm having to look at it because now you've cast out on this.
I'm worried. If I've got it wrong,
this deep
I'll be
research
mortified.
I've been carrying out.
I'll be mortified.
You've spoiled all my questions, and now you're questioning if I've got the right game.
Allison bowls outside off stump. There's a forceful shot off the back foot, but alas, it's a play and a miss. Possibly looking for an edge there. Had he edged it, it would have flown to the slips.
This is the 8th of June, a 3-day match at Fenners against Cambridge University.
And the Surrey side that day?
So I'll give you the answer, which will include the fellow I'm looking for at the end of this over. You'll have to be patient. Right. T.D. Topley.
Yeah. Did I get any? I got 1 wicket. Rob Andrew.
You got 6 runs not out in the first innings. What did you do in the second innings? Oh, you didn't bat.
In he comes, the bowler Ben Allison bowls outside off stump, left alone by Ed Barnard, through to the keeper, dot ball.
Yes, your bowling analysis, Mr. Toppers, for the Cambridge University second innings was 14 overs, 3 maidens, no wickets for 22. This is a man who's trying to impress. He wants to get a contract. And he hasn't taken a wicket from 14 overs, but 22 runs, only conceded their toppers. I think I would have been signing him up at this stage. Your first bowling analysis from the first innings was 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42.
It's all right, steady.
Oh, what do you say then?
Ben Allison bowls. Oh, he's going for an LW shout, but he's been turned down. The keeper and slips are interested as well.
I think we could be in trouble with the weather here, don't you? It's getting seemingly heavier.
I'll tell you what's coming over as well further back is a bit darker as well. The lights are certainly taking an effect here. End of the over, 172 for 6.
I'm disappointed to read about a no ball.
Oh, I did bowl a few.
2 wides.
Oh, really?
Honest to goodness.
It must have been gusty that day.
But Andrew, LBW Topley for 24.
Could you just describe who that was?
Yeah, that's Rob Andrew.
Rob Andrew, my hero as a fly half. My absolute hero.
You came on first change by the looks.
Who opened the bowling?
Waterman and Taylor.
Oh, right. Right.
And this delivery from Harmer is pushed onto the onside. Oh, careful, Allinson. Now this is the concern. He's all right.
Yes.
He's all right.
His mates are laughing.
Which always helps, I'm sure. But he just went to retrieve the ball there and lost his footing. Harmer back in and playing back is Libby sitting on his 69. What are you laughing at?
No,
69 off 189 deliveries. You wouldn't be laughing if you'd hurt his back.
No, absolutely.
But he didn't.
The wheels came off.
Harmer bowls again, playing back and solid. Libby. He doesn't look quite so rushed and quite so nervous as Barnard, but still it's a battle and still a challenge.
After this over, may I tell you about that curry? It's serious cricket. Serious cricket chat.
You're letting the listeners down not to do so. Harmer in and defensively again. Libby, who's doing a terrific job here, is 191 deliveries for his 69. He's having to show a very similar aptitude and application as we saw from Wesley in the first innings. Essex. Harmer bowls now, and just having to make sure you turn that ball on the leg side and keep it down. Don't got 4 surrounding him now, Don. We just got the 3 for.
It's an examination of technique.
To his mark. This is so dark here. The lights are on, and a lot of rain around, but we're okay. And he sticks out the right boot to Harmer, but he can't cut it out. And that is the end of the over, and no run to come from it. A maiden over, 22 overs, 1 for 41. I need to go through the team, which was Alan Butcher, Duncan Pauline, Alex Stewart played in that game.
Yep.
Yeah, David Ward, Jeff Howarth, Andrew Needham, Keith Medlicott, Nick Taylor, our very own toppers, Peter Waterman and Chris Bullen. They were the team.
No Percy Pocock, and they must have been an Anthony Gray. They must have been 12th and 13th man at Fenners. You talked about Harmer bowling and it's dark, but it's not dangerous with Harmer on.
Oh no.
Obviously they will be concerned about the seamer at the other end, but it's all safe at the moment. And I don't think it's still raining. I think the mizzle has gone. So 2 slips and a gully as Ben Allison is on his way in for his another over. He bowls nice and straight. I think that's the order of the day from the captain. Please bowl at the timbers. And this is played out to Tender Scarter at mid on, no run. That curry, I went with Jeff Howarth, and I had to pinch myself. I'm a trialist. I'm trying to forge a career in the game. I'm on trial. I'm at the MCC Young Cricketers, and I've been picked to play for Surrey. And Jeff Howarth says to me, "Toppers, would you like to come for a curry with me?" Oh, absolute pleasure. So off we went. Ben Allison bowls. This is nearly beaten for a bit of pace, or it's eventually the bat has been brought down, played into the offside for no run. So we went for this curry, and I thought, what am I going to, I was quite nervous. I was young, I was impressionable, so I wanted to make a good impression as well with the captain of Surrey, the great New Zealand captain, Jeff Howarth. So I was asking all the right questions, so I thought I got the confidence to ask, Jeff, tell me, what's the difference in your eyes of Sir Richard Hadley and the great Dennis Lilly? What a great question to ask an international captain. As Allison is in, bowls and brings Ed Barnard forward, played into the offside. Dan Lawrence stops them entertaining, taking a single, well fielded, well bowled, well played. And the answer I was really surprised with. So he said, the great Dennis Lilly, what a wonderful bowler. But, his mate Paddles, he called him Paddles, that was Sir Richard Hadley's nickname. He said, Richard Hadley could bowl as well as Dennis Lilly, but Richard Hadley could bowl 7 wonderful overs at the top of his game. Dennis Lilly probably could bowl 8. He said that's probably the most fundamental difference. Which Allison bowls, played into the offside, nice looking shot. There's going to be 1, 2, in fact it goes for 4 to the marquee between the scoreboard, the little scoreboard, and the pavilion at extra cover. That is a super shot, caressed, not smashed, just caressed and timed through the covers. Wonderful shot by Ed Barnard. He goes to 19, score 176 for 6.
Well, as good as your conversation was, Don, and as nice as a sociable sort of character as you are, it didn't do enough to be kept on.
No.
So you find yourself at Southend a month later and an Essex debut.
I did. John Lever took me in his car, his old XR2. Other cars, Ford cars, are available, but he took me to Southend down the A127 as Ben Allison is in, played into the leg side. It was missed, I think, from the batsman. It hit his thigh pad, ballooned out on the leg side. There is no run. And John Lever took me to the ground. And do you remember one of the players for Gloucestershire? One player for Gloucestershire. There is a great story to this this particular game. But when I arrived at the ground, John Lever immediately saw his old pal, his old oppo, Brian Davidson, a Rhodesian that played for Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. And John Lever got out the car, he went round, shook hands with Brian Davidson, introduced me. Allison is in, bowls, driven into the offside again, and a misfield by the Essex fielder. I think that is Dan Lawrence, and it goes through to the boundary, the extra cover boundary, where there is 4 runs. Not a bad ball, good shot, but a misfield has cost Essex. And Ed Barnard's on 23, Libby's on 69, and the Worcestershire score 180 for 6. So Lever introduces me. Toppers, can I introduce you to Brian Davidson? Brian Davidson shakes my hand. He was a big Rhodesian. He went to Tasmania, emigrated to Tasmania, and became an MP in Tasmania. He was a strong Rhodesian. He shook my hand. He crushed it. He absolutely crushed my hand. I couldn't feel it for the whole day when I bowled. A very, very strong man. Do you remember how hard he used to hit the ball, Brian Davidson?
Do you remember you got him out?
I actually don't.
You did.
Unless
you've been on this site and you've fiddled it and somehow. LBW Topley for 12 in Gloucestershire's second innings. Harmer bowls and defensively played by Libby onto the one side. Still got 3 fielders in close proximity along with the keeper, and we've got Harmer here bowling his 23rd over. He's taken a wicket so far, just 1 wicket, 1 for 41 in bowls, and playing back and taken by the keeper on the leg side there, Wheater. This is a wonderful challenge and an entertaining, really intriguing game of cricket, of which Essex took a burst of wickets late yesterday, took a wicket, well, pretty much first thing this morning, then a couple around lunchtime. They're looking for more now in this afternoon session. Use of the feet, and he's lifted it high over the top on the leg side. It's Walter who will try and cut it off. He should be able to do so, although I reckon that surface is a little bit slippy out there, so they're a little bit mindful of it, and they will get a couple of runs. Now, that was aerial. There were a couple of fielders out there. You, for a moment, fearing the worst for him?
Well, I didn't think he got to the ball. So he went through with it, which was the gamble, but it did clear the 2 fellas. One is at sort of mid-wicket. There's a deeper, squarer mid-wicket, but he's nowhere near the boundary. So they are encouraging the batsman to go over the top.
Next delivery, playing back and turned down on the ground still by Libby, who's now moved on to 71 on that previous delivery. So 182 for 6, plays 490 for 9. And Harmer with 2 more balls left to this over. He's bowling from the river end here at Chelmsford. Bowls and leaning back and creates enough space to power, that one. He gets some fairly decent timing on it, but it's not racing away. It's got to be a big chase though for Porter to try and get to that and cut it off, and he does so just inside the boundary. So they run 3, and Libya moves to 74, and the Worcestershire score moves up to 185 for 6. Barnard is not out on 23.
Good shot across the netting area. The 2 tall bowlers, Porter and Cook, had to run and retrieve the ball. That's the kind of thing they don't want to do, having bowled beautifully this morning and this afternoon.
What I get from this, but I guess it's just my age and my generation, is I'm looking down these names on both the Essex and the Gloucestershire side of things. We're at Southend, and some wonderful names. Has it got through his legs? It has gone through the legs, I think, of Tendus Carter, maybe just to the left of him. But either way, there will be runs here.
Oh!
Now, what on earth happened out there? It is slippy out there, isn't it, Don?
It is.
But that's Paul Walter, who I saw when he got down to it, and then, bless him, it goes through his legs, and then as he gets his hand to it to try and pull it back, he actually pushes it over the rope because he's just lost all sense of balance. Oh, that's not great.
It's like one of those tricks when you bend down to pick a ball up and you kick it further away. It was rather indifferent. That could be on a Saturday night clip of something like It'll Be All Right on the Night.
It wasn't too good looking, but I tell you, it is slippy out there. It continues. There's a bit of mizzle around, a little drizzle. Barnard on 27, Libby 74, and Worcestershire now with that boundary of 189 for 6.
I'm determined to tell you the story about the debut, the funny part of the story, about a playing incident on the park. Essex, Gloucestershire, Southend, 1985.
Yep.
I'm making my debut.
Yep.
I'm coming. Keith Fletcher, wonderful captain.
Yep.
Wonderful tactical captain, man manager, just wonderful. It was an absolute pleasure. Firstly, I'm changing in the dressing room. The dressing room for the home team was in where the beer barrels are stored. This was Southend Cricket Club, Southend-on-Sea. So it's not a professional ground, festival ground. So I'm changing on the beer barrels. Everyone else has got a seat. We go out and field, and I'm brought on first change, and with my first ball goes through to the wicket keeper David East, dot ball, lovely, as Ben Allison is coming in. He bowls, Libby plays into the offside, backward point does the fielding, no run. So there I am, I've been warming up, Keith Fletcher tells me to bowl, great, first ball goes through to the keeper, the second ball I bowl at Billy Athy. Remember him?
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, yeah.
Billy Athy drives me straight to mid-off, in the air. David Ackfield, the off spinner.
I told you these names. Yeah. They're just they're
David
famous
Ackfield.
Names.
It hits. It doesn't drop it. It hits him in the solar plexus. Doesn't get a hand on it and goes on the floor. Ben Allison is in. He bowls. This is driven into the offside, looking for a single, but Paul Walter, with a safe pair of feet and hands, stays on his feet and prevents the single. Ackfield is at mid-off. Athy's driven my second ball of my career. David Ackfield misses it. It hits him in the solar plexus. It goes on the floor, and everyone goes, I'm gutted and disappointed. Second ball could have got a wicket.
Of course.
Billy Athy, international.
Of course, yeah.
David Ackfield comes up to me,
yeah,
having been at Cambridge University, educated man.
New big words then.
Allison bowls, plays by Libby up to mid-on, no run. He brings me the ball and he says, young man, in his broad Cambridge posh accent, says, it may have been the first, it most certainly won't be the last catch I drop off your bowling. And I look at him and I just go back to my mark. Yes, and I think I got Billy Athy out, caught Hardy, bowled Topley at bat pad. That was my first Essex wicket. It was caught Hardy, bowled Topley. In fact, my second wicket was caught Hardy, bowled Topley. As Ben Allison bowls, good delivery, searching for the stumps. Libby comes forward and plays back to mid-off, no run.
Which do you think was your first wicket?
I think, was it Billy? I think it was caught Hardy, bowled Topley. Hardy.
For 76. And you also got rid of
Jerry Lloyds?
No,
Kevin Curran?
Yeah,
Kevin
caught Hardy, bowled
Caught
Topley.
Hardy, yes.
Without scoring, Kevin Curran.
Yes, yes. Jeremy Lloyds played?
Jack Russell, David Graveney.
Yes.
Hey, but what about Sid Lawrence and Courtney Walsh in the bowling attack?
I was night watchman.
You were, and I know you did very well, did you?
Hang on, wait for that. Allison is in, bowls. Forces Libby on the back foot, and there is no run.
But it wasn't those.
Right, we bowled them out.
It was neither of those two that got you.
Hang on, no, we bowled them out.
Yeah.
All right, and I've bowled a fair number of overs.
Okay.
Did I get 3 for in the first innings? 3 for 20 odd overs?
No, I'm very sorry to report. 2 for 43.
2 for 43. Right, we've come off, and I feel quite pleased with my debut for Essex. Some great names in that team, but I'm still on the beer barrels in the home dressing room. There's no other room. Ken McEwen, I'm changing next to him. As Alison bowls, played into the leg side, that goes down to fine leg. Porter does the fielding. There is 1 run to Libby, 190 for 6. So I come off and I've sat down on the beer barrels, and Keith Fletcher's having a quick chat. The openers are putting their helmets on. Lawrence, Courtney Walsh, Kevin Curran.
Yeah.
Great bowling lineup. They were a very competitive side in the 80s Gloucestershire under David Graveney.
Yeah.
So they go out and bat. About 10 overs left in the evening.
Yeah.
Keith Fletcher, who I'd really sort of met properly on that day, said, here, you, youngster, you're night watchman.
Okay.
Didn't ask me, told me, you're night watchman.
Why would he ask?
Fine.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was etiquette.
No.
So I didn't like to say anything. And David East, who was a good man, looked at me and said, I think you'll probably be required with 8 overs left. Okay. So I'm looking at the board and I think, when shall I pad up? This is the professional game. I just don't know how to handle myself. I'm going to be asked to be night watchman. Hang on a minute. There's Walsh and Sid Lawrence out there.
Yeah. Harmer bowls now. In, bowls and plays back onto the leg side. And no run. 190
So
for 6.
I strapped them on, put my pads on, thigh pad. I've got to be honest, my thigh pad was like wasn't particularly very large, like a towel.
Second ball of this 24th over of Harmer, looking for his second wicket, but he's bowling to Libby at the moment, and Libby looks okay with it. Looks okay, but it's always a challenge against Harmer, of course.
I suddenly thought I might need an arm guard. I've never worn an arm guard before.
Next ball, fires that one in a little bit more. Worked away square, beats the fielders out there, and, well, there's 2 fielders eventually. First it was Brown, and then it's Walter, who manages to stay on his feet this time, and Libby will pick up 2 runs, and he will move to 77, 192 for 6.
We lost a wicket, and I had to go out, and I went out with 6 overs left. And I'm going to have to be brave. I've got to show a bit of desire. I want a career in the game, and I'm night watchman against Walsh and Sid Lawrence.
Harmer around the wicket. Here now to Libby. So he's coming around the wicket, and that's what's pushed into the offside. No run.
I go out there, and suddenly my heart was beating at the fall of that wicket. 6
beating
overs
quite fast
left.
By the sounds of it.
It was. It's frightening.
Harmer in, bowls, and defensively plays back and defensive. That from Libby.
From where the pavilion is, you actually have to go past the bowler, really, quite close to the bowler. And I just remember Sid Lawrence looking at me. What a fine physique of a man.
Oh, yes.
He frightened me just looking at him.
Yes, would anyone. And Harmer bowls and worked just to the left-hand side of forward short leg there. Then discarding.
I survived the over. I survived the next over.
Well done, Don.
We get through. I face Courtney Walsh and Sid Lawrence, David Lawrence, and I survive the overs. I get to the very last over. I'm still on 0 not out.
Yes.
I've gone back. I've left it. I've been bounced. I've kept my eye on the ball all the way through.
All the right things, Don.
All the last over of the day's play.
Yeah.
And David Graveney takes those 2 off and brings David Graveney himself on.
Yeah.
I'm so conditioned to going back that the first ball from David Graveney, he gets me LBW for 0.
That's disappointing. That it is disappointing, but you know, it was your debut, or your Essex debut, and you still did a very fine job, and you got a career there. At least they signed you, they kept you.
They did.
It
wasn't for my batting.
And I shall move aside. Sorry, just overrun a little bit. We're enjoying the stories. And I shall speak to you later on.
Thank you, Kevin. 192 for 6. Ben Allison. with Alice Band. He's running in, 2 slips and a gully. He's in, bowling. Forced by Barnard into the offside, looks for a single, but Dan Lawrence prevents that like a caged tiger at cover. 192 for 6. We're in the 73rd over. I'm pleased to say it hasn't continued to rain. Just the odd spot that seems to have passed. Good afternoon, Nick Gledhill.
Yeah, hello again. And
no, you're not in yet.
There we go. Tell you what, it's still pretty gloomy out there, so it might be the bad light's going to be more of a problem than the rain. Haven't got the snow at Headingley, mind you.
No, I heard about that. Allison in bowls, drags Barnard forward. There goes into the offside where Lawrence does the fielding. Dot ball. Barnard playing very nicely here, putting on a decent partnership. 145, so they've put on 47.
Yeah, and it's sort of occupation of the crease as well. Apart from that 9 off the one Harmer over, which is a bit of a surprise.
In he comes. Bat aloft. Into the leg side. There's an ooh and a ah, but that's well played by the Worcestershire number 8.
I'm sort of convinced that Worcestershire's objective here is to be still batting in their first innings tomorrow morning. And if they can do that, they've got a chance of saving this game.
They have. And as you said, the amended points for a draw this year is 8.
Yeah.
Bonus points to date. Essex 5, Worcester 1.
But when you add 8 to both totals, it's quite even.
Oh, there's a shout for an LBW. I'm not quite sure from up here, nor is Neil Mallander the umpire. Good shout from Essex, good shout from Ben Allison. He's quietly having a word with the former bowler to say what was wrong with it. And I'd love to have heard that conversation. Always be nice, you just say, you can't say that was out, ump. You would say, going down, missing off, too high. And normally if you enter into a nice conversation with the umpire will be honest with you and say, sorry mate, wasn't out, going down, outside the line, over the top. Never upset the umpire. Well bowled. Good reply that. Well played Ed Barnard, comes forward. Looking very capable here, Ed Barnard, formerly of Shrewsbury School. His father was the master in charge of cricket there, Andy Barnard. A fine, well, he was a dependable, played a lot of minor counties cricket for Shropshire. Ed Barnard, waiting, looking at his feet from here, he's just inside his crease. Some bowls driven into the offside, missed time, goes up to mid off where there is no run. End of the over, 192 for 6.
I mean, one thing we know about Worcestershire is that their seam bowlers, at least a couple of them, are very useful batsmen in terms of Leach and Barnard.
Very much
and therefore, it's it's hard work for Essex here, and by no means certain they're winning this game, even though they've taken wickets pretty regularly, with the exception of that partnership of 89.
Yes, very good afternoon. Welcome back. Pleased to say they haven't lost a wicket since you were last here. Barnard with 27, but Jake Libby, he's 77 not out. This is a cracking 7th wicket partnership, and Worcestershire, as they're trying to get to tea without losing another wicket, are 192 for 6. Entertaining stuff.
Lovely drive down the ground there by Jake Libby off Simon Harmer, who's starting to prove quite expensive. Maybe they're trying to hit him out of the attack, I don't know. We shall see if it succeeds. But 77 for Libby and 51 in the partnership, shared roughly equally between these two. So Libby, who's been there since the start, has got another very useful ally. And score now 192 for 6. Remember, Essex made 490 for 9. The follow-on target is 341, 196 for 6. Scoreboard a little bit slow, maybe suffering in the cold. It is a strange feel here today. I've got to be honest, walking around the ground, the parts of the ground that are closed off, and you can tell there aren't going to be spectators here for another month or so, as that's just played off the back foot and into the onside to Allison, and there's no run. And even if, as you look downstairs, you go down the stairs from our commentary point here, and there's a 2019 fixture list is listed downstairs on the wall, and that's an indication that things are rather sort of stalled momentum-wise without any spectators here. Of course, as that's played defensively up into the offside, there weren't any last year and none so far this, but of course better news for the last two championship matches, for the members being invited back in, not all of them at the same time, certainly, as that's played defensively back down the pitch this time by Libby, and there's no run. And Sam Tudor was in touch earlier. 3 generations of the Tudor family, including Cal 10, Freddie Knight and Bob Sixer, watching, scoring and willing on Libby to his century. You added Vessels at the time of the message, Sam, but of course he's subsequently out. Thanks very much for your kind comments on the commentary. And Harmer bowls, and that's flicked away nicely down to Walter at mid-wicket, and I still stick with my earlier comment that Libby has played Harmer as comfortably as anyone that I've seen in the last few years, and has really acquitted himself very well. So 197 for 6, the scoreboard's just catching up. We're in the 74th over. Worcestershire won't mind how many batting points they get here. They're far more interested, I think, in getting the draw points, because with 8 available, it's going to be very, very useful acquisition as Harmer bowls, and that one he just goes back into his crease as Barnard, who's done well for his 27. And we should say it's been a good partnership here, just as Essex was threatening to really get on top of again. 197 for 6, keeping Essex out there, and you do feel that we will not get uninterrupted play until the close here, because it's very gloomy. And I imagine if it stays like this, come 5:30 or so, the umpires will be getting a little bit twitchy, but it may well rain as well. 197 for 6, and the deficit down below 300, it's 293.
After you're over on commentary, Nick, can I, in between the next over and Ball's next over, you give a few scores out?
Yes, I was going to look at some emails first, and then we'll and then do the scores. But the scores are planned for the next 15 minutes, because I know we've got some interesting games going on.
Ben Allison bowls and drags Libby forward.
And actually, as we've got Seamer bowling, we can actually make a start, because the next email is quite a long one, so I want to do
into the offside, no run. Well bowled, well batted.
Okay, let's go to the game that's really of key interest, at Middlesex Somerset. So Somerset are 101 for 3, needing a further 184. Tom Abel. Now, can he play the captain's role here? He's 53 not out. There's 2 wickets for Ronan Jones and 1 more for Ethan Bamber, who was the star of the show, the youngster, the other day. What a terrific match.
Allison in, 2 slips in a gully, driven into the offside, but they won't take a single. Well fielded by Dan Lawrence, dot ball.
And if Somerset win that, it's as good a win as the one they got against Warwickshire last year, and it will really set them in very good stead at all. So 101 for 3, needing a further 184 after they rushed through the Middlesex lower order earlier in the day. Durham 52 for 3 are 115 ahead of Nottinghamshire. That could still be anybody's game. 2 wickets there for Brett Hutton.
Ben Allison bowls. Jake Libby plays into the leg side. I think that's off the bat. Don't think it's a leg by, as it goes to square leg where Sam Cook does the fielding.
Dealing with the games in our group first, the Essex and Worcestershire group, which is really the right thing to do. Warwickshire really quite in control. There's rain at the moment at Edgbaston, but Derbyshire is 71 for 5 and only lead by 39. So it's a long way out of that predicament from here. Hannon Dalby has all 5.
Has he?
Yep, well done to him.
Formerly
strong seam attack, Warwickshire. If they get the batting right again.
As outside off stump from the young Essex seamer, where there is no shot played through to the keeper, dot ball.
And talking of games that have sort of swung round, we mentioned the Middlesex Somerset game, which is sort of swinging around at the moment. How about Gloucestershire and Surrey, where Surrey are 138 for 3, leading by 32 with Rory Byrne 68 and Ben Folkes 48 not out.
Gosh,
Nice partnership.
they need runs there, don't they?
Ollie Pope and Amler both made ducks.
Yeah.
So it's an uneven scorecard for Surrey, but their position is better than at any point in the game to this point.
Driven down the ground, just misses the stumps at the bowler's end. Good looking shot from Ed Barnard, but there is no run. Well fielded by Ryan Tenders-Carter.
Well, Leicestershire doing their best to hold up Hampshire. They followed on an awful long way behind. They're still 335 behind, 75 for 2 in their second innings, and they've got Harry Dearden there on 43, but Hampshire will just look to chip away there, and they're still firm favourites to get underway with a win.
Allison in. Decent ball, looking for a single is Ed Barnard even, where there is no run. We're going to see a new introduction here of a bowler that hasn't bowled yet. It's going to be Daniel Lawrence.
Yeah, interesting to see him. They got underway late at Old Trafford. Lancashire took a first innings lead of 106. Lancashire will be one of my tips to make the top division. Well, we're going to discuss that today or tomorrow, but they will be one of my tips to make the top division. I think they're a real Division 1 side. Dane Vilas got to 189, so Sussex starting 101 behind, a 5 without loss. You were nodding at that, Don, so you suggest that's not a bad call.
He was a coal pack.
Yeah.
Because of the coal pack scenario, he has become an overseas player. So, in a strange way, becoming an overseas player, he's good enough. But is there a bit more pressure on him as opposed to a coal pack player last year and the year before? He's club captain, but he's coming to Lancashire now as an overseas player. Obviously, must have been a very fine 100 today against Sussex. That fixture was reversed, wasn't it? It was meant to be at Sussex, but because of an infestation of flies or something in their
very
turf,
odd.
It's gone up to Old Trafford.
Here's a twirl of the arms from Dan Lawrence, and it's flicked around the corner down to fine leg, and a slight misfield, but not one that's going to cost a run. The first nailed-on draw, I think, of the season. Kent 455, Northants 222 for 4. It's raining, and I don't think that game's going anywhere particular. Ricardo Vasconcelos 124 not out. Northants 222 for 4. Here's a little push away into the offside, and again there's no run here for Libby, but he stays there on 83 with Barnard 27 and 198 for 6. What else can we say? The only game we haven't mentioned is Yorkshire Glamorgan, where snow stopped. It says a rain delay, but if you look at the pictures, it's clearly an awful lot of snow, and it's an interesting game with Glamorgan doing well. They'll be annoyed about the snow actually, because they're on top, as that's played backward square on the offside this time by Libby. They go through for a quick second run, and they'll get there on the throw from Cook. So 2 to a total. Worcestershire have a batting point, 200. Didn't do too well on the bowling point front, just the one, so any with the bat will be usefully received, but their key objective of course would be the 8 draw points, which would I think be a good return for them. They'll fancy their chances of perhaps having more of a chance of a win when the two sides meet at New Road in a couple of weeks' time. Both these fixtures starting in April between the two sides, as Lawrence bowls and is played defensively by Libby, bat and pad together into the offside, and there is no run. Yorkshire were 193 all out, so Glamorgan took a first innings lead of 137, and they've now stretched that to 298, 161 for 4, so Glamorgan in the pound seats. The frustration is the snow, which has held things up there at Headingley. And here's one off the back foot, which is steered away for a single, and well, it has to be said, runs coming fairly steadily against the spinners, both Harmer and Lawrence bowling from the River End. And Worcestershire again are going into calm waters, their second significant partnership of the day. The first one we saw earlier on, which was very good indeed, which occupied most of the morning session. Now another one taking shape, with Jake Libby common to both. Here's Lawrence again, bowls and played away off the back foot, and again down towards backward point, and there is this time just the one run. If you haven't been with us earlier in the day on BBC Essex and BBC Hereford and Worcester, Worcestershire lost a wicket straight away this morning when D'Oliveira was out to Cook to give him 4 wickets in the innings. Then Libby and Vessels added 89. Wickets either side of lunch for Essex perked them up with Vessels 87. These two came together at 145. It's now 202 for 6. Essex made 490 for 9. I'm Nick Gledhill, and with me is David Brett. Hello, David.
Afternoon, Nick. Yeah, these two are batting really well, aren't they, at the moment? Just holding up the Essex charge.
Yeah, it's there's only 2 results possible in this game, but Worcestershire will be mighty pleased if they can get out of here with a draw. They'll be reckoning that other sides in the group may not get out of here with a draw. So if they can do that, they'll be, I think, very pleased with themselves. They've shown some of those qualities that they showed last year, which they didn't show in 2019 when they had an awful championship campaign. And, you know, if you were to look at Worcestershire and the way they're playing now, you wouldn't believe it. They finished bottom of the heap, I think it was, in 2019. They had a terrible time.
Yeah, they're also forcing Wesley to go through his whole repertoire here. Is Walter on from the Hayes close end, left arm over, left alone outside the off stump, across the bows of the right-hander Barnard, who's batted really well since he came in.
Joan Dugdale, 1 or 2 emails that came in earlier. Joan, thanks for getting in touch with us. I know it's a bit of a mute issue at the moment, this business about getting crowds back, and you'll notice that there are other trial events that might be sort of getting favoured over the cricket, and obviously it's not too much that can be done about it. It's all going to be a government decision. But you mentioned that you're a member at Scarborough and you follow local cricket as well as Yorkshire.
Walter charging in again, bowls, and that's just a dab down into the leg side. There's no run.
And you say that you and your friends are frustrated with the delay in getting crowds back, and you're saying that there has been discussion about some events maybe being favoured over others, but obviously a little bit frustrating. I just hope that Yorkshire also will be getting some members into the ground from May the 17th onwards.
Here comes Walter in again under dark skies with that short wide outside the off stump, cut away, but there's a sweeper on the boundary down a deep backward point, and there is a single to the total. 203 for 6, and Barnard goes to 29.
And you say that Scarborough hosts Yorkshire against Lancashire seconds May the 10th. Because second 11 cricket is considered elite, no one can attend the event, and normally you'd have a crowd of about 200 to 300 on the Scarborough for even a second 11 game, and of course Scarborough can hold around about 7,000, so entry being free, and you think that all could all be organised very, very easily, but as I say, it's frustrating.
Walter in, bowls, and that's full of a length and defended back down the pitch, and there's no run.
So Peter and Joan Dugdale, thank you very much indeed, and let's just hope that as the weather gets warmer, the crowds will come back, and maybe Yorkshire will be contesting Division 1 in September. You know, they might even have a trip to Chelmsford, or Essex might be going up to Yorkshire, but let's just hope that it's going to be, from this cold grey start, it's going to be a fine summer.
Walter in again, and that's defended into the leg side, and again there's no run.
Comments about the weather. Phil, thanks for telling us earlier that it was raining in Saffron Walden, and Vivian that you had drizzle in Southend, which Glenn Speller on our BBC Essex Sport programme was also reporting. Rather more crucial for Southend Football Club is that they get a result today. You're saying you hope it doesn't reach Chelmsford. It did a little bit, but it's not forced the players off yet.
Walter bowls short wide outside the off stump. There's no real pace in that delivery. I wonder if the ball's got a little bit soft now. Just sat up there and cut away by Libby, but easily fielded. In fact, Lawrence, who did the fielding, has just hurt himself there. Fallen on his knee, maybe quite painfully.
And Tony Smith said, Paul Newton was here the last couple of days, and he said, did he tell us that Tony had kindly fixed the heater for us? Yes, we have got it working today, which is great, and it reminds me of Lords and the Bob Willis Trophy final, where my main achievement on day 4 doing that game was to discover there was a heater, which no one had discovered in the first 3.5 days in the game, and it was pretty cold throughout, but that did make all the difference. So yes, heaters very much required. Wouldn't have been this time last year, of course. Absolutely astonishing April and May. Peter Ireland, hello everyone. What are your greatest memories of watching Sir Alistair Cook play at the county ground? That says best wishes, Denise Haslam. So that's from you, Denise. Thanks very much indeed for that. Well, of course, some would say when he first appeared against the Australians, of course, way back in 2005. I think he and Ravi Bopara got a lot of runs against the Australians before the last Test match, the Kevin Peterson game. Remember that one?
Yeah, double 100, didn't he?
Yeah. And of course, there have been many such since. And some really important ones, actually, in the last couple of years, as Harmer's back on. The Lawrence experiment didn't last long, has played defensively back down the pitch and there's no run.
One that stands out for me, and I wasn't here at the county ground, it was at the Oval, and he was playing a T20, he got 100 in the T20.
He's actually a very capable one-day batsman, and you're right, at the Oval, T20, lovely delivery from Harmer. That one didn't turn. The batsman, in this case Barnard, was playing for it, went straight on and wasn't far from off stump. So Harmer determined to get a breakthrough. The Lawrence experiment was a short one. Harmer 1 for 57 in his 26th over. Comes in to bowl. That's played the bat and pad together up into the offside to Porter.
I remember
there's one run.
It was a balmy night at the Oval, and I went to go and get an interview with him as he was walking off, and he was obviously a lot younger then.
Yes.
And he was most concerned that the interview was going to go out over the speakers at the Oval.
Well, he would have got a yes. Yes, Harmer bowls. That's played up to the onside. I tell you what, you're doing the T20 game at the Oval, aren't you? June the 21st. That could be a very special occasion when, if the plan goes to full fruition, there should be a pretty decent crowd in for that one.
Well,
as Harmer bowls and just worked away off the pads for probably two. It's going up around about 2/3 of the way to the mid-wicket boundary. And it's picked up by Allison, and they come back for the second run. But Libby is heading for a deserved 100 here. He's got 88. And second good partnership of the day for Worcestershire. 206 for 6, given that they were 3 down overnight. I think they'll be delighted overall with their progress today.
Well, I think they're being a bit more cautious about the sports, despite the fact they're saying they're going to open up the country on June 21st, because I know the European Championship games, all the group games, will be at 25%.
Yes, as Harmer bowls, and this is played away along the ground out towards backward square leg. One more goes to the total, and this partnership is starting to become more fluent. It was notable when that 6th wicket went down, they really dug in for about 45 minutes, but they've become more fluent since. Barnard 30, Libby 89, 207 for 6. Essex made
sure that the group games held at Wembley go beyond the 21st of June, so if they extrapolate that across the rest of the sports, then perhaps the cricket won't see full stadiums until later on in the summer.
Well, obviously it's fair to say that Euro 2020 or 2021 is quite an important factor.
As Walter bowls and Libby defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
No coincidence that Wimbledon is around then as well, although I'm not sure that they're playing to have full crowds. But
I think they said 50%.
It would be just anything along those lines, just to everyone safe and being able to get a reasonable number of people in. Would you want to be in a full packed capacity crowd, particularly indoors? I think you'd rather be outdoors in a reduced crowd.
Walter charging in again, left arm over to the right-handed Libby, who just defends back into the leg side. This is the penultimate over before the new ball is available.
Tea, by the way, we're expecting around about 4 o'clock. 43.4 overs left in the day. There's no way we're going to have that in this light, but maybe slightly later than 4 because of the over 8.
Hang on, we are back to the 80th over for the new ball, right?
Yes, I believe, yes. Yeah.
Here comes Walter, arms jutting out, up to the stumps, bowls, full, driven by Libby into the offside, but Lawrence, who seems to have recovered from whatever he did earlier, perhaps jarred his knee a little bit, seems to be walking fluidly.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com is our address for emails. Will Jones says, currently looking out the window of my flat in the middle of Chelmsford at the county ground floodlights. Unfortunately, I don't have a good enough vantage point to see the cricket, so I'm watching the stream and looking forward to being back inside the ground cheering on Essex.
Hopefully not too far away as Walter bowls, and that's clipped into the leg side, and that's defended well as well. That's I think that's Brown diving away to his left hand side. It is at mid wicket. 207 2-4-6. Would you be comfortable going back into a full stadium?
A cricket ground?
A full stadium, any stadium?
Outside, I think a cricket ground, I'd sort of feel a bit more safe than if I was in a sort of like a football crowd. But it's outside. I think is that it's less risk, isn't it?
Walter bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side. And again, Brown fields. 207 for 6, 79th over of the innings. The umpires are still trying to warm themselves up, both with gloves on.
And will say it's a bumper few years as an Essex cricket fan with a team stacked full of local talent. And for me, David, they're favourites in 2 of the 3 competitions this year. It remains to be seen whether Sir Alistair will be in the commentary box or turning out for the 50 overs. But
Walter bowls. Oh, sure, that caught Libby on the hop there. He ducked out of the way, just backed away, almost ended up on his backside. That was a good delivery from Walter. Surprise short delivery, and that's the end of the over. 1 over to go before the new ball's available. 207 for 6.
But remember that Essex are going to have most of their team available for this 50 over competition, which is the undercard to the 100, because there haven't been too many selections from within the Essex side, so they're going to be at pretty good strength, a lot more so than some of the other counties, and it's going to be interesting to see whether there are any mismatches with sides that are fielding virtual second 11s. Fascinating to see how that works. 50 over competition, I think people realise that the current situation isn't really a tenable one for us. England trying to defend a World Cup. You want your best players playing 50 over cricket and being able to develop in it. And I think, David, that the only way around this is to try and find enough space in the schedule for an early season knockout competition with a final at Lords in the middle of summer. Here's Harmer bowls, and this is played defensively, head over the ball. Made no there from Paul Walter. That one just played out into the onside. At the moment, the games start on a weekly basis on a Thursday. So here's a defensive stroke again, head over the ball from Barnard, no run, 207 for 6. You could have a fortnightly cycle of a knockout round on the 50 overs, and then championship games starting on a Friday and then the following Thursday. And you play with knockouts on the Wednesday, something like that. This is a delivery which turns back into the right-handed Barnard. He gets a bit of bat onto it, and it runs down towards third man. There's Cook, and there's 1 run. Short third man, he does the fielding. Barnard 31, Libby has 89, 208 for 6. Okay, you wouldn't have your IPL players, but you'd have all the other developing players, all the players who normally play first team cricket. I just think at the moment there's too big a gap between this sort of second 11 competition we're going to have in the summer and the England 50 over side. But what do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. But the calendar's just a little bit too full at the moment.
There is just enough space to do it. We're playing on that sort of fortnightly cycle basis. This is played up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. But I think it's the one thing that they've got to look at. And then what do you do with the counties during the 50 overs? Do you have a 50 over 2 division competition? Or do you try and do something else as Harmer bowls? And that's played defensively again, head over the ball. But what I don't like about this, there's 1 or 2 things I really don't like, and I don't like that Thursday afternoon final at Trent Bridge, just sort of tucked into a corner. It doesn't feel right to me. You want a prestige one-day final, don't you? Played at Lords on a Saturday. That's played defensively up towards Allison at mid-wicket. Any thoughts on that? Please get in touch. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. But I really don't like. It's that last 2 weeks of August that I don't like. It's when we have these knockout rounds of the 50 overs on the certainly at least 1 more round of championship games then. So it's one of those things that I suppose is dictated by the requirements of television as much as anything else. Barnard 31, Libby 89, 208 for 6. Essex made 490 for 9, and we think probably about 35 minutes till tea if the light holds.
Yes, if the light holds, exactly. There's a heavy cloud cover all round now. New ball's taken. Jamie Porter will be bowling from the Hayes close end. There's going to be at least 3 slips, I think, in for the new ball. Barnard will be on strike when that 6th wicket went down.
Marion, thanks very much for your email, because there was something I was going to say in relation to your content of the email, and I was just waiting for someone to send me an email on this topic, so I can do so during the course of this over. You're asking about a member of our commentary team, and I'd like to give you some information, so come back to that in a moment.
Porter kicking his heels up, and he's moving in now. Right arm over, 3 slips go down, bowls to Barnard, who just defends into the leg side. Deals with that first delivery comfortably, and it's picked up by Walter, and there's no run.
So Marion, you say it's great to hear county cricket again and ball by ball commentary. Thanks for your appreciation of it. You say you're not sufficiently knowledgeable to ask any intelligent questions about cricket. Well, don't worry, neither of us are as well. But you follow cricket whenever possible on the radio and now online since at least the late 1950s, and you used to attend county matches at Colchester Castle Park, which is a much missed venue, Marion, I know, for many Essex members.
Next delivery is just pushed away into the offside. I'll come through for a quick single, and Allison decides not to shy at the stumps, and Barnard was through comfortably anyway. So single to the total, 209 for 6.
And you say what you'd like to ask is whether Dick Davis will be on commentary during the summer. Marion, I'm pleased to say Dick is well. He's following the Australian tourists of old in making his debut at Worcester. Remember they always used to start their tours at Worcester? Well, Dick is doing that, so he's missing out on this freezing cold April very wisely, and he will be with us from the Worcester game, which is at the end of April. So do listen out to Dick. He's covering the first 2 days of that, and then he'll be with us regularly after that.
Next deliveries are pushed away into the offside, cover fields, and there's no run. 209 for 6.
But I'll pass on your good wishes. I'll forward your email to Dick, so he'll be pleased to hear that. But yep, Dick with us, but he's going to be with us from the end of April for that Worcester game, which, as I say, is a nice place to start.
Day 3 then of the county championship match between Essex and Worcestershire at Charleston.
Your reporter Don Topley is not here at the moment. It's Nick Glettel to give you a quick update. 209 for 6. The really good news for Worcestershire is this 7th wicket pair is still going strong. Jake Libby 89 and with them Ed Barnard on 32. And it's been a really good effort. They've dug in, they've frustrated the Essex bowlers. The light here is poor, the lights are on, and Worcestershire really hoping to extend their first innings into tomorrow morning. And if they can do that, we've got a great chance of drawing this game and getting a really valuable 8 bonus points for the draw. Jake Libby very much the star of the day. He shared in 2 important partnerships. He's 89 not out, Barnard on 32, and it's 209 for 6 in reply to the Essex 490 for 9 declared. Dick, that was quite funny actually. Don was meant to do a report into the Hereford and Worcester programme, and he was perched at the top of the stairs as they linked to him, and he couldn't hear the cue. So it was,
there is not much cue.
No, so we had to do a quick stand-in job there. But
good. They only wanted 10 seconds.
Well, I thought we'd try and build it up. Over to you, David.
Here comes Porter again, that's defended into the offside, backward point Fields, and it's another dot ball. End of the over, not really too threatening with the first over from the new ball. 209 for 6, and Libby's still going nicely. He's on 89, ably supported by Barnard for 32, and they're causing a bit of frustration for Essex with this weather closing in. And it will be putting something in the back of Wesley's mind about as and when, if they can prevent Worcestershire from following on or avoiding the follow-on.
Thanks, Brian, for your email suggesting the 100 be done away with, as people are always moaning there's too much cricket in the county. We'll be interested to see how it goes, won't we, Brian? And I'll pass on your comments to Dick as well, and so look forward to hearing Dick on the radio in April as well, later on in the month. But thanks for getting in touch with us. So we got Cook at 209 for 6, coming in from the river end outside the off stump, and Essex just a little bit frustrated now. These two have batted a long time together, and they're holding Essex up, and certainly Worcestershire, the chief objective now to try and get out of this game with a draw. Basically Essex have still got to take 14 more wickets. They've taken 3 today. And we're on the cusp of tea, so you can tell that there's a lot of work to be done for the home side. 3 slips waiting. That one steered past third slip for 4. It was reasonably well controlled, that. It was a delivery which is just shaping away from the right hander. He played it with soft hands, Barnard, and squeezed it away. If it had gone to a gully, it wouldn't have got there on the full. There was no gully, so it's gone for 4 to third man. Barnard 36. It's 2.13 for 6 Worcestershire.
We'll say it's a little bit lighter than it was earlier. The shadows aren't quite as prominent as they were perhaps an hour ago, but still gloomy out there.
Here's Cook, 3 slips waiting. Bowls, and it's played away up towards cover, and there's no run. Well, now Don's actually missed his piece, so we'll do another 10 minutes, David, and then we'll bring him in for me. So I don't miss mine. Yes, it's been an interesting day, hasn't it? We've had sort of good middles of sessions for Worcestershire, bookended by wickets for Essex at the start and finish, and I'll be hoping that pattern continues with a wicket or 2 before tea. 2.13 for 6. Here's Cook again, 4 wickets to his name. He bowls, and that one played defensively by Barnard, head right over the ball, looking very accomplished, it has to be said, and there's no run. The headline game, if you like, at the moment at Lords, Somerset are 112 for 3 at tea. We need 173 to win, and Tom Abel is 62 not out. Interestingly, Tom Lammonby, who was superb last year, made a wonderful innings in the Lords final. 2 failures, a 5 and a 0. 2.13 for 6. And that's driven away, wide a backward point for 4. Slightly sliced, but along the ground. I think he was trying to hit that through cover. Sliced away, and Allison can't catch that. And the run's coming more freely now, particularly for Barnard. He's got 40, 2.17 for 6. Tom Banton in opening for Somerset. Is that the best use of him? I'm not sure. Well, one of those things we'll see over the course of the season. 2.17 for 6. Barnard 40 and Libby 89.
Is he keeping as well?
Don't think so, no. Davis is keeping. Yeah, it seems a one-day opener. I'm not sure. Just wondering if his talents are better used down the order. But anyway, we won't worry too much about Somerset's batting lineup. We'll have time to look at that, I'm sure, later in the season. Here's Cook bowling, and that's steered away down to point, and there's no run. Yes, it's who knows who'll be meeting in the Lords. Well, this is the problem, you see. This is one of the other things I'm slightly troubled with on this schedule. It's not really a final to determine the county champions, because they'll already be known. It's like a sort of plate final, where it's like a second chance for the second place side to try and get some sort of silverware. It's not quite the same thing, is it?
Yeah, it is a little bit strange. It's almost like I suppose it's a bit like the rugby, isn't it? Premiership rugby, where you finish top of the league and then you then go and play for the Premiership trophy, which seems a little bit strange, but they wanted a showcase final. There's 2 trophies on offer for Red Bull Cricket.
Rory Burns out for 74, but Ben Folkes is 53 not out, 155 for 4. Surrey lead Gloucestershire by 49. That one's going to build up tomorrow. That's going to be a good game. Surrey's still in with a chance after they've been second best for most of the game so far.
Porter in again from the Hayes close end, turned off the pads by Libby, and that will go through for a single to wide mid-on. 2.18 for 8 in the 83rd over. Yes, still think because essentially with that sort of thing you're almost trying to mimic American sports, which actually do it properly with the way they split their conferences and divisions.
We can't do it properly. That's the thing. We're sort of feeding our way in that respect.
We sort of do it ham-fisted, and it doesn't quite work. Here comes Porter, bowls full and pushed forward by Barnard down to mid-off, and there's no run.
Right, and Philip has been in contact Philip's been in contact and said he likes your interest in Suffolk cricket, but he doesn't like deliveries with no runs being scored as dots being described as dot balls. So there we go. The first one you describe in your next session will be a dot ball. So you're 1-1 with Philip.
Porter down the hill up to the stumps, right arm over Bowles, and that's just pushed into the offside, fielded a backward point. And again, there's no run. 2.19 for 6.
And Becca Garrard, you're so right, Becca. The worst thing about the 50 over competition this year is that the semi-finals are being played 2 days before the final on the Thursday. Can't believe how they've degraded the competition when we are world champions. You are spot on. And I do recommend a podcast that Kevin Howes did with some county chief execs and Jonathan Agnew, which is available on BBC Sounds. And I think all agreed that the 50 over competition is not quite right.
Porter bowls forward, that's a thick inside edge into mid-wicket, and Porter with his hands to his mouth almost through the defences there of Barnard. There's no run. Walter picks it up at mid-wicket. He was just having a chat with the square leg umpire there.
I think, Becca, that part of a season is a little bit disappointing. We've got these 2 weeks at the end of August with just knockout rounds. There might be some counties who have no involvement at all. And there probably is room in the schedule to have a round of championship games in the last full week of August when we might get some really nice weather. It'll certainly be warmer than today.
Porter up to the stumps again, bowls to Barnard, short delivery this time. Barnard ducks underneath through to Wheater, and there's no run.
So we were just wondering, is there room to, as I say, have a 50 over knockout competition played early season in amongst these championship games, say playing around every other Wednesday, leading to a Lord's final, say just before the 100 starts, something like that. Because the Lord's finals, they were such great occasions. They really were. And they've sort of lost their way a bit in recent years, with some of them being played as day-night games. But they were wonderful occasions which the county supporters so much enjoyed.
Porter bowls full down the leg side. It's flicked away. Is that going to go for 4? It is. Yes, the man is too square at fine leg. And a bit of a loose one there from Porter, perhaps searching for the magic ball. Just pushed it down the leg side and it was whipped away for 4 runs. 222 for 6. Barnard on 44. Played a great knock so far.
Because one of the things about the 100 is it's a fixed point in the schedule. So they've got to have use the counties for something underneath that. And it dictates as to when other competitions can be played. But there is theoretically enough room to play a knockout one-day competition, although it would just squeeze the schedule a little even more. But I think it will be a great thing to see because England defending a World Cup, you want to have a competition where the best players, maybe only the IPL players missing, are competing in a high-quality 50 over competition. Here's Cook coming into bowl, and this is played square into the offside, and there's no run. So you have to say that, particularly if Sir Alistair were to play in the competition, I think Essex will be very firm favourites for the 50 overs because Somerset clearly will have players missing. But we'll wait and see what quality is like. It's going to be something that will take us by surprise. We might be pleasantly surprised, we might be rather shocked, but it is something new with so many of the county players missing for the 100. And of course 1 or 2 more to be taken in this sort of wildcard round of bids, which are looking to pick up players who are in form. Here's Cook again, bowls and steered away up towards mid-on, and there's no run by the impressive Libby. 90 from 245 deliveries. And if Worcestershire saved this game, well, there's the reason why, certainly in terms of what he's done today. And it would be away at Chelmsford opening game. If Worcestershire can come out of here with a draw, they may not have a lot of batting and bowling points, but if they can come out of here with a draw, it's a really good start because they'll feel as though they've got the hardest game out of the way first without losing it, if they can do that. 3 slips and 5 saving 1. On the drive, this goes on the bounce to Lawrence at cover. He's a little bit wary of it, bouncing up at him off the the tarpaulin covering the wicket there. He's almost got an awkward bounce there, but he's okay.
Yeah, he's had a few difficult fielding opportunities in this match so far, standing at cover. That one was a nasty one. Could have almost clipped the edge of the matting.
Yes, matting on that wicket. Stuart Kerrison's done a fabulous job here in creating his fine pitch for this opening game. The dry weather's helped him. but must have been difficult. Such cold conditions for most of the time as his Cook bowling, and that's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. Maybe it says something for the quality of the Worcestershire, the two Worcestershire partnerships we've seen, that it's looked more difficult for Essex than it did on many occasions in the last 2 years to really break through. Could be a really interesting day tomorrow. There's only 2 results possible. Sam Cook is going to come in from the river end with 4 to his name, as that's played nicely just wide of mid-on, and Tenduscarter, who's not had to do too much fielding, moves across and completes the fielding. Who's going to be the first winner of a new season? Well, I think I'd probably put my money on Hampshire. Leicestershire are 105 for 4. They're 305 behind, and that looks, it's just a good attack, David. They've got Abbott, they've got Mohammed Abbas, they've got Mason Crane, and they've got Liam Dawson, and that's a nicely balanced attack, and they could be a real dark horse this year. 223 for 6. Cook bowls, and this is steered away down towards backward point, and there's no run. Essex don't play Hampshire in this group, but they do actually go to the Ageas Bowl twice in a week, in an odd little bit of the season where Essex have Hampshire Middlesex, I think it is, in 4 consecutive games. 44 Barnard, 91 Libby, 223 for 6. I'm going to bring Don back in during the course of this over, and leave the next over with you, David.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, 223 for 6. So still another 128, 118 to go before they to avoid the follow-on. Porter in 2 slips go down as he bowls to Libby, who's on 91, defends into the offside, and there's no run. Good wall of resistance from Libby so far today.
Well, he averaged over 50 last year. They had a good. The top order had a pretty good campaign actually. Mitchell was in great form as well. Tom Fell did well, and if the top order can collectively fire, Worcestershire, to me, are as good a bet as anyone to join Essex, who will be favourites to go through from this section.
It's worth remembering they lost a wicket to the second ball of the day, and
yes,
then last over and over after lunch, as the next delivery is just clipped out into the leg side. It'll be a single to Libby. He goes to 92, 224 for 6. That's excellent rearguard action from Worcestershire.
I'm going to bring Don in. He's been mid-conversation, but I've got to do an update, so I should bring Don in to join you during the course of this over, David.
Thanks, Nick. Libby just standing on his bat, the non-striker's end. Barnard just adjusting his gloves. And Porter turning to coming down the slope again, up to the stumps, and he bowls, and that's just dabbed down into the offside. It's got to be said, there's not really been a chance created so far with the new ball, which is into its 5th over, and the Worcestershire batsman seemingly well set on what looks or appears to be a decent batting track. Requires a bit of application. Certainly, as Essex proved, and as these two are proving, there's runs in this pitch. Partnership of 79 so far. As Porter down the slope again, bowls to Barnard, crashes that one away through the offside. That's a glorious cover drive into the wall, just in front of the pavilion, away to the right hand side. Nice looking stroke, slightly over pitched by Porter on the half volley, but a lovely drive for 4 runs. 228 for 6. Barnard goes to 48, eyeing up the half century. Slight delay here as they clean the ball. Possibly a bit of damage as it flew into the brick wall. Certainly struck nicely by Barnard out the middle of the bat. That's to Cook with his hands in his pockets. Harmer looking on pensively. Essex know they're in a battle here. Worcestershire put on a fine display as Porter bowls again, and that's pushed away into the leg side. Another good run. That's the other thing these two batsmen have done well, taking the singles when they're on offer. It's worked up to mid-on, so 229 for 6, and Barnard is just one short of his half-century. Welcome back, Don.
Hello. Thank you. He's played very well, hasn't he?
Both these batsmen have played superbly.
Libby showing great concentration skills, 8 short of a century.
A good partnership of 89 as well with Ricky Vessels this morning. Veering on that with Barnard as Libby just defends into the offside. He's only a couple of full strokes earlier in the day. I don't remember too many since. He's been very, very watchful, and that's defended into the offside for no runs. So we're going to have I think another sanitiser break, and it's 229 for 6.
Good word, watchful. He certainly has been, just like the Essex captain and number 3, Tom Wesley. Been good to watch, enhanced his reputation from last year. He's moved a couple of counties, was on loan at Northampton, was at Nottingham, now at Worcestershire.
After the sanitiser breaks this season, is it still one every 20 minutes it used to be, wasn't it?
I don't actually know. 8 overs?
One every 8 overs.
Is it? Something like that?
Because I was quite surprised when they brought the crowds back in India and the ball flying about into the stands and everything. I mean, it's...
Yeah, and obviously the R rate over there went up a bit, but I can contribute a little bit about that. Do you know the England chaps were so pleased to see crowds?
Yeah.
And in the Ahmedabad stadium, which seats 112, 115, they had 65 and 70,000 for the 2 T20s. And the players really, really enjoyed the atmosphere. Harmer to start his 28th over, he bowls, and he's gone for a shout for an LBW, but umpire, I think it's the umpire, David Mills, beneath the white hat, and he's looks like that Jim Carrey character in a film, and I can't remember which one it is. David Mills, he's got something, a snood or something halfway up his face. Away from us, Harmer bowls tickled round the corner, but Jamie Porter will stop that on the 45. Nobody back on the forward deep square leg, simply on the well, it's not 45, he's just behind square by about 5 metres, 6 metres, saving the 1. Harmer, a little bit slower, which Tenduscarter picks up. It's come off his pads, adjacent to the batsman. 3 men round the bat for Ed Barnard. He had 4 earlier in the day. Captain Wesley at mid-on. Barnard plays and tickles it round the corner. Porter can't stop the single as it goes a little too square, and they take a single and rotate the strike, and 50 runs for Ed Barnard. Not much of applause here. Certainly the teammates in the dressing room have opened the doors to try and make sure he can hear their applause in the pavilion, but no crowd here, but I'm sure there are many good wishes from the BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners today. Harmer starts his run again, past the umpire, bowls, again tickled round the corner, but this time straight to Porter, who stops the ball. There is no run. Harmer again, bowls, tickled round the corner. This time Porter can't stop, he has to run to the square leg. Umpire shies at the bowler's end, and Nick Brown does the backing up. End of the over. A couple of runs scored in the 4th and 6th ball. So Worcester move on to 231 for 6. Barnard 50, Libby 93, and you're listening to BBC Essex and BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Promising situation with a wicket falling early in the session, but
Jamie Porter's going to continue from the Hayes Close end.
And they've taken more than 30 overs in doing so, taking time.
Excellent 7th wicket partnership here, worth
to save the follow-on and
70. Wow, it's getting towards 86 runs, is it something like that? Getting closer to the century partnership.
Here comes Jamie Porter, 3 slips down, and that's defended back down the pitch by Libby, and there's no run. They'll have a slight eye on the clock here. 15 minutes to go before tea. Won't want to lose a wicket like they did towards the end of lunch. Too many more wickets to play with, and still 110 runs short of saving the follow-on. Save the follow-on, they'll probably save the game.
Absolutely right. And there's 35 overs after this over left in the day.
Porter bowls on the drive this time, Libby, but he can't beat the man at mid-off who fields, and there's no run. Cup of coffee there, Don?
Yes.
Lovely.
I'll make you one at tea.
Oh no, it's fine, I wasn't fishing. I noticed earlier though Kevin Howes did his own. Comes down here, treats it like his own home, feet up. Doesn't offer anyone any drinks. It's the way he rolls. Here comes Porter, in again, bowls. That's worked off the pads into the leg side this time, and Waterfield's a bit disappointing from an Essex point of view because the new ball doesn't seem to have done anything whatsoever. Don't know whether the pitch has flattened out at all or...
Well, it's funny actually, in the very first innings of the game, Essex obviously won the toss and decided to bat. In a strange way, Worcestershire's ball didn't do much. The second new ball seemed to do a little bit more than the first new ball.
Breeze picking up again as Porter comes in, bowls full, old driven down the ground, nicely played. That's going to be 4 runs, beats the bowler. Batsman diving at the non-strikers end just in case Porter managed to get a hand to it, but he's not got to worry about that. It's slammed into the advertising hoardings at the far end of the ground, and 4 to the total, 235 for 6. Perhaps the cold maybe getting into the bowler's limbs a little bit.
Yes, definitely. It's the coldest day of the 3, but listen, you can't forget that Worcestershire's bowlers were out there for 5.5 sessions, but Jake Libby, 97 not out off 257 balls.
Can he get there before lunch as Porter bowls again? The same shot down the ground, doesn't time it this time, and Porter fakes to shy at the stumps, shrugs his shoulders and walks back to the top of his mark.
Really has enhanced his reputation. I think he was sort of in and out the side at Nottingham, and he's moved across and done particularly well. Come of age maybe last year, second to Alistair Cook in the aggregate of runs, and here he is close to a century.
Porter in again, bowls. That's defending to the offside. They're going to go for a quick single. And
good single.
Yeah, it was a good single. Lawrence coming in from cover. Looked like he was going to get there initially, but left it alone to go to mid-off. And eventually, a comfortable single for Libby was taken. He steals the strike at the end of the over. 98 to him. And he's on the verge of a very well-deserved and a very well and hard-fought century.
Very much so. He's kept his side in the game with his concentration, his desire. Dropped anchor at times, but he's respected the Essex bowling more than ever. And to the end that he's still out there.
It's not just the runs as well, it's the time and the amount of balls he's eaten up. He's really ground down the Essex bowlers.
Harmer bowls, played off the back foot by Libby into mid-wicket. There is no run.
I will say though, it does feel like it's got a little bit lighter out there. I mean, not hugely.
Probably looking into the distance, it doesn't look as good behind the dressing rooms. This time a little bit shorter, played off the back foot, 2 straight from Harmer. It's gone out to backward point. He's running for the second, and he gets in. And you can look across to the balcony of the pavilion. His Worcestershire colleagues have come out to celebrate. They're clapping their hands above their head, saluting his great effort in scoring this century. Jake Libby, 100 runs, 261 balls. What a cracking effort. Worcestershire will applaud you. Well played, Mr. Libby.
Yep, excellent, not well deserved. I tell you what, if that water throw had been a little bit flatter though, he might have been in a little bit of trouble. But again, comfortably in.
Porter gives it a bit of air. He's looking for a single, and it's gone straight to Wesley. There was a dive from Allison that couldn't prevent the ball, but Wesley was there and they turned it down. Forcefully hit to mid-on. Yep, no, he's an athletic fielder. He was a good fielder, was Libby, in the Essex long first innings. Fielded particularly well. This time he's given a bit of air. He's gone out to mid-wicket where there is no run. Very athletic, bowled a little bit of off-spin. He's genuinely a part-timer, but no, his fielding was terrific. And his batting has been brilliant. Played into the offside, looking for a quick single. His partner goes. Ed Barnard gets in easily. He would have been running to the danger end. Worcester 239 for 6.
Deficit is, well, sorry, the follow-on total is 103 away. That's the important figure for Worcestershire.
No, there's a bit of a shout there as this ball maybe turns a little bit, but it's also going down the leg side, which Wheater grabs hold of. There is no run, no wide, no by even, and the players retreat to the warmth of the dressing room. And that Worcestershire...
Bit of a rethink for Essex, I think.
Well, the Worcestershire dressing room will be very warm at the moment. 239 for 6 against Essex's 490 for 9, and we shall return to BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester in about 15 to 18 minutes. Thank you.
Well, Dan, great to see you. This time last season, you would have been described on your CV, Dan Lawrence, Essex cricketer. This time around, it's Dan Lawrence, England Test player and Essex cricketer. How good does that feel?
It really does feel particularly special. It is something that I've always wanted to achieve, and it's actually a little bit of a monkey off the back that I've actually achieved it now, and I've had a little taste of it, and hopefully I get many more experiences.
You made your mark so well during that winter series with Sri Lanka and India. Emerged with plenty of honours, whilst a few others, more experienced ones, struggled. But your own performance, how satisfied were you with that? Were you a little bit frustrated early on?
Well, I was obviously chuffed with how I batted on my debut. But again, it's a funny game. You're never really happy with what you got. If you offered me what I had in the morning, I would have taken it, but I was obviously very angry to get out on the day. It was such a challenge. I think it was really hard to stamp your authority on the series in India. I think the wickets were so challenging that it was hard to make big scores. But it was really fun, and it was just really good to be a part of.
You had a difficult experience during last summer, didn't you? You were part of the England bio bubble until sadly had to leave for family and personal reasons. So you were, if you like, cocooned with a lot of those players. So they were familiar faces when you went back on tour with them, weren't they?
Yeah.
Did that help?
Yeah, it definitely did. England are led really well by Silvers and Ruti, and it's a really welcoming group. So yeah, there was no issues fitting in, or there was no teething issues actually fitting into the group. So yeah, that was fine. And then it was just all about focusing on the cricket really, which is really nice, and all the normal sort of hard stuff about fitting into a change room was out of the way.
A couple of those matches you were virtually opening the innings, weren't you? So I guess in one respect that helps calm the nerves a bit, doesn't it? Because you didn't have to wait long before you were out in the middle.
Yeah, it's actually quite handy, because sometimes we play on quite challenging wickets here, and you're actually in really fast, and I think playing on challenging surfaces actually has been good preparation for me going into. It was good preparation for me going into that winter, because things were happening really quickly, and it was about trying to stay as calm as possible under pressure, and yeah, I think I came out of it okay.
As you were walking out for that first test innings, what goes through your mind? Something like, heck, what am I doing here? Or just get that first run and it's in the book?
No, that's right, yeah. All I wanted to do was get off the mark. Just to say that I've got a test run, that was all I was really looking for. And then I've really actually relaxed after that. I got a big juicy full toss second ball, and that helped. And then sort of the rest is history really from that day.
Yeah, and I suppose at the end of the series, all really, all you want is a taste of more to come, isn't it? But the difficulty is you've got to keep putting in the performances, haven't you? There's so much competition for places in that England squad.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's brilliant with everyone being able to play a really good block of Championship cricket at the start of the year. 9 games in a row is a really good opportunity for everyone in this squad to really put some runs on the board or take some wickets and put their hand up to help Essex win some games of cricket. So yeah, just trying to take it each day as it comes and try and help Essex win as many games as possible and see where it takes me, really.
It was tours with a difference though, because I mean, apart from playing the cricket, it was virtually, just in the 4 walls of the hotel, wasn't it? That must have been difficult because you need to sometimes put the pressures of the day behind you and go off and do something else, don't you?
Definitely, yeah. I think that's a really challenging part of it is the repetitiveness of going to the cricket ground and rather training or playing and then straight back, same food, even the same people all the time. It can be really hard, and especially if you're not doing so well and you have no outlet, it's hard not to think about it all the time. So I can totally understand where players come from when they struggle mentally in the bubble life, because it is really hard. But unfortunately, it's sort of part and parcel. If you want to play for England, I think that's quite a small sacrifice to make.
And I bet when you came off after that first innings, your mobile was full of messages, wasn't it? It must have exploded. But I guess the best one was from your dad, wasn't it? That would have meant so much, wouldn't it? Yeah, no, it was brilliant. It was a hard one because I didn't really know what to do with replying to everyone because there were so many. It was brilliant. I had a phone call with my old man that evening. That was really nice, and he was explaining how he couldn't watch and things like that. So it was, it was lovely. It was lovely. You're a young man now, but going back to a younger Dan Lawrence, when did you think that first of all you were going to make it as a professional cricketer, and then when did the thought, the penny drop that the test career beckons here?
I've always really wanted to play cricket since I was really young, so I sort of always firmly believed that I was going to be a cricketer. And then I don't know really. I think I've always known that I've had the ability to do it. It's just trying to string a lot of consistent performances together over and over is something that I really want to do and something I really want to achieve. And if I do that, I will not only help Essex win games of cricket, but it will allow me to play as many games at the highest level as possible.
Yeah. Dad taking quite a lot of credit for those pitches that he prepared for you at Chingford to put you in good stead?
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, he definitely spent a couple of extra hours on the roller whenever I used to play. Everyone at the club's really happy, and he always did prepare good wickets and help me out when I was younger with my cricket. So, yeah, everyone's chuffed.
The tours that you've been on, and we've said about the environment you were in, did you find out a lot about Dan Lawrence as a character, the personality, the inner you, time to collect all your thoughts, because it's been quite a whirlwind rise to reach this level, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think character and dealing with pressure, I think that's one thing I pride myself on, is being able to stay calm in tricky situations. And I think there was really some tough scenarios of games of cricket there that obviously I still found really challenging, and so did everyone else, but I was really happy with how I managed to stay calm and stick to my process and my method throughout it. I think that's the main thing I learned, is that I think when things do get tough, I feel like I've actually got the character to really grind it out or come out the other side.
There's a lot of talk in the media during the winter about the trigger movements, etc., etc. But did that come about from your own initiative, Dan? That you just, if you like, spotted not a flaw in your technique, but an improvement that could be made in your technique? Definitely, yeah.
It was on me. I just tried to simplify things a little bit. There were a lot of moving parts before, and it was still relatively successful. But I wanted to be scoring big runs really consistently, and I felt like changing did help me. And then ever since I've done it, I've been more successful, and I've played international cricket since. So
yeah, you have.
So I think it was a good thing.
Yeah. Next on the immediate agenda is, of course, helping Essex to hopefully get off to a great start in this championship and win yet another trophy. You've been an integral part of their success, both white and red ball cricket recently, and that is motivation in itself for you as well, isn't it? I mean, to be playing cricket, playing well and contributing towards the success all goes together very comfortably, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I personally haven't really experienced a dressing room like we have. The camaraderie and how close everyone is in this team is something really special, and I think that really contributes to how successful we are. But from what I've seen in pre-season so far, from not only the batters but the bowlers as well coming through, that everyone's in brilliant shape coming into that first game, and I'm sure if we play to our potential, we'll be right out there again.
Mentioned your age, a young guy. Do you actually feel a senior player in one respect in that dressing room now? You, England, I'm sure there's been plenty of leg pulling, hasn't there?
Yeah, there certainly has. I think I'm edging that way now. I've played enough cricket now to know how to go about sort of the early season and how to start the year and things like that. So yeah, I'm just still trying to hold on to my nickname of the kid for as long as possible, but before I get too old.
Which is, I suppose you're happy to see Cookie and Tendo carry on for another year.
Yeah, okay. No, I certainly am. Yeah, let the old boys carry on, and I still look young. So yeah, it's brilliant.
Well, Dan, it's great to talk to you. See a young player whose career is emerging. Great that you got those first England caps, and I'm sure they're just the first of plenty. And perhaps a message for Cookie, look out, I'm after your stats.
I've got a long way to go, I think, to catch up with him.
Coming up against a very tough nut to crack in Worcestershire, who made the most unpromising start to the day by losing a wicket to the second delivery. But Jake Libby has shared in two very valuable partnerships, first with Ricky Vessels and then with Ed Barnard. And this particular partnership has taken it up to 239 for 6, of which Barnard has 50 and Libby 101, getting to his century just before the break. It all means that Worcestershire now need to get another 102 to avoid the follow-on and probably effectively save the game. I can't see Essex being able to get into a position where they'll have, anything more than a session and a half to bowl at Worcestershire, and they cannot afford to risk defeat with 8 points for a draw. I'm Nick Gledhill, Don Topley with me, and one of the things, of course, is a point there's no way Essex can risk defeat by trying to set Worcestershire some sort of target. That's why this follow-on target is so important.
That's right, yes. Agreed with you. Essex, not that they took time out of the game, as Cook starts after tea. 2 slips and a go. He bowls a ball that keeps low against Libby, who's just notched up his century, 101 not out. Can't speak well enough of this young man. Determination, concentration, being patient, resilient. Wonderful knock.
He had a good campaign for Worcestershire, joining them from Notts last year. 77 against Gloucestershire, 184 against Glamorgan in the game they should have won. 84 against Warwickshire in a drawn game.
Cook in again, played into the leg side, maybe came off the inside edge, which Walter stops the single. I mean, people will go back and of course look at Tom Wesley's great knock of 200, but some might say, did they take in too much time in getting to the total? The issue surrounding that for me is no, they didn't, because they just batted essentially quite well and patient. The issue being Worcestershire bowled quite well. They bowled tight. Cook in again. This time Libby gets 4. It's a moral victory, but it misses Brown at gully. It's gone wide and square of him. Gone down to the Tom Pierce stand for 4. 4 more. 2, 4, 3 for 6. Libby gets 4 more. He moves to 105 not out. So I've got no issues about Essex declaring. People might come back. Look, we're not saying this game's a draw. There's still a way to go till prevent the follow-on. But this is a good cricket wicket.
It is.
For April.
The other thing I'd say, I think Worcestershire's strength is still their batting, as they showed last year, and it's no surprise that they've actually made a pretty good fist of this.
Cook on his way back in, decent delivery. Libby, as we've seen, plays an immaculate forward defensive, textbook style. Excellent forward defensive there against Cook. Shining the ball hard is the captain Wesley at mid-off. 243 for 6.
You know, the sun's trying to come out.
A wonderful century from Jake Libby, 105, and he's undefeated. And at the other end, 50 not out by the all-rounder Ed Barnard. Cook on his way in, 2 slips and a gully, ring on the offside, play and a miss, genuine play and a miss. We haven't seen that too often from Jake Libby. Well bowled Sam Cook. Cook has figures of 4 for 57. Bowled tremendously well last night in taking 3 for 14.
Is this pitch just a little bit more batsman friendly than some of the ones we saw last year?
Well, we played the Bob Willis Trophy later in the summer, and it was a very confined season. It's like comparing apples and pears. We're now in April, but we haven't had much rain. A good length delivery, which Libby plays off the back foot into the offside. That is a dot ball.
And Stuart Kerrison's done a great job to get this this excellent wicket
Nick,
in place at this time of year.
Most of the time, in late March, they start preparing the wickets in late March and early April, but most of the time in late March and April we have adverse weather. We have a horrific weather, and so those wickets, and Essex have already prepared a wicket for Durham for next week. Worcestershire are at Derbyshire next week. They're away again, but from the groundsman's angle, they've had quite a good early season, albeit cold, but it hasn't been wet. So
which makes a difference.
All these wickets around the country have been quite dry, which is great news for April and for the first round of county championship matches.
Harmer with a slipper leg gully and a short leg bowls to the right-handed Barnard, who plays a very comfortable stroke for 2 away through the covers, got to the pitch of it, played it nicely, collects 2 more, and he's a useful number 8, this chap. Partnership of 100. Now the earlier pair put on 89. This is a 100 stand now between Libby and Barnard, more or less evenly split, and it could be a match saving one. Essex have got their work cut out here. Remember, 341 is a critical figure here. This is driven away. Good shot for 4. Again, he got to the pitch of it. Harmer's actually proving quite expensive, uncharacteristic for him. I know it doesn't look too bad if you look at figures of 1 for 73 in his 30th over, but then he's normally more economical than that.
Nick, regarding Harmer, I actually don't think he's played too much pre-season because he came over
really cold for a spinner.
Having played in Vavutberg or Supersport Park. He was playing for the Titans in South Africa, and now he's an overseas player. He came back in from South Africa and he had to go into isolation. So I think it's really tough.
It's really tough.
I don't think he's played much match cricket.
And it's really cold for the spinner as well, isn't it? He's having to bowl a lot of overs. Yes. He's steered away into the offside, and there is no run. But all credit to the Worcestershire batsmen who played him pretty well, particularly Libby. And that's been a key, the fact that the normal source of wickets from one end, Harmer, hasn't come, with just the one success to his name. 249 for 6, he floats that up and it's driven away to mid-off. It's nicely stopped in the end, just the one. And there is Porter, but 250, so a second batting point for Worcestershire. Remember, Essex got 3 for batting, so Worcestershire actually could equal Essex in that respect, because they have a further 21 overs to get another 50 runs to get to their third batting point.
And then number 9 is no other than Joe Leach, who can bat.
Very much so. This is a delivery which just turns very gently and is played off the back foot up towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So
Harmer is short, 1 ball short of 30 overs, and remember he's bowled 7 maidens and only gone for 74.
Here's Harmer and even that's more than he normally goes for in terms of runs per over. That's played up towards mid-wicket, and there was an over that went for 9, wasn't there? It's rather damaged his figures. Wasn't there a misfield on the boundary?
Yes,
which is one of those things. But he hasn't had it all his own way. But with time bowling and getting used to the difference, it's 250 for 6
in the high felt of the. Yeah, absolutely.
He has been such a star. Jamie Porter and Simon Harmer. What a double act they've been, and of course they're going to be joined by Peter Siddle soon. That's going to help.
Cook, Harmer and Brown are the 2 slips and a gully, as Cook, with number 16 on his back, is at the Hayes close end. He's going to be coming roaring down that slope as he comes in to bowl. So Ed Barnard plays off the back foot into the offside. There is no run.
Had a very good response on our emails today, thank you, and still time to send them on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Adam Wilson says, thanks for your coverage of the championship, nice to hear from you. Always good to see it back and cricket being played at Chelmsford again. I'm generally looking forward to the 100, but I have to say I'm not sure about supporting a team called London Spirit. What's the feeling in the commentary box about them as the team Essex are feeding into? Interesting to hear from Don about that one.
Cook on his way in. He bowls a little too straight. This goes out to Paul Water at mid-wicket. There is no run.
So Chelmsford's officially in the South East Midlands as far as the championship's concerned, but in the 100 it's London.
Well, you're being naughty.
I know,
Nick.
But
don't be naughty. Gosh, look, a lot of people are not so keen on the 100. I'm willing to give it a chance. I just believe after this ball I'll explain one small thing, and I know I'm going to get a bit of stick for it, but anyway, Sam Cook bowls, drags Ed Barnard forward and plays a good executed forward defensive into the covers. There is no run. Look, participation numbers are going down. There are less kids playing proper cricket. Schools maybe, independent schools are struggling. My issue is we've got to, I'm just taking aside from members, supporters and whatever. My main worry is there is not as many kids are playing the game today. We need them. And there's a player, a miss, or is it a nick? Has it come off his pad? We haven't got a replay, but Essex look interested. Ed Barnard isn't. He's staying there. He looked at the umpire. The umpire, Neil Mallender, has suggested it is not out. He's suggested actually he just touched his thigh.
Well, it looked like a sort of a prodigious leg cutter there, didn't it?
It did. It was a cracking delivery, but we don't have the benefit of any replay. But it was given not out, and it's not out in the book. So it's 250 for 6. Barnard's still there on 57. Libby on 105. Cook, will he be upset by that refusal? Anyway, he comes charging in, bowls a good ball. Ed Barnard goes for a single. Lawrence tries to chuck at the stumps. He does, he misses. And to be honest, I think Jake Libby was hesitant. I think he backed up, he stopped, realised his colleague Ed Barnard's coming down to him, so he had to go. Would it have been, if a direct hit, would he be out? It would have been interesting.
Lawrence was visibly upset that his shy at 1.5 stumps missed there. I think he knows, as do the team, that Essex need a wicket here, because if they get another 90 runs, the game is probably effectively over.
That's the first time we've seen the batsmen disagree over a single. They've run particularly well throughout the day. Cook in, bowls into the legs, so he's going down the leg side as he's covered across. There's no leg by. That's the end of the over. 251 for 6. So I'm just going to go back to that point. I am concerned there are not as many children playing the game as we need. If we don't have children playing the game, there is no future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whatever county members say, supporters, fans, we have got to find children to play the game.
It was nice. It was nice to see some international cricket on free-to-air television.
Wasn't
Test
it?
cricket, but
which
it was
is
good
part
to
of
see.
the new TV deal.
And that will help. Adam goes on to say he agrees with about the remains of the quite a good expression really. The remains of the Royal London One Day Cup.
Yes, very welcome back. I'm pleased to say Worcestershire have not lost a wicket, and Essex are being kept at bay on this grey day at Chelmsford. The score is 251 for 6. Barnard has played beautifully for 58. He's on strike, and at the other end watching is Jake Libby. He's been out there all day. 105 not out after 273 balls. It's been a magnificent effort. He's really determined to stay out there and help his Worcestershire colleagues. Score 251 for 6.
2 dot balls and I'll use that expression now. 2 deliveries without scoring, and then a bit of an inside edge slice off Simon Harmer. Not the best shot, but it's been played today. But it gives a run to Barnard, and it's 252 for 6. So here is Harmer again with a slip, a leg gully, and a short leg, and it's played off the back foot down towards backward square leg, and there's no run. And what Adam was saying was that he thinks anyone with serious white ball ambitions or talent will be playing in the 100, which widens the gap between the teams playing 50 over cricket and the World Cup winning England side too much. And this is driven away towards Allison at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's something we were discussing when you were off air, Don, a little while ago. What are the ECB going to do about this? They don't really have an answer at the moment. Right. There is a potential. There's potentially enough space as Harmer comes into bowl. It's played off the back foot up towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. To have a knockout competition played on alternate Wednesdays in the first couple of months of the season, and to play 2 championship rounds in between it. It is possible. It tightens the schedule, and you have a Lord's final in July. That would involve most of the top 50 over players, apart from those in the IPL, which is I think what Adam's getting at. Too big a gap between the undercard 50 overs and the World Cup.
We did have 4 formats back in the day in the 80s,
yes.
70s, 80s and 90s. So look, it's not the first time we've had 4 formats. Actually, have we got 4 formats this season, or have we got have we got 3 formats, of which people will choose either the 100 or the 50 over?
Yes.
So we might have 4 formats for the spectators, but we only have 3 formats for the players.
Yes.
Sam Cook on his way in, 2 slips and a gully. Battle off, this time by Ed Barnard, who squeezes it through the offside, goes square on the offside. Well, there's a fumble, and Dan Lawrence eventually picks it up, and there is 2 runs to Ed Barnard. Barnard moves to 61. What a cracking knock this has been. We could also say that about Jake Libby. He's there on 105, Barnard 61.
Yes, I was mentioning Kevin Howe's podcast, TMS podcast, looking ahead to the season with Jonathan Agnew and some of the county chief execs, including Anthony McGrath. And the one thing they agreed on is that something has to be done about the 50 overs to try and bridge that gap.
After this ball from Cook, coming in from the Hayes close end, he bowls short of a length, tucked round the corner on the leg side, a leg glance off the back foot, goes down to Porter for just the single. Barnard moves off strike, he goes to 62. Libby 105, score 255 for 6. Regarding the 50 over, last year, 2019, we won it. What did they do in the year we won it? They prioritised the 50 over in the early part of the season.
Yes.
So the entire England squad played in it. Did they?
Did they? Yeah. Well, they'll come back after this ball.
Cook bowls, plays up to mid-off by Jake Libby, who's been there all day.
Well, they didn't entirely prioritise it, because when Hampshire played Somerset, Hampshire were missing their best 2 one-day players in Vince and Dawson, and had a bowling all-rounder batting at number 6, which can rather ruin the game. Because they were playing for England, they were signed up for England. So that was nonsense.
But we did prioritise.
Yes,
we did. It was in the early season.
That's where it should be.
Right. No. Hang on. Let me finish with this, Nick. This is quite important, actually. In comes Sam Cook, 2 slips and a gully still, a ring on the offside, outside off stump, through to the keeper, dot ball. This particular year, we should have had a T20 World Cup, shouldn't we?
Yes.
This winter. It didn't happen.
No.
So in 2021, this winter, we will have a T20 World Cup. In India. In 2022, we will have another T20 World Cup.
And then we start to look at 50.
Hang on.
I know what you're
so
saying.
that was in Australia.
Yes.
So it's understandable as Cook comes in to the crease, bowls, played into the leg side by Libby. Libby will take a quick single, well judged single. He moves on to 106, score 256 for 6. So we've got 2 World Cups in 2 years, so we are prioritising the T20 and also the 100, which is the nearest format to T20. So I think we can understand that. In 2023, we're going to have a 50 over World Cup. So I would expect that.
Do you know who's hosting it? Not India.
India.
Surprise.
Hang on. As Cook comes in, bowls into the outfield backward point where they take a quick single, and I'm pleased to report that Barnard agreed and obeyed the call from Libby. There was no mix-up, one easy run.
You seem to be hosting all these competitions at the moment in India.
It should have been Australia just now, but this winter, but because of COVID, it was postponed. You then couldn't have Australia, India in terms of the 3 World Cups, so they brought the Indian T20 and it leapfrogged the Australian T20. So it goes India this coming winter, sort of October, November, prior to the Ashes. So the T20 is in India. Then next year the T20 World Cup is in Australia, and then they go back to India in 2023 for the 50 over World Cup. And I believe everything will be prioritised.
And that will be in our autumn as Harbour bowls, and that's delivery just turning past the leg stump of Barnard. There's no run.
Don't know. I don't know if it's been confirmed yet, but it will be in 2023. So you can understand how they will prioritise the 50 over.
And then they could potentially have a knockout competition early season, because you can do it. As this is played defensively, head over the ball up towards Allison. You play the rounds on alternate Wednesdays, and then the rest of the fortnight you have a championship match starting on a Friday and then one starting on a Thursday, takes you back to the Wednesday again. So you can do it, but it just tightens up the schedule a little bit more. Here is Harmer bowls, and it's played off the back foot on the bounce down to tender scatter at short leg, and there's no run. But thanks for that, Adam. You certainly got us arguing. But yes, I do want a proper 50 over final. I want that back, and I think Lords in midsummer just before the 100 starts would be an ideal time. Here is delivery from Harmer, and played off the back foot down to mid square leg, but Essex struggling for this breakthrough. 257 for 6. The partnership goes on, and remember the key figure here is 341, because then Worcester avoid the follow on, and it leaves Essex with a lot to do to try and force a victory. I think it's probably too much, as here is Barnard just reaching forward and steering it on the bounce down to short leg, and there's no run. Interesting question slightly off the bat from Gordon Taylor as Harmer bowls. It's bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. That's steered away up towards mid-wicket, towards Paul Walton. A quick single there onto the score, and Worcestershire very happy. The calm waters for Worcestershire at the moment. 258 for 6 in reply to Essex's 490 for 9. Barnard 64, Libby 106. You wanted to say something, Donovan? I'll come on with that next question.
No, I was just about to confirm with you, this has been a fantastic partnership worth 113. You saw the 5th wicket partnership earlier in the day with Libby and Vessels, which was 89, but this is now worth 113. How pleased. And I must say the reception that the Worcestershire colleagues gave Jake Libby at tea, but also on notching up his 100, was lovely, and it was so warm. Obviously nobody in the ground, which is such a shame.
Yes.
We all, players in particular, as England, when they were in India recently, you saw those great crowds in Ahmedabad. It was, they thoroughly enjoyed
it really
having
was
those
a stadium. I still thought the seats were going to change colour when India batted, so it was easier for them to see the ball. But no, being a bit mischievous there. But I tell you what, that is a heck of a stadium. I'd love to see that.
The stadium itself was stunning, but I did hear firsthand that the netting facilities weren't so good.
The seats were a strange colour though, Tom.
They were, yes. Almost planned for white ball. Cook is in, bowls short of a length, played from the crease by Ed Barnard, who plays it on the offside to Dan Lawrence. No run.
As I said when you were off air earlier, if that's an average wicket, I wouldn't want to play in a below average one.
yeah, absolutely. But it was just great to see crowds there. We saw a few in the test matches, then obviously it stopped. But from our own perspective, the players, the game misses the fans and the crowds. I simply am so looking forward to seeing
maybe 17th,
members, fans, supporters in the grounds. Cook bowls, good length delivery, brings Barnard forward into the offside. There is no run. One thing about the crowds, the game needs it. We can't wait for them to come back. I quietly think we will see some very good. We know we're going to get reasonable attendances if allowed in the T20, taken for granted. But I think we might get some very well supported and attended county cricket matches when allowed.
Yes.
Cook in. An LBW candidate.
Inside edge?
Yeah, quite possibly. I wish we had a replay. It would be great to have a replay. The streaming services at all the county cricket grounds now are offering that if you're sitting in your living room. But at this present moment, we haven't got that opportunity.
And my bigger sort of laptop is packed up for the day, so I'm not quite sure what's wrong with it, but anyway.
Essex in need of a wicket.
Yes, they're trying, they're striving for this wicket, aren't they? This is a really crucial period, you feel. Worcestershire have done wonderfully well today.
They have. They've been resilient throughout the 3-day game so far. Driven back to the bowler by Ed Barnard, and there could be overthrows here. Rather silly incident that it's poor Sam Cook on his follow through. He collects the ball, has a shy at the stumps. I've got to be honest, it's probably not going to hit the sight screen. It was that bad a throw that it was almost hitting Alistair Cook. It went nowhere near the stumps, nowhere near the keeper. They're all having a chuckle about it. Alistair Cook dived and seemed to avoid the ball, and it's gone for 4. Nobody can blame anybody apart from the bowler, blame himself.
No.
Cook has conceded 4 overthrows to the boundary at the river end. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. That was rather comical. 262 for 6.
Yeah, Essex they're not getting things their own way.
Cook in bowls. Decent delivery. Ed Barnard, who enjoyed that 4 overthrows, 4 more runs to his name, played it in the offside, and there is no run.
Right, Gordon Taylor, how much do umpires get paid to freeze on bitter days like these? They're the real heroes.
Gosh, asking me a difficult question. I don't know, but I think I reckon they might be about £50,000 a summer. This is driven, bit of width through the infield there, out to the brick wall beneath the Cloudfm County Ground Pavilion, where there is 4 runs. Probably a bit annoyed. He kicks a turf, does Sam Cook, for conceding that 4, which in effect has cost him an expensive over because he's conceded an extra 4 off that last ball, which had full of width, and he went for a 266 for 6. This is in reply to Essex's 5.5-hour sessions of batting, culminating in 490 for 9. At the moment, Barnard's got 72, but on strike will be Jake Libby. He's on 106, and we have a sanitising break.
Michael Biswell, nice to hear from you, Michael. Good afternoon. A bit chilly here in Tarragona, perhaps
Spain.
A bit warm, but warmer than you.
Yes.
So even Spain's getting some unseasonal weather. Now, do you think that Porter and Cook are a little bit too nice as fast bowlers? Perhaps a little bit of nastiness might make them a bit better as fast bowlers. Peter Siddle can do the business when it's required. Good to have you back. I suppose that's what counted against Porter in particular in terms of going to Australia, perhaps not quite having the weaponry to be an enforcer in the way that other bowlers might be as Harmer bowls, and that's just played on the bounce down past leg gully, and there's no run. So like a Jofra Archer with that ability,
being honest, does that come with pace?
Yes, he hasn't. He's not the same pace, is he?
Ollie Robinson at Sussex, very similar to Porter.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think they're just good at what they do, aren't they? As this is played up towards mid-on.
Porter can be nasty.
Yeah.
He's got that nasty streak in him.
I just thought that they're very good at what they do. When with Peter Siddle coming into the attack, it will just strengthen things all the more.
Yeah.
As Harmer bowls, and this is played off the back foot to short leg, and there's
Worcestershire will include Alzari Joseph next week, the Antiguan fast
and that's going to be, if he comes off, that's going to be very useful for them, because
he's pacey.
Just need a bit of strengthening on the perhaps on the bowling potency. It was shown last year the batting was their strength. This is flicked around the corner for probably 2, going down towards fine leg. You look at last year's sort of abbreviated stats, and they did okay. Barnard and Morris were averaging around 21, 22 a wicket, and Joe Leach was a leading wicket taker with 19. But something a little bit different in that sort of quick bowler would be very useful for them, I think.
Well, there's a few West Indians coming over. Kemar Roach will be at Surrey next week.
And here is Harmer bowling, and this is hit away in the air, but safe, and it goes for 4.
Worst ball of the day for Harmer?
Yeah, it was a bit of a half tracker. It went in the air, but Brown couldn't get across to it, and I think it bounced short of him. And has to be said, I've not seen Essex look as lost as this at Chelmsford for a while. They've been all conquering. They have got to find some solution to this. This is a terrific partnership. Libby 112, Barnard 72.
Can we just remind ourselves?
72 for 6.
69 more runs, and they save the follow-on.
Harmer bowls, and that's steered away into the offside, and another single. Becker gets
68 more runs, and they will save the follow-on. When they were 43 for 3 overnight, I think they would have been concerned. But at the moment, they're really growing in confidence, Worcestershire, and then can just take more time out of the game. Don't forget, for those who are interested in county championship cricket, if you get a draw this season, you get more points. You get 8. Now that's quite significant for some of the lesser teams. Should they save the game, that really is going to make a difference, because when you've only got so many games in these zones or groups, there are obviously decent teams and perhaps not as decent teams, and those not as decent teams, if they don't lose to the decent teams, it will make a substantial impact within their groups.
So it's the start of a new over, with Essex urgently needing a wicket now, as first ball sent down by Cook is steered away into the offside, and Cook is 4 for 71 in 25 overs and 1 ball, but it's been a while since he had the 4th wicket, and Jake Libby is the main reason for that. 113 not out. 2 very significant partnerships that he's been involved in, 1 for the 5th wicket and now 1 for the 7th, and he really has played wonderfully well. 2 slips only now. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, a short straight mid-wicket and a conventional wider mid-wicket and a fine leg. The light's still taking effect here as a lower ball keeps a bit low, and Libby just steers it off the back foot, one-handed almost, and takes a couple of runs down towards third man. Becker gets back to us, Becker Gerard, and says, Rebecca, just can't understand why the 100, which isn't played at the international level, is going to be taking so many players away from the counties when the 50 over is going on, which is an international format. 2 test matches also going on at the same time, so England players won't be available for those. I suppose it's the same argument, isn't it?
Well, look, there is a bigger picture.
Yeah.
Don't forget there was an enormous amount of money for this TV deal, probably that we won't see again such amount of money.
It's a very firm drive up towards mid-off, and there's no run there.
Just to back up that point with Becky, look, this agreement has already been in place for the best part of a year. The ECB advanced quite a lot of money to counties early in the agreement to ensure that there was no cash flow issues with the county. We didn't know about COVID at the time and how horrid it has been for cricket. So there is a bigger picture.
Cook bowls, and this is driven away. Good looking shot for at least 2, being chased back by Walter, and it's quite a long chase, and he might not cut this off. It goes up towards the deep mid wicket boundary, and he won't get there. So 4 more runs, and another very fine boundary. Slightly over pitch delivery that from Cook, but put away very impressively by Libby. So 275 for 6 in reply to the 490 for 9, 341 the follow-on target.
There are people who are going to disagree with me on this particular note. I live on the Suffolk-Essex border. For me to go and watch top-level rugby, I have to travel a good couple of hours.
Yes.
Maybe some of the counties are very fortunate, have been lucky to be able to just walk down the road to their county.
Yeah, as this is a useful delivery that from Cook, which just jacks back in slightly, and it's played well by Libby up towards mid-wicket, and there is Brown. And actually we've got the sun casting a shadow, which is actually good to see.
Yes, the sun's come out, no problem with the lights. And again, for football, I have to travel a long way to see top-level football.
Leonard not happy with us debating the 50 overs and the 100, but we are responding to other people's emails.
We are, simply. Those people have asked us questions,
yeah,
of which...
but I do take your point. We are making sure we describe every ball, tell you what's going on, tell you what the follow-on target is and all that sort of thing.
Just two slips are in?
Yeah, that's played up towards mid-on. Well, they thought of a single there and it wasn't there. And mid-on got in quickly. Tender Scarter shines the ball. Nice to see the sun, and I think the forecast is better tomorrow. But what a partnership this has been. It really has. And I have to say that when that wicket went down straight after lunch, when there was wickets, of course the wicket fell just before lunch as well, you did rather fear for Worcestershire, but my word, what an excellent stand this has been.
It seems a long time ago that Vessels was out just before lunch. LBW Porter for 54. That was 132 for 5. And then just after lunch it was Cox. It was LBW to Harmer, his only wicket of the day, for 7. 145 for 6. And since then,
yes,
look, this partnership has quietly gone on to 134. What a cracking partnership it is. There's Harmer. In the sunshine we can see the shadows of the giant new floodlights here, where he bowls it, played into the leg side, comes just a little bit of a forward step there by Ed Barnard, who has 72. Undefeated, as is Jake Libby, who's enhanced his reputation from last summer. He was the second highest aggregate batsman after Sir Alistair Cook. Harmer bowls, and it's played into the offside with an open-faced bat. Not necessarily against the spin, but it was outside off stump, and Harmer trots off to do the fielding. Ben Allison is warming up, probably going to come from the Hayes close end. This time a little bit quicker by Harmer. Played sensibly into the leg side, where it's played along into the floor, but Tender Scarter dives and takes the ball one-handed, not out because it bounced. Harmer in again, bowls, gives it a bit of air, driven down to Wesley at mid-on. There is no run. Good shot from Barnard, looking for the single, but mid-on is up, stopping that single. Sun gone in now, no shadows. Harmer bowls, played into mid-wicket for no run.
Let's look at the scores elsewhere, and in this group, Durham 197 ahead of Notts with 6 wickets left. They're 134 for 4, and a new name to me, David Beddingham, 87 not out. Trying to find out a bit.
I think he got runs in the first innings, did he? Played into out against the off spinner. He got to the pitch of the ball. It's going to go for 1, 2, and it's just beaten Jamie Porter, who gosh, that was an interesting running race there to the boundary, extra cover. Well played by Worcestershire, who, well, Barnard moved to 76. How important is this partnership, which is really keeping Essex, the county champions and the Bob Willis Trophy winners, they're at bay. Cook has bowled 26 overs, 4 for 77. Harmer 34 overs, 7 maidens, just the 1 for 87. Just the 4 runs off that over, 279 for 6.
Still nothing further at Edgbaston, but Warwickshire with looking forward to the play tomorrow. They're in a very strong position. Derbyshire only 39 ahead with just 5 wickets left in their second innings. Surrey 212 for 5 at Bristol, lead by 107. Burns made 74, but Folkes is 78 not out. That game still.
Their top order failed, didn't they?
Very much in the melting pot.
Yeah, I mean, Gloucester down at Bristol, they're a workman-like side, no superstars. They bowl steadily, lots of not medium pace, but they're sort of similar, that sort of all-rounders. Dent scored runs. I think Dent's a good player.
Yes.
Bracey, they talk of, and he's been involved with England squads. Look, they're no walkover. They're a workman, hard-working side, Gloucestershire.
So it's going to be Ben Allison who's coming back into the attack, number 37 and 13. Oh, perfectly well. This is a ball that's a bit short. There's an uppish cut which actually could have almost gone anywhere. It wasn't particularly well controlled by Libby, but it has gone away for 4, which is almost the most likely destination. He got it over the infield, but reached for it a little bit. Wasn't particularly controlled, but a bit of a loosener from Allison. And Worcestershire proceed to 287 for 6. So they're now 203 behind, the follow-on target 341.
That definitely was a loosener. That's of a bowler that's come back, that's been in the field for most of the day.
Yeah. They're almost getting a taste of their own medicine, Essex, now, aren't they?
Well, it just proves that, once again, for a day 3, this is a good wicket.
It is, and this is played by Jake Libby, who really has emulated Tom Westley, really. Like Westley, he's been on the field for virtually all of the game, and that's played up into the offside, and there's no run. In fact, in Libby's case, he has been on the field for all of the game.
He has indeed. I have to say, what a good wicket we're seeing around the country. This is a good wicket. The lack of moisture, the lack of rain, the opportunity to roll, the opportunity to prepare proper wickets in this first week of April. It's great to see the County Championship in April played on good, proper wickets.
Here is Allison again, bowls, and that one's heading down the leg side, and not clevered in cleanly by Wheater. So a little bit of untidy cricket at times from Essex here, and there's a bye to the total. It's 287 for 6. Leicestershire, a bit of a 5th wicket stand, which is what happened in the first innings as well, actually, against Hampshire. 170 for 4 following on, but they're still 240 behind, so an awful long way to go for Leicestershire to salvage that one. Still reigning at Lords, where Somerset 112 for 3 have had a very good day. They still need 173 for what would be an unlikely victory, but not unusual when you think of how Somerset can win from difficult positions. Allison bowls and played off the back foot by Barnard, and there's no run. Bad light at Old Trafford, where Sussex are 38 for no wicket, 68 behind Lancashire, and Northants and Kent. Well, that does look a draw. They are back on, but still in the first innings, Northants 256 for 4, 199 behind, and Vasconcelos is 150 not out in that one. And one more to mention, and that's the Snow game, where Snow curtail play, probably much to Yorkshire's pleasure, really, because they've had a bad time of it. That's outside the off stump, shaping into the right-handed Barnard, and he leaves it alone. Glamorgan 161 for 4, lead Yorkshire by 298 with 6 wickets remaining. So in a good position there, Glamorgan. They were disappointed with the snow arriving, and certainly the pictures that we saw from Headingley were very, very vivid earlier on. The snow having settled. Won't last for long, I suppose, in April, but to have that amount of snow. Remember, of course, the snow of the 2nd of June 1975 stopping Derbyshire, Lancashire.
Buxton?
The difference that year was about 2 days later it was 25 degrees and stayed like that for the rest of the month. Yeah. Here's Allison bowls and clipped away nicely down towards long leg there. All the pressure's gone, you feel, for these two. They're scoring freely, and Essex looking for a solution, but you feel if they can get a wicket, 1 or 2 might follow quickly, but the time is running out. 341 the vital follow-on target, 288 for 6, 76 now to Barnard, and 120.
53 more runs required to avoid the follow-on. Very important figure, as Nick Gledhill, thank you sir, has just identified in this contest. Lights are on. There's a bit of grey high sky cloud at the moment. Over behind the pavilion there's slightly more defined clouds, a bit darker. Harmer questioning the umpire about the ball, probably saying, can we change it? Or looking at it, the innings is in its 100th over, but the big but to this is it's only 19 overs old. This is turned and down the leg side, where Wheater takes very smartly. No chance of a run, sort of left alone by Ed Barnard. Jake Libby just sitting on his back handle. He's now backing up as Harmer bowls, played into the offside. where Sam Cook fields, but he fields on the sort of coconut matting which is protecting the wicket in the middle of the square for Durham next week. Starting Thursday, Harmer bowls, and the ball goes down to slip where Cook dives to his left, which is towards Adam Wheater. I don't think there was an edge. I think it was simply a ricochet. Cook was agile then. Harmer again. Passing the umpire, David Mills bowls. This is played in off the front foot. It outside edge goes past gully. Cook is running after it, but Ed Barnard takes 2 runs to bring up to 79, and his team's total is 291 for 6. This partnership is now worth 146 as Harmer bowls. Driven down the ground, Wesley has to dive to his left at mid-off where he stops a certain 4. Good bit of fielding, good shot by Ed Barnard for nothing. Yeah, we were talking about dot balls actually. It was interesting. We had a family of scorers, so they would have enjoyed the fact that it was a dot ball. He's gone up for an LBW, but it's been turned down. Still no wicket for Essex. The county champions are being kept at bay here at Chelmsford. Worcestershire have just put up another monumental partnership. It's 150 runs for Jake Libby, and with him is Ed Barnard. Libby has scored 66 in this partnership, Barnard at 79, but the total is 295 for 6. And just one last remember, what a cracking century it is by Jake Libby. He's made 123, he's still out there, and Worcestershire require 341 to avoid the follow-on. End of the over. Cook talking to Harmer. Cook putting any ideas to Harmer, the off spinner. The off spinner is having a chuckle with Cook. He's put on his long sleeve sweater, and to a man they've got a long sleeve sweater out there, apart from the bowler, which is Ben Allison.
And he's coming in now down from the Hayes close end, and he bowls to Libby, who defends into the onside down towards mid-on, and there's no run. And these two batsmen have blunted this Essex attack, and this is at these points is sort of where you can really tell that Siddle's missed as part of this four-pronged.
Yeah, quite possibly, but I would also say it's a good deck.
Yep.
Good deck, just like the Worcestershire bowlers who toiled on day 1 and for 2.5 sessions on day 2. You have to be resilient.
Allison in bowls, and again same shot down towards mid-on, and there's no run. Still plenty of hands in pockets. It's not getting any warmer out there. Floodlights though, it does seem to be getting a little bit lighter again. Certainly fewer shadows on the pitch from the players. There is a slightly darker cloud away to our left hand side, but it seems to have circled the ground rather than drifted over.
Few counties have seen a bit of rain today, or snow, hail, whatever. We've been fortunate. We saw a little bit of bad light on day 1, a little bit, but we really haven't seen any rain.
Allison down the slope outside the off stump, punched away in the offside, but fielded at cover on the bounce by Lawrence.
Interestingly for me, Jake Libby played that shot and he walked away leg side as soon as he played that shot. I'm just wondering whether he just reminded him, don't give it away now. He's battled for his team. Yes, he's got himself 100, but in the context of his team, he doesn't need to give it away. It's important that he fights hard to get closer and closer and closer to that magical total for them today, which is 341, to avoid the follow-on.
46 away as Allison bowls on his toes. Libby just defends into the offside, backward point fields. So yeah, still plenty of work to do, and you do fear if Essex get one, they could get 2 or 3 more quite quickly.
As Nick suggested, Jake Libby's going to be tired. He's been on the park for the whole of the game. He was spent 5.5 hour sessions fielding, and he's been batting since they walked off. So he's going to be quite jaded. I mean, concentration value and determination, desire, got to keep going.
He's on 123. Is Alison Bowles? Oh, that's a full shot. Through the shot, kept low, went through to the wicketkeeper, missed the stumps. I think there's one more ball left in the over. 295 for 6.
Once again, he just sort of missed the ball. Probably wasn't a wicket-taking delivery, but he'll be concerned that he's got to keep going and show his team that he can lead his team towards to avoid the follow-on target. Joe Leach to come at number 9, and then two of the bowlers, 10 and 11.
Minimum 21 overs left in the day as that one's whipped off the pads into the leg side. It's going to be at least a single, and it will just remain a single as the fielder throws him from the boundary. So end of the over, 21 left in the day, 295 for 6. Remember that target of 341 to avoid the follow-on.
Yep. And anybody who's going to admire that terrific knock by Jake Libby of 124 in 300 balls has probably been standing and admiring it from slip. Sir Alistair Cook.
But there was a danger for Essex in that
there's a drink stroke sanitising break.
Well, that's great.
Umpires have got together. In fact, you can't see either umpire's face, can you?
No, they're well covered up out there. I don't blame them, to be honest.
I mean, one's got a snood and a flat cap, and one's got a rather smart, what kind of a hat is that? One like, who was the old golfer? Greg
Norman.
Greg Norman, he had his own type of hat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, very smart, very elegant hat. So one's got a...
is it a fedora?
Yeah, something like that, isn't it? He styled his own hats, didn't he, old Greg Norman? The Shark, wasn't it?
He was, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Howells is nodding away.
Yeah, word from Augusta is that they've...
I led you into that, didn't I?
You did, that they weren't happy with the pin positions yesterday, too easy apparently, so they've moved them all to more difficult positions.
Are you going to stay up tonight?
I will, yep.
Will you?
Yeah, definitely.
Will Mrs. Brett do it?
I don't think so.
Oh, really? She'll be watching a good film next door.
Fast asleep.
Harmer in, gives it a decent bit of air. This time Libby's looking to play on the leg side, but he closes the face a little earlier. It gets a little bit of a leading edge, but it goes along the floor, back to the bowler on his follow through. Harmer again, past umpire Milnes, gives it a bit of air again, goes out to Ben Allison at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, where there is no run. Yeah, we were talking about dot balls and no runs, but we had an entire family scoring from the radio. So suggesting a dot ball was quite appropriate to them. This is played into the leg side with a little bit of foot movement, smothers the spin. Allison does the fielding again at short mid-wicket. No run. Libby 124. Harmer 1 for 89. Bowles goes back to Harmer, watches it. It's a slower delivery, and he just plays it with a straight bat, allowing the ball to come and hit the bat rather than going at the ball. Very sensible play by Libby. Harmer again, a little bit quicker, but down the leg side, and a good take by Adam Wheater, who has to move quite a long way down the leg side for the end of the over, and that is his 8th maiden of his 36 overs, bowled by Simon Harmer, 1 for 89.
Yep, his hands must be sore. It's freezing cold out there. It's impressive that he's getting the amount of turn and bounce that he is at the moment. But still, what are we, 21 overs with the new ball, and still Essex searching for that breakthrough. These two look solid. Partnership just gone over the 150 mark. 151 between this pair. 79 to Barnard, 124 to Libby, and these two stick around for another hour. That's the That's the follow-on target there as well.
What's your thoughts? I mean, Worcestershire were out there for 5.5 sessions. I mean, some of their bowlers look jaded. We've seen elsewhere around the country, some of the bowlers go off. I think Yorkshire have lost a couple of bowlers, Code and somebody, a Fisher, and I think, what's his name, Jake Ball's gone off as well for Nottingham.
Allison in, that's dabbed away into the offside. That's going to be run down towards the third man boundary. There's 2 fielders chasing it. They go through for a second run. They come back for a third. Yep, Libby's called it through. No, it's gone all the way for 4 runs. Nice bit of time in that. Guided through the slips, past backward point, and for 4 runs, 300 up.
And a batting bonus point, importantly for the away county. Hugely important.
Yeah, they looked down and out when that wicket fell for second ball this morning, but they've fought back superbly.
They have. Just as they did with the ball. It was hard work being in the park for 5.5 sessions. I mean, Essex now have been only out there at the moment for best part of 3.
Allison, Hare rushing back behind as he bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside. Backward point Fields. Still got his Alice band on out there. The wind still buffeting the flags away to our left and right, obviously at half mast.
No Worcestershire flag here, just the Essex one. I wonder if there was a Bob Willis Trophy pendant. There's a county championship winning pendant, isn't there? That's often flown, but I don't know if there was a Bob Willis one for last season. Slip and a gully.
Yeah, Allison coming in again. Essex on the defensive, trying to dry up these runs as that's defended into the offside. They've got a split field, taking out a few of the catchers. Just trying to bowl dot balls at the moment to build some pressure.
The best way for Essex to win this game, and clearly Worcestershire can't unless something ridiculous happened, but the best way for Essex to win this game is to enforce the follow on. So if they could dry up the runs and just play a game of patience, they would hope that 1 wicket might bring 2, 3 and 4, which means they will bowl them out, and they're still to get to 341 to avoid the follow-on.
Allison in again, and pushing forward is Barnard into the offside, cover Fields, and no run. Near as that cloud circled back round, so got a little bit heavier overhead.
I would bow to your superior knowledge.
It was looking a little bit clear. I mean, certainly not a clear blue sky, but the cloud was lighter. It's now got a bit darker, and again, light may come into play. It's one of those April days, I'm afraid.
We are due to have a dry day and a sunny day tomorrow.
Here comes Allison, bowls full this time, driven back to the bowler on the bounce. And Barnard scampers away to short leg, just holding his head with his hand, thinking that Barnard might throw down the stumps. And there's no run. 300 for 6.
You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. You're listening to David Brett, Don Topley, Nick Gledhill and Kevin Howells.
Last ball of the over, 19 left in the day after this one. Defended into the offside again, and another ball. Gets no run, end of the over, 300 for 6, and Harmer staying on.
Yeah, goodish over there from Allison. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 47. Goodish over, Harmer's staying on. He's revealed his short sleeve sweater. And the umpires, have you noticed that the 12th man keeps coming on with various stuff? This time he's taken Harmer's cap and sweater off because the umpires, through COVID protocol, can't carry or hold the bits and pieces. You often, what are you going to do with a long sleeve sweater? So the 12th man comes on. He obviously is concerned about the over rate, so he sprints on, takes the kit and sprints off. Harmer in. Played with a straight back off the back foot into mid-wicket where there is no run.
Yeah, they don't want to go too far past 6 o'clock tonight.
Harmer turns away from us, the river end. He bowls, gives it a bit of loop, and that I think possibly was squeezed between bat and pad, or it ballooned off the pad after ricocheting off the bat, but it goes to nobody. It goes to about halfway down the pitch at short mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket actually is about 10 yards away. This time played and smothered into the floor beside Ryan Tenduscarter. There is no run. Libby will be just reminding himself, as he did with Asima a couple of overs ago, to not give his wicket away. How important it is for him to stay there. He comes down the wicket, tries to meet it on the full, drives it with the full face of the bat to Tom Wesley, where there is no run.
He's suddenly racing through the over, isn't he, Harmer?
He is, and it looks to me he's bowled 4 balls, so he needs 2 more for a maiden, 2 dot balls, which is played tickled round the corner. Brown can't stop the single. Libby gets off strike. He moves to 125, and that is sort of it's gone to sort of 45, where there isn't anybody saving the one because Brown is much squarer. Barnard to face on 83. Harmer, just 2 men on the offside. Smothers the spin, does Barnard there. End of the over, it's cost him just the 1 run. 37 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 90. And in cricketing terms, if a bowler goes for 100, we always suggest, and the terminology is, he's got the gallon up. Well, Harmer's getting a little close to that now.
It won't be too often that he's only taken 1 wicket for 90, conceding 90 runs.
He hasn't bowled badly.
No, he's only got 2.5 and over.
It's a very good surface. We made note of that on day 1, which is extremely unusual in the first week or first game of April.
And Walter is coming on from the Hayes close end, so Wesley ringing the changes.
Previously bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 1.
Short sleeve shirt, tall man Walter. And he's going to come left arm over to the right-handed Libby, who defends into the offside, and there's no run. 301 for 6, Libby on 125.
Interesting, you've got a short sleeve shirt, as you've just noted. Now, he's a very tall man. I wonder if they have extra long shirts, because if he hasn't got extra long shirts, his shirt will come out of his trousers right up. My word, it's going to feel a bit cold then when there's a blow of cold air on his bare back.
Walter in again down the leg side this time, half an appeal from the first Harmer at Gully.
Bit of a desperate appeal.
It was, yes. Essex are desperate at the moment, I'm afraid.
301 for 6 in reply to Essex's 490 for 9, and of course the key figure of 341. Should Worcestershire achieve that, they will avoid the follow-on.
Doing an excellent job of killing the game at the moment, Worcestershire. As Harmer bowls, left arm over to Libby, defends into the leg side, and there's another dot ball. As I said, these two stick around to the end of play. They should have surpassed that follow-on target. And Libby just surveying the outfield. It's got a mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 slips. There's a deep backward point, extra cover, and mid-off. Well wide of off-stump. Slow delivery, I think, attempted by, or a slow ball bouncer attempted by Walter. Got it all right. It's just tiptoe the bat down towards the man at deep cover for a single. 302 for 6.
Thanks to Nick Gledhill, he's confirmed to us that Ed Barnard has created a career best. He's moved on to 83 in 140 balls. So his father, Andy Barnard, who is the master in charge of cricket at Shrewsbury School, a stalwart of Shropshire cricket, will be very pleased, I'm sure, how his mother would be as well.
Walter in, and that does beat the outside edge of the Barnard's bat. Through to the wicket-keeper, there's no run.
Bit more in that delivery, wasn't there?
There was.
A
He put
bit
his
more
back
rhythm.
into it.
He's an enormous chap, you know.
He is. I'm not entirely sure I'd like him bowling to me. Get some good bounce off a decent length.
Paul Walter from the age of 9, used to open the bowling with Rhys Topley. They were together and they used to terrorise quite a few age group sides over the years.
Water in, full length delivery this time. It's fielded at cover. And there is no run. End of the over, 302 for 6.
Paul Water comes from Billericay. That's where he played his cricket as a youth. He's a gentle giant. He's a very gentle man, actually. When you just don't realise until you stand up next to Paul. He must be about, I don't joke, he must be about 6'8", 6'9". And he's not what I call suggesting that he's slim. He's actually quite robust.
Okay, we're going to have pace from both ends now.
I'm looking around. Does anyone coming in just after 1:30? Mr. Kevin Howells. Lovely. I think I've got an update at 1:30. And then I'm being sent off. Sent away. Sit on the naughty chair. 2 slips for Ben Allison, who I don't think has bowled too much from this river end today, predominantly bowled at the Hayes close end. Lights are taking effect. We haven't gone off, which is super to know because a number of counties have today. 2 slips awaiting. Allison is in, bowls, and decent delivery. Slightly squarer on action compared to the other Essex seamers. He must have a very good wrist position because he can get the ball to go away, but he also can get the ball to just angle in. Porter's a little more side on, and Cook is as well. Number 65 on his back. He stands almost to attention, throws the ball out in front of him as if he's aiming at the stumps. He does, and this is outside off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Almost a play and a miss from Jake Libby on 126, not out.
Yeah, toiling away here. Essex, 2 frontline bowlers now in the field onto their second line attack. Palmer out the attack as well, unless he's going to change ends and come from the Hayes close end. Wonder if it's worth giving Lawrence. They gave Lawrence what, an over around lunchtime?
Sorry, say that again.
I wonder if it's worth giving Lawrence another go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Ball is 25 overs old. As Allison bowls, it's played out to backward point. There is no run. I'm just so pleased for Jake Libby here. It's tremendous. He's been on the park for the entire game. He fielded for 5.5 sessions and he's still there batting, having opened on 126. Saw the 3 wickets fall last night to Cook. Cook had 3 for 14 at the end of the day's play last evening. Bowled very well, all 3 wickets from the Hayes close end. Allison bowls is driven out to backward point where, listen, that was a bit awkward I think for Nick Brown, but he showed a bit of bravery, got on the floor, stopped the ball. It parried it a bit, but there was no run. Good looking shot, played square of the wicket. Tom Wesley clapping, encouraging his bowler, which is just 10 yards away. He's at mid-on. Allison is running in away from us at the river end. He bowls outside off stump, and Jake Libby leaves it alone. Well batted.
I can't remember a chance being created, could you? Not since the last wicket fell.
No.
No edges, no real close calls either.
I mean, it didn't really cost Essex. There was a drop this morning. No, was it this morning or last night now? Darryl Mitchell must have been last night's in the first over off Porter. Allison comes in, bowls the final ball of the delivery. He's bowled a decent maiden on his comeback. and it's played into the offside for no run. Yes, Daryl Mitchell, I think, was dropped off Jamie Porter. It was a nick. Adam Wheater dived in front of Alistair Cook last night. It was spilled, but it didn't really cost Essex. Can't think of many other opportunities. Walter, three overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 2, is still on.
Yeah, so Armour not switching ends, sticking with pace at both ends. So Barnard on strike as Walter comes left arm over, bowls. Barnard drives into the
good cricket
offside. That's going
that.
to be a single towards mid-off. Comfortably made, 303 for 6. Barnard goes to 84.
Good cricket from Worcestershire. Ed Barnard spotted, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, he just spotted the man at mid-off, which was Tom Wesley. He was a little bit on his heels, having batted and scored 200. He's now in the field. Listen, I thought it was good, intelligent play, that, spotting that.
Walter in again, slow ball bouncer, turned away into the leg side. It's going to be a single down towards deep backward square leg.
Fielded,
304 for 6.
Fielded by Porter at fine leg. He was on his toes, not his heels.
Captain as well, tut.
Yes.
Should be setting an example.
I think we can give him a little bit of space for that, because he batted so well for so long, been in the field. I reckon Tom Wesley is still rather exhausted.
Walter in again, bowls a bouncer this time. That's left alone by Barnard. You've seen it well now.
He is.
Yeah, he comfortably ducked underneath that, on line more than anything else.
There's a man back on the hook, so you've got a fine leg and a deep square leg who is just in front. He may be almost square. That when you think of water bowling, you're probably thinking of a support bowler, and he's not going to inconvenience him much. So would he take him on? Listen, Ed Barnard mustn't take him on. He's on 84 not out.
Walter bowls, that's guided down nicely between slip and gully for 4 runs. That's beautiful touch, that. Very delicate. Offered no chance whatsoever. Safe as houses, 308 for 6, and Worcestershire still 33 short of that follow-on target, but looks like they're going to get there.
Guided it well, didn't he? He was
did.
Full control. It was a short ball outside off stump.
Very delicate.
Slip and a gully, and he just allowed it to, between Cook and Harmer, he just allowed it to go down there, angled it to the Tom Pearce stand. That was exquisite. He knew what he was doing. The third man has been put down there. Brown has moved from mid-wicket down to third man. Cook had to go and retrieve the ball. We're all back to normal, reset, and Walter is in.
Bowls to Barnard, who tries to guide that one away as well. Has that gone down to third man? It has. Just beats the dive of Nick Brown. Just be a single, 309 for 6.
On a benign surface, Essex and Worcestershire will have got a lot out of this, especially if Worcester can avoid the follow-on. But it's been brutal for the bowlers on this cold, decent surface here at Chelmsford. Hard work.
Walter up to the stumps again, and he bowls to Libby, full this time outside the off stump. It's pushed away through the offside. It's down towards deep cover for a single, and there is 1 to the total, 310 for 6. Libby goes to 128, so they're still 31 shy of avoiding the follow-on. 2 batsmen just chatting to each other in the middle of the pitch. Essex fielders just sloping towards their positions. I think probably their enthusiasm has been drained out of them this afternoon by these 2 batsmen who've played extremely well. It had been cock-a-hoot, the Essex team, after they got their wicket just after lunch, but since then it's been all Worcestershire.
It has indeed. 31 runs. David Brett, 31 runs to avoid this follow-on.
It's actually not been as bad as we thought it would be, to be honest. A couple of hours ago.
Scoreboard's gone down.
It's cold.
This could be the end of an 11-game winning streak at Chelmsford in first-class cricket. because Worcestershire are done wonderfully well.
As Allison bowls, and that's defended into the leg side.
Much to cheer from Hereford and Worcester. They thought, come. Yes, they have 310 for 6, which means they are just 31 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. What a moment that will be. They come to the county champions. They spent 5.5 hour sessions in the field, and Jake Libby's on 128, but a massive mention to his colleague Ed Barnard, the all-rounder, a chap who took 3 of the Essex wickets. He's on 89 not out. He deserves 100, but as you come to me at 5:30, the score is 310 for 6.
And that was another dot ball as well. Remember, they were 145 for 6 Worcestershire, so a fine partnership between these two. Currently 165 as Allison winds up again from the river end. Coming up the hill, shadows starting to lengthen from the floodlights. That's full of length and driven back to the bowler, but it will be a dot ball to Porter, fielding at mid-off. And Don is on his way, so we'll see Don a little bit later. And Kevin Howes will be with us very shortly. Thanks, Don. So Allison runs his fingers through his hair, shines the ball on the back of his trousers and gets ready to go in again. He's toured away, he's bowled some decent deliveries as Allison, without much luck so far, and he bowls here, and that's driven one hand off the bat from Libby. He controlled the shot and it's fielded by Lawrence at cover, and there's no run. 310 for 6, so Libby's still there on 128. Superb knock so far. Essex players trying to drum up some enthusiasm, but most of them are just trying to keep their hands warm in their pockets, Kevin.
Why would that be?
No idea. It must be this blistering heat. It's tough out there for the fielding side, but they've got to keep toiling away. Essex, they've done most of the hard work. Now got to break this partnership as Allison bowls, and that's Libby again, watchful, covers up, defending into the offside, and there's no run as one of the emergency services just whirls away behind us.
I'm so pleased for Worcestershire.
Good.
And I'm not trying to rile Essex, but the work they put in on the first day or two, however, matched by equally hard determination from Wesley and others, but especially Wesley. It was a wonderful double century. But last night they lost those 3 wickets. They must be thinking, oh, and now fighting hard.
Allison in down the leg side, and that's taken by Wheater, and that's the end of the over. I think there's unfortunately our scoreboard's gone down. I think there's 14 remaining.
Oh, it has as well, you know. It has indeed. But you're spot on. It is 14. Now they're going to take a look at the light here, David, and I'm not surprised because the old shadows being cast off the figures. That's the telltale sign that things aren't great in terms of natural light and has been replaced too much by the floodlights and that sort of thing.
Essex won't mind going off, but will Worcestershire?
Well, it depends on how cold they are.
Yeah.
I suppose. I mean, Libby's hasn't done a terrific job, but also for Ed Barnard, he'll be really pleased. And I tell you for another reason why, because the captain, Joe Leach, has made it clear going into this season that because they did so well with the bat collectively as a unit last year in the Bob Willis Trophy, what they really needed to do now and move on was to make sure that after that top 5 or 6 that others performed, and that's exactly what we've seen from Barnard here, isn't it? I mean, it didn't work today for Cox, but Ben Cox will be part of that team as well, of that sort of middle towards late order that need to score some runs to help out the performers from the top 5 or 6. And we saw Ricky Vessels do a good job, but here of course Libby as well. So we continue, the light is okay and play continues, and ducking out of the way of that one is Barnard. It's Walter.
Yep.
Bowling.
From the Hayes close end.
Just looking at the light, thinking if he's going to bowl like that, it might encourage the umpires too.
Perhaps that's the tactic here. They're certainly having a word with each other, aren't they, the two umpires, constantly in communication.
Porter, Cook, Harmer, Lawrence, Allison and Walter, they've all been used, and Walter it is now coming in from the Hayes close end. That's Fuller, and that's driven out towards deep extra cover, pulled in, decent stop from Allison. It's almost now they get what's another to the borders. Oh, the board's okay over there. Picked up a couple of runs there, didn't they? You almost expect now, from watching maybe too much white ball cricket, who knows, over the winter, you almost expect somebody to be there to pick up the relay throw almost, don't you?
Yeah.
Dives and throws, lobs the ball back up in the air, but no, he's solitary figure out there on the offside boundary. But it is 2 more runs to the total, and the score moves on to 310 for 6. And once again, Walter in, bowls and dab down towards Harmer, shy of the stumps, and that's because Libby had come wandering a little. Sharp work that from Harmer, but he's okay. He's back into his ground, and to be honest with you, probably the person most in danger was umpire Neil Mallender at the bowler's end, who could just about see through.
I was going to say
he looks, I tell you, the one that really is the man of mystery is umpire David Milnes, who's at square leg. Next delivery pushed into the offside by Barnard. He looks frustrated with himself. He wanted to get it past the man out there at extra cover, but he couldn't do so. In fairness, I think, to umpire David Milnes, when he's standing there at square leg, obviously he can see what's going on, but I think he's lifted.
It's the collar, isn't it?
Yeah, the collar even higher than he does when he's at the bowler's end, when he's actually umpiring at the bowler's end there. It is perishing for them, isn't it, today? It really is. And it's Walter in the bowls and ducks out of the way. That wanders. Barnard leans out of the way rather than ducks out of the way.
I suspect they've got some long johns on, keeping themselves warm.
Not a picture one wants to take with you for too long, but I think you're probably spot on.
Yep.
Indeed, Cook is a solitary figure there alongside Wheater at slip with, what are we saying, 13 overs at the end of this one, hopefully left of the day's play.
Yeah, scoreboard back up and running
in this championship opener, and driven, but again straight to the fielder, can't get it past extra cover, so that is the end of that over, with Worcestershire now at 312 for 6 after Essex declared yesterday, fairly late on yesterday, at 490 for 9, but Barnard is 91 not out. It's a career best, so it shows just what's at stake for Ed Barnard here off his 152 balls. But Libby's 329 deliveries faced for 128. In terms of his career best, for Jake Libby, a fair way to go yet. His higher score, first class cricket, being 184.
Grinding these Essex bowlers down. Much vaunted Essex attack, but they haven't taken a wicket since the first over after lunch. And at the moment, they don't look like they're going to take another wicket either.
And that's what Worcestershire will be happy with, in the sense that, you know, those 3 went quickly yesterday. I'm not excusing them, but they would have been absolutely shattered. Then this morning, second ball, another one goes. But they held it together. They didn't lose their nerve. And then after lunch, another wicket goes down really quickly. Held their nerve again. Really, really important.
Harmer in, bowls, gives this one some air, and that's driven back to the bowler. And there's no run.
It used to be the thing of Worcestershire that they would perform well for session after session, and then when they had a bad session, it'd be a really bad session.
Harmer in again, loops that one up, and that's driven back down the ground. It's Harmer stopping it with his left hand. Another dot ball. Sounds like England.
Well, I know it happens in cricket, but it was that would be their frustration. They were playing some decent cricket, but then when it went wrong, it just really disastrously went wrong.
Harmer flatter this time, and on his back foot, it's defended by Libby down the ground, and there's again no run.
Now, obviously that session late yesterday wasn't their best, but that's a bit more excusable because of 2 days in the field, and Cook was bowling well and everything like that. But no, they've rallied really well here.
Harmer. Oh, let's get some air on that one. That's cut away nicely though. Good foot movement there from Libby. Just opened up the offside, cut it away down towards deep backward point. It's going to be 4 runs. There's no fielder out there. Nice shot from Libby. Used the pace of the ball. And a nice bit of foot movement as well, just to open up the offside. And 4 runs to the total. Score is 316 for 6. Remember the follow-on total, to get them to avoid it, the follow-on is 341.
Your first day. We've been here for a couple. We've been very lucky. I bet you were a bit excited last night. Tell me
I couldn't sleep, could I?
I bet you were.
Here comes Harmer again, flatter delivery, and almost squares Libby up. Tried to come down the pitch to him. Harmer saw him coming through it in quicker. And again, no run. Yeah, I only got to do 2 days of cricket last summer, just obviously due to the pandemic. So, yeah, very much looking forward to this one, especially once the crowds get in, as that one's defended back to Harmer. Again, a little bit more air, but Libby equal to it. And the end of the over, 12 to go. And the score is 316 for 6. So where are you off to next? Where's your?
I'm off down. Oh, whisper it round here. I'm off to Somerset. One of the local derbies, Somerset, Gloucestershire. There are quite a few of them. They've tried to, within the seeding, so sorting out the 3 conference groups, they've tried to make sure that Middlesex and Surrey are together, Somerset and Gloucestershire, Yorkshire and Lancashire, Warwickshire and Worcestershire.
And Essex and Durham.
Well, this is it. I mean, this is something that did strike me actually about the groups, because what would you be looking for here? You'd be looking for Kent, wouldn't you? In separate groups. And does that one really get the juices flowing?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's the estuary. It's the estuary derby,
it's
they
the
call it.
Battle of the Bridge.
Yeah. That's a disappointment then, isn't it? It is. Walter in bowls, and Width looking to cut that one, Barnard. I can't imagine he's in the nervous 90s here, really, but he had width and he was looking to cut in, played a missed.
What I like about this new group format is that there's the opportunity each season of actually playing some different teams. When you get into the two league setup, you generally play the same teams every year.
I understand that Ian Watmore, who's the new chairman of the ECB, or relatively new, he likes the idea of the conferences as well. Walter in bowls. Oh, now that sort of sat up slowly, and he managed to keep it down onto the lakeside. And Barnard will get a single. He will move to 92, but that has caused a little consternation, has it, for the umpires?
Oh, he suddenly walked over. I think he had a word with Walter there, but he's walked back to the top of his mark. It was like a periscope shot, wasn't it? But
it was, yeah.
Like you said, there wasn't much pace off the pitch. It was well controlled.
317 for 6. And he's back to his mark, but the ball's not quite caught up with him yet. Now it has. Breeze blowing, the cold, chilled wind across Chelmsford as Walter is in and bowls. Again looking for fuller delivery this time with a bit of width, but Libby can't cut that ball and get it away.
Got to be watchful here, the Harmer and Cook in the slip area, because suddenly comes to you after a day when nothing's come to you. Got to be ready.
I'm really genuinely thinking that the argument is starting to sway and swing towards conferences over divisions, and I wouldn't have said that during the season of 2019 when I felt it was entirely the other, well, pretty much the other way. Walter in bowls, full edged and fallen short of Sir Alistair Cook at first slip.
Yeah, there you go. Got to keep your concentration. That did fall short though, parried away by Cook. Yet I like it. It gives everyone a chance of winning the county championship. Also could even things up, because I know the two leagues were supposed to purposely bring the better players into the top league, but now it gives everyone a chance of getting some decent players.
It is an interesting statement you make about it gives everyone the chance to win the championship. Come back to it in a moment. Walter in bowls and defensively pushed back by Libby to the bowler, because for many of the smaller squads it still remains a massive challenge to try and maintain over 10 games and more when you go into the divisions to try and go on and win the championship. But what it does do, I think more importantly, is it does give you a chance to play the other teams. So basically it gives everybody a chance to try and get themselves a squad together that either that year or the following year or the year after that could be competitive. Well, this is interesting bowling from Walter again, because Libby seems to get to it a little bit too early, and looks if he's going to steer it away on the offside, then turns it away onto the on. So, people will be looking. I think some people who will be keen on divisions will be looking at that Hampshire-Leicestershire game already. They've only been playing for 2-3 days. James Vince, Tom Alsop, they clearly have given Leicestershire a bit of a torrid time. They're bowlers there, haven't they? But what you're doing here is you're asking Leicestershire, who've been in the second division and not winning games of cricket for quite some years, up against Hampshire, and that bowling attack that the Leicestershire have got. They will be learning so much from facing Hampshire, a team they've not played for a little while, which means that actually maybe this year it will be a bit of a struggle for them, but next year, having played some of the bigger and better teams, they will be better prepared, better ready. They may be able to then, who knows, sneak in a second spot if a conference was in existence. I think it's really unfair if you judge some of the smaller teams too quickly, because they've just been without this experience, haven't they, for so long.
Harmer in from the river end, that's down the leg side, turned away, it's fumbled by the man at backward square leg. That's Paul Walter diving over it. Did they go for a run there? I don't think they did they?
No,
they didn't. 3:17 for 6, turned it down, didn't run on the misfield. There's a short leg, a leg slip and a slip in. Yes, providing those teams that have been struggling to win in the past do learn from it and don't end up going season after season.
Yeah.
Harmer, top of his mark again. Allison comes in at a straightish mid-wicket and off the back foot. Libby just defends into the offside. Hand off the bat though. I think that just spat up at him a little bit. Score, 3:18 for 6, so still another 23 required to avoid the follow-on, but with these two at the crease, they should almost definitely do this. Worcestershire. Harmer in, bowls again. That one keeps low and just forces a jab away by Libby and come through for a quick single. One more to the total, 3:19 for 6. 10 overs remaining in the day after this over. It'll be 10 to 6 on the Saturday evening. Harmer, right arm over, tossed up, and Barnard defends down the pitch. Certainly not batting like he's in the nervous 90s. He's on 93 at the moment, but he's looked cool, calm and collected out there so far. Harmer back to the top of his mark again. Porter going through some warm-ups at mid-off. Bowls flat, turned away into the leg side. On the bounce, it's fielded by short leg. No run. Cloud just drifting away again.
Tell you what I was wondering, David, that up and down the country we've got Libby on 133, we've had a couple of double centuries. It's real dedication and application, and the term the long game. You're thinking the long game, you're not rushed, you're not thinking, better get on with it. You're thinking about, how many runs can I score? How many runs can I score before they get me out? And I, for one, really enjoyed it. Because even the test matches during the winter didn't exactly provide us with that many long innings. Some, but not very many. Barnard it is, who's looking for his maiden first-class century. He's on 94, and he will make that now 95. Just turned away onto the onside and makes the Worcestershire score 321 for 6. So a very enjoyable start to this championship round. It's been slightly frustrating elsewhere in the country because of the weather. We've done okay here, actually. Done all right. Bad light.
Temperature.
Yeah. Look, I think we just have to put up with that. I mean, we were spoilt last year, not for much in April and May, of course, but with the weather, if nothing else. This one is punched away by Libby, and it beats the infield on the offside, and that's going to race over the boundary rope, and over it goes now for a 4 for the Worcestershire opener, and he takes his score to 137, and Worcestershire to 325 for 6. Deficit of 165 runs, so just edging towards that follow-on target as well.
Both Lawrence and Allison looked at each other there as the ball raced away through the covers. Both of them waiting for each other to go running after it, but Allison, being the bowler, left it to Lawrence. Look a bit demoralised out there at the moment, Essex. Short of ideas.
Yep. Well, now it's been a long day for them. I mean, Worcestershire. And a long day in the cold as well. Everybody makes a big fuss. This one's worked for no run to mid-on. Everybody makes a big fuss of a long day in the dirt, in the heat, you know, when it's, you know, sapping you of energy because of how warm it is. It's a bit strange to talk about how actually equally hard it can be if you're spending a day with your hands freezing, your fingertips are freezing. It's a different sort of tiring. Porter bowling from the Hayes close end, in and bowls and down the leg side. Oh, and Libby there has a real strike and thankfully missed the stumps, because I think if he'd clattered into the stumps, he could have found himself
hit wicket
and in a bit of trouble. Under the rules and regs, you're not supposed to go around damaging the equipment. Why is he so frustrated with himself here on 137? I mean, obviously he felt he was there to, perhaps he's because of his concentration, well, focus, and edged down towards third man, down in front of us, and that's Nick Brown, just down in front of us, in front of the stand here, and a single. So Libby moves to 138, and the score now is 326 for 6.
Deficit is 164 as well, so if Essex is going to bat again, they've got to bat quickly, haven't they, to then declare and give themselves a chance of winning. That's even if they manage to get Worcestershire out. Worcestershire aren't going to declare themselves.
Porter pounding in and bowls and pushed through the offside. And Lawrence will go chasing that. He looks a decent sprinter. There's Lawrence, gets to it now. Right arm throw, they come back. 4 more runs, so Barnard will move his score on to 98. Oh, there'll be so many people around Worcestershire and Shropshire, perhaps watching us, listening to us, and thinking, will it be a momentous day and late afternoon for Ed Barnard, 25 years of age, he's Shrewsbury born. He came into this is his 66th first class game. He scored 12 50s, so this is the 13th time he's gone past the 50 mark, and he's looking for that first 100.
Never converted so far, 13th time lucky. Big chance, he's on 98 and he's facing Simon Harmer. There's a short leg slip and a normal slip, and that one's turned away into mid-wicket, so covering up the first ball. He'll be keen to knock these 2 runs off as quickly as possible, but he doesn't want to give away his wicket here, not only for himself but for his team. Harmer, he's done all the hard work, bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side. They think about coming for a single, but turned down as Walter fields it backward square leg. Harmer, sunglasses still on, towel just hanging out back of his trousers, bowls flatter this time. That's come off his body down towards leg slip. Catch is taken, but there's been no bat involved. 329 for 6. Barnard still on 98. Harmer in, tosses one up, driven down the ground, but it's fielded at mid-wicket. Libby out of his crease. Allison pretends to shy at the stumps. 2 left in the over. Now, will Harmer tempt Barnard with one above the high line, see if he comes down the wicket to try and thump him down the ground? Barnard defends inside edge into short leg. 1 ball left in the over. Barnard being patient at the moment, not being lured in by Harmer's variations in flight. Turns to Cumming again, bowls, and that one's punched down the ground to mid-on, and Libby comes down, but he's sent back straight away, and that's the end of the over. A maiden for Simon Harmer, and that's it from me today. I'll speak to you again tomorrow. Don Topley will be back in, and Kevin Howes will just take up the commentary very, very briefly.
I am just trying to take a closer look at the face of Ed Barnard, whether he gives any sort of clue or indication of his emotion as he sits there at the moment on 98 not out. 166 balls. He struck 15 fours in his innings. Jake Libby score of 138, which is 345 balls. He's only scored 13 fours. He's had to get those relatively small legs pumping quite a bit during this innings, but what a knock. It's kept Worcestershire in the game, and it was, it must have been a horrid time for him last night, watching colleagues lose their wickets as Porter comes in from the Hayes Close end and worked away by Libby down towards fine leg for a single. So he moves on to 139, and Worcestershire at 330 for 6. Just looking across to the right hand side, Alex Kidman, I can see the coach up there. They'll be waiting to see if they're going to rush out. Daryl Mitchell I can see looking on as well. They'll all be delighted should Barnard be able to finally convert into 3 figures here. He's on 98 not out, and it's Porter bowling to him now. He's in and bowls, and it's push but for no run up to mid-on. There was such genuine emotion you could see from the Essex teammates towards Wesley when he walked up, not when he was out, but I think it was at tea, but he'd already got to his double 100 if memory serves me correct, and you could see they were so chuffed for their skipper. I think there's an awful lot of respect for him, but he obviously led them to the trophy last year, but he got his runs. But what about Ed Barnard now? Porter in and bowls. He just tickles that round the corner. He's looking for 2 to bring up his century. Can he come back? The right arm throw will come in, but he will make it. And they're all out on the balcony now then. I'm not surprised. Worcestershire on their feet for an Ed Barnard century. A maiden century in first class cricket. 168 deliveries, 225 minutes and 15 fours. And well done, Mr. Barnard. Terrific from you. He's been past the 50 mark previously, just to double check and make sure we get this right, 12 times, but he's now converted into 3 figures. A special moment for Ed Barnard and his family. And, if you don't mind me saying so, Shropshire.
Well said, Kevin. Absolutely. Everybody surrounding Shropshire, including Herefordshire and, well, Worcestershire. What a wonderful knock. This partnership is worth together 187. How fantastic is that?
Porter in again, and Barnard now will have to focus his mind because the job for the team is not done.
No.
But for him, terrific, wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. They're 9 runs from avoiding the follow-on, but that's important, but they just got to bat and keep Essex out there. Essex have been out there for over a day now because they batted for 5.5 sessions, and we're now heading towards the close of this evening.
Porter in again. Oh, Yorker length delivery. Didn't know too much about that, but it's dug out onto the onside, and he'll jog through for a single. It might actually be quite a good thing to get him off strike now, just so he can settle his mind a little.
Wonderful. Must be a wonderful feeling to score a first class century, to keep the opposition at bay, to keep them out in the cold.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? Because, so far behind, a job to do for the team, never mind yourself.
Correct.
And this one is pushed back up to Porter. Gets his right hand down to that. It's not like he's come out with everything in favour of the batting side, because it's been hard work out there in Essex. Of course, we know got a blooming good attack, to keep you honest as well. So Worcestershire 333 for 6. Essex made 490 for 9. Barnard with a century, 101 not out, 170 balls. Libby on 139, and Porter has bowled 22 overs, 1 for 79. The deficit is 157 runs. Toppers, you'll continue, and there'll be Nick Gledhill who will replace me.
Thank you, Kevin. Well said. Great commentary on Ed Barnard's century. Simon Harmer's going to continue. Ed Barnard, let's just quickly remind ourselves that he spent 5.5 sessions in the field, but he also bowled 27 overs, 3 for 67. 6 maidens, so he contributed with the ball. He's now contributed with the bat with a century and a fantastic partnership. 333 for 6. Harmer's going to start. There are 3 men round the bat to bowl at Ed Barnard, the Centurion, which is played and smothered into the leg side. There is no run. 333 for 6. If David Shepherd would be here, he'll be bobbing up and down on one leg at square leg. Harmer in bowls, gives it a lot of air, driven down the ground to Wesley. Wesley covers the ground and returns with an underarm flick to the bowler. That's well fielded. Good shot from Ed Barnard for nothing.
Well, what a great moment for Ed Barnard, and what a great day this has been for Worcestershire.
Yes. Palmer bowls from around the wicket. He changes his line, and Jamie Porter has had to chase the ball up to a very straight long off where there is 2 runs.
I would like to say to Worcestershire supporters, Essex have won 11 games in a row here in first class cricket. And I've not seen a side, and I've not seen a side look as comfortable against them with the bat as Worcestershire have.
Harmer in again around the wicket, which is kicked by Ed Barnard. He knows it's out. Well, it's outside leg stump, so he doesn't need to play it. He just sticks his pad in the way. It balloons off. There's no shot played.
6 to avoid the follow-on, which is the next critical milestone in the game. Lights
are on. Round the wicket, bowls again. Just scooped into the leg side with the spin, the off spin that is, playing it with the spin is the batsman. No run.
Well, weather more or less it has been for most of the day. Very overcast, had a bit of sunshine, but we may get through. 6 overs to go.
Little straighter, played on the back foot, just into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 335, 6 runs short of avoiding the follow on. I should imagine there's some very tired bodies in the Essex side now, as there are in the Worcestershire side. The warmth of applause and congratulations from the balcony, from the all the Worcestershire staff and players who are probably huddled in the dressing room with the doors shut at the moment, but they all came out to a man to celebrate a wonderful century from their all-rounder batting at number 8.
So what does Tom Westley do, Don? Let's say that Worcestershire avoid the follow-on, get up to 360, 370, Essex 120 ahead with 2.5 sessions left in the game. Okay. What can Tom Westley do? We'll talk about that as the first ball of a new over. The light just fading now, as this is the first delivery from Porter, which is played up towards a Harmer at mid-wicket. Slightly over-pitched, went for the on-drive, but hit it straight to the fielder. 335 for 6 to avoid the follow-on.
Because we have 4-day cricket today, and generally speaking, we like 4-day cricket to organically end. And when you don't have any adverse weather, it tends to encourage the organic conclusion. But here we are. We're not going to see necessarily the same scenario here.
Here is Libby on strike to Porter, and played up towards mid-on. There's Ryan Tenderscarter. Thank you, Graham, for telling us that this is a new record partnership for the 7th wicket for Worcestershire against Essex. The old record was 126 in 1999 at Chelmsford. Graham Hick was involved in that, and I was looking at, I can't remember this being broken last year, so I think the all-time Worcestershire partnership record is the 256. So we'll keep an eye on that if these two stay together, as this is played just wide of mid-on for a single for Libby. What a performance from the former Notts man. What a signing for Worcestershire. Him and Mitchell, I mean, we'll name our qualifiers from these groups tomorrow, but I tell you what, Worcestershire are making a really strong case for themselves. The way they'll do it is by getting a lot of batting points, winning enough games, making sure they don't get into that situation they had against Glamorgan last year, where they probably should have won the game, making sure that they win those sort of matches, and avoiding defeat at Chelmsford, which has been so difficult for visiting sides to do in the last couple of years, is a great start if they can do it. Still some way to go as Barnard plays this round the corner and collects a couple of runs. They're going to get the second one because Barnard's running to the danger end, but he's actually comfortably in, and they have made it look pretty straightforward in the last hour or so. 338 for 6. So long ago that last wicket fell when it was just shortly after lunch, wasn't it, that the last wicket fell at 145, and it's been these two ever since.
After this ball, I'll try and explain what Keith Fletcher might have done.
A slip and six saving one, and this is driven away without timing, wide of mid-on. There's no run this time. 3:38 for 6.
Keith Fletcher was an enterprising captain. He would always say, if you win 12 in the championship, you lose 12, you'll win the championship. If you draw 8, win 8, lose 8, you'll come barely middle. So Keith Fletcher would probably suggest to his team, I'm not suggesting Tom Wesley will, the game is played a little bit differently these days, but he would say, right, let's go out and thrash. If we bowl them out for, say, 360.
This is driven away wide of mid-wicket for 4, and Worcestershire have avoided the follow-on. That's a big moment in the game. It was an over-pitch delivery. Porter kicks the ground in frustration, but Barnard goes to 109 with a shot that was just wide of the mid-wicket. Nothing that the man at mid-on could do about it. And Worcestershire at 342 for 6, trailed by 148. And Essex have got a mountain to climb if they're going to extend this winning run now. It would be a bit of a setback not to win the opening home game, but there have been some good things from this game for Essex's point of view. It's just a question of whether they can find a victory from here, Don.
Well, they're going to have a full day. I'm not suggesting Worcestershire will win this. You never know, but I'm not suggesting that. The only way Essex could win this now is if they go out for a quick thrash and get 100, 150 to try and set the best part of 275 in as long as they can to try and bowl Worcestershire out. There may be a bit more spin tomorrow as Harmer comes in and bowls, and this is nice and straight. Lawrence is, I think, loosening up now, or is it Wesley? No, Lawrence is loosening up. He may have a little bowl from the Hayes close end. Harmer has just bowled a ball that was respected and didn't score any runs. He bowls again. This is nice and straight, played into the leg side with a spin, goes out to Brown at mid wicket, no run. So if there was somewhere around 360, 370 bowled out, then they go for a quick thrash and try and get about 270 ahead, and then use the remaining overs to try and bowl them out with Harmer at the helm there. This is bowled and turns a fraction, plays with the spin into square leg just behind where Paul Walter does the fielding. There is no run. 342 for 6. Whether Wesley would be as enterprising and back his side to bowl them out. This time Libby comes forward, smothers the spin, back to the bowler, no run.
Big caveat is they've got to bowl Worcestershire out pretty quickly.
Well, Worcestershire probably would be very happy to return to the Midlands with 8 drawn points, to be honest. As this is played into the leg side, there is no run.
Just to mention,
come to the county champions,
yes,
and not get beaten up is
absolutely
a huge positive to them. Many sides have come here and been beaten up. This time it's kicked away because it's outside leg stump. Not interested in playing. It's the maiden. Its score is 342 for 6. The partnership is now worth 197.
It is interesting. I mean, this just feels to me more of a Chelmsford pitch from a few years ago when they were more batting friendly, and I just wonder whether there is a feeling with these 8 points for the draw that if you win a series of games where you make 280 and you still win comfortably and you collect, well, you just get 2 batting points against a side who will score a lot of runs, draw more games, get 8 points for the draw, they need to win fewer games, it therefore follows, to be top of the group. And I just wonder whether that will affect the pitch preparation, or whether Essex would rather go back to the game, to the sort of pitches that did more, because this hasn't done as much for me as a lot of the pitches that I've seen, albeit Worcestershire have played much better.
Now I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think Worcestershire bowled quite nicely at times in day 1 and day 2. It got tiring after 5.5 sessions, but I actually think they persevered and kept going. So full credit to them, and they've shown so much resilience with their batting here.
Very, very interesting when these sides meet again at the end of April. Not too long until that. Leg slip
Lawrence.
and a slip. Lawrence has come back on at the Hayes close end. First ball played off the back foot for a single by Ed Barnard, who's gone to 110. think it's your over now, Don, isn't it?
I thought it was yours.
Oh, well,
I thought it
a
was
tiring
yours.
end of a day. We're doing our extra overs now. We've just lost our way. Well, it's been a long, cold day, but a very, very good one for Worcestershire. Remember, they lost a wicket to the second ball of the day, 343 for 6. And here's Lawrence with a slip and a leg slip, and it's just run down by Libby, who's done wonderfully well. Gets a single down towards third man, Allison. So, is it just me thinking this is a better pitch for batting, or is it Worcestershire who've made it look that? We'll know more, I guess, from the sort of pitches that we get in future games here at Chelmsford, as Lawrence bowls a very full-length delivery, and it's driven by Barnard, and it's stopped by Nick Brown at cover, and there's no run.
I bet England would have liked these kind of wickets in India.
Yes.
Hey?
Indeed.
That's
another issue
two-day test
altogether.
match.
Yes.
Gosh.
344 for 6. As that's a delivery which Barnard, who really has played an accomplished innings here, just runs down towards a short fine leg, and there is no run. But what a performance from these two. Have to mention Ricky Vessels as well. That was a very important innings from him. He didn't have a great year last year, and he did well in that partnership with Jake Libby, who is watching on as Barnard just runs that down off the open face, and there's no run. So Worcestershire have avoided the follow on. They're 344 for 6, trailing by 146. And Lawrence with just a few paces and a twirl of the arms, bowls, and that's glided down past Cook at slip for 4. It probably just bounced in front of him. Deliberate steer, but well, he's still down his haunches, Sir Alistair, and he's not probably enjoyed his day too much, because probably not used to having to spend so long in the field when Essex are fielding at Chelmsford, and also it's been very cold as well. But yes, so just looking at Jake Libby's stats, his best is 184, so we'll keep an eye on that. But what a signing he has proved to be for Worcestershire. Made his debut in 2014 for Notts, and actually became the first person for 68 years to make a century on debut against the Sussex attack, including Chris Jordan and Steve McGoffin. And then basically Notts had that period of transition, became perhaps a slightly unhappy camp for a time, I think, and the move has really paid off for him, no doubt about that. 348 for 6.
Reminding us all, Jake Libby's been on the park for the entire cricket match, so he's almost approaching his third full day on the park. Harmer's in, round the wicket, bowls. It plays into the leg side, one bounce into the belly of Ryan Tenderskada, where there is no run, 348 for 6.
3 overs left, including this one.
2 men on the offside and the slip as well, so this time again it's into the leg side with the spin. Libby gets no run. Harmer with his sunglasses on, in fear of the bright floodlights, I fear, as this is played and drags him forward a little more to the off stump, smothered by Libby. There is no run.
Big partnership here, big partnership in the Notts-Durham game. Durham 229 for 4. David Bedingham 134 not out. He's a South African.
As this is a little shorter, they're going for a catch. We're waiting to see. There's an appeal. Everyone around the bat thought it was a genuine edge, but the umpire, David Milnes, doesn't. Wheater and Harmer are disappointed.
Off the thigh pad, maybe. I mean, quite a confident shout.
Harmer doesn't really want to look at the umpire. He's actually entertaining having a quick word and walks away. But it's not out. Libby is still there. 141 to his name. This time it's a good delivery. Doesn't come particularly far forward. Plays it from the crease and just allows it to play with the open face bat into the offside. Always wary of playing against the spin in these situations.
Well, they've handled Harmer very well, particularly Libby earlier on.
Harmer bowls a bit flatter, forced into the onside and hits Ryan Tenderscarter under the lid on the leg side. 348 for 6. End of the over. Harmer's figures. I'll go through the figures actually. Well, I certainly haven't done that for quite some time.
One for 99 in 43 overs.
And here we go. So Porter, 23 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 86. Sam Cook, 26 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 77. Harmer, 43 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 99. Lawrence, 4 overs, just for 18. Allison, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 47. Water, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 13. Lawrence is going to continue, but it's been hard for the county champions.
Yeah. Wicket straight away, wicket early in the afternoon session, and 1 before lunch. Nothing else, just 3 in a day. 348 for 6. Emphatically, Worcestershire's day. In fact, I can't remember a more dominant day for a visiting side here for many years. Backward point cover. I know Kent did quite well on the opening day last year, but this has been a great day for Worcestershire. This is a attempted forcing shot off the back foot from Barnard off Lawrence, but he doesn't make any contact, and it goes through to Wheater, who's not had generally the happiest of times behind the stumps. 348 for 6. At least it was Mitchell he dropped rather than Libby this time yesterday, or a little bit earlier than that. Here is Lawrence bowling again, and a nice drive from Barnard, getting to the pitch of it and hitting it out to Nick Brown, and there's no run. Bedingham is in partnership with Ned Eckersley, and these two have
Leicester.
Yes, this is the big Durham partnership, which is taking Notts away, game away from Notts in that one. That's driven away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. They came together at 78. So they've now added 159. Apparently Notts are 2 bowlers short, lacking Ball and Brett Hutton. So they've had all sorts of problems there. Hutton getting an injury in the second innings. As this is all just trapped down into the crease by Barnard, and they scamper through for a quick single. So the score goes to 349 for 6. Not many games still playing. The finish for the day, Derbyshire. Warwickshire nicely in control there. Derbyshire 71 for 5, leading by just 39, and all 5 to Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Close at Bristol, as here Lawrence bowls with his sort of twirly off breaks and just play defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Close at Bristol. Surrey 232 for 5, trying to turn this match round. Burns 74, Folkes 81 not out. Didn't Ben Folkes look good with the bat? That little we saw of him during the winter. As this delivery heading down the leg side, it's no attempt of a shot, so I think that's going to be signalled as a dead ball. Although the ball's run down towards the boundary, but no shot was attempted. So, yep, sorry, 232 for 5, 126 ahead. That's one to look for tomorrow at Bristol. Leicestershire 241 for 7. That game is still going on. Hampshire may have taken the extra half hour there, because Leicestershire are 169 behind following on. And in the second innings, Mason Crane has 3 for 83, a wicket each for the seamers and for Liam Dawson, but Hampshire will be particularly pleased with Mason Crane getting some good form. He looked quite good last year actually in the red ball game, so I think Hampshire are going to win that pretty early tomorrow, if not tonight.
Harmer, 3 men round the bat, bowls outside off stump, and it's fielded at short extra cover by Sam Cook. There is no run. 349 for 6. Just a quick recap that overnight this morning Worcestershire were 43 for 3. This is driven out for a quick single on the front foot to Tom Wesley at mid-on. They take the quick single, and that brings up the 350 runs in the 122nd over. Just a recap then, so 43 for 3 overnight as Harmer's coming in, played into the leg side for no run. They reached lunch on 142 for 5. Libby was 54 and Cox was 7. They had to get to 341 to avoid the follow-on, and they made that, and it's 350 for 6 now, as a super dive late in the day by Sam Cook has prevented a single as it's placed into the offside off the front foot, and Libby doesn't get the single. Harmer in again. Played a little in front of Ryan Tender-Scarter, who dives under the lid on the leg side. There is no run.
Just to say, no further play in any of the other games. The most interesting one, Somerset 112 for 3, hitting a further 173 for an astonishing comeback win at Lord's. So we'll keep an eye on those games tomorrow.
Harmer comes from over the wicket now, and he bowls, and there's a play and a miss as it's a top spinner or arm ball that goes on, and that concludes the day's play. It's been a day that can be celebrated by anybody associated with Worcestershire. Essex have been kept at bay. A cracking day's cricket. Congratulations to 2 centurions. Jake Libby will return to a very, very warm and enthusiastic Worcestershire dressing room on 141 not out. He's been on the field for the complete 3 days of this first-class cricket match. That must be demanding. With him is his colleague, who's also a centurion, Ed Barnard. Many, many congratulations to him. He's undefeated on 116 not out. They've marched to the pavilion. They're going to be very, very well received. And Worcestershire will complete the day and finish the day on 350 for 6.
Just one thing to add, Don. Worcestershire have got to 350, but they've run out of bonus point overs. The bonus point situation at the moment is Essex 5, Worcestershire 4. So if this is a draw, basically Worcestershire have come away from Chelmsford more or less honours even with Essex, with the game at New Road still to come.
With a huge amount of credibility
Absolutely.
against the county
Absolutely.
champions.
Absolutely.
We hope you've enjoyed
Great
this
day for Worcestershire.
BBC Essex coverage along with BBC Hereford and Worcester. And on behalf of Nick Gledhill, David Brett, Kevin Howells and myself, Don Topley, may we wish you a very, very good evening.
Cloudfm.